March 18th, 2:30 in the afternoon, Planning Board meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. Please, everybody, first rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Member Secca? Here. Vice Chair DeAmpert?
Here.
Member Hubbard?
Here.
Member Consall? Here. Chair Premer?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. For the regular meeting, do we have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as is.
Okay.
Second.
We have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair DeAmpert?
Yes.
Member Hubbard?
Yes.
Member Consall?
Yes.
Member Secca?
Yes.
Chair Premer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Very good. At this time, we will accept audience comments for anything not related to what's on the agenda for today.
I do have a card from John Kurzman. I think he's upstairs, so it might take him a minute to come down.
Oh, come on.
He's right here.
Okay.
I would start the clock. I would start the clock now.
Zoom in, please, and then when you zoom in, can you start the clock?
No, the clock started.
John Kurzman. These are general comments. The comprehensive plan is not easily changed. The map is set in the comprehensive plan. It defines what a large district is, and it has preset lots, and it's based on the larger size and depth of those lots. I'm hoping you can remember that and all the things that you do in the future.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Mr. Kurzman.
Can you stop the clock?
Is getting too close to talking about the items that are on the agenda. He's clearly focusing in on things that are going to be talked about in a large resort district. He knows this. I'd prefer that you not do this.
I'm reclaiming my time. I'll skip ahead, but this is in general that there's many things in the comprehensive plan that I think it's important to remind the planning board in general about the comprehensive plan, because these are things that the public does not have time to discuss in general when they get into meetings on particular matters, because the public has only 3 minutes to discuss specifics of a matter unique. So in general, it's important to refresh. In general, I'm only citing the actual statutes, and you've taken away my time to do so, and I really object to that. But metrics such as mixed use are very important to consider, because those are per lot discussions of how much residential, how much temporary use is ever in use in a mixed lot. The comprehensive plan has things about beach access per lot, that construction must start on a lot within a year for that lot when they get a building permit, and that the commission could start.
Once again, Mr. Kurzman's talking.
This is in general.
This is not in general. I'd ask that the board members disregard everything he's saying. It's not part of the record that you're going to be considering.
Absolutely not. It's not part of the record. I'm talking in general, and you're interrupting me on general comments.
Of course I'm interrupting. I'm the attorney. I'm supposed to. You're getting very close to talking about exactly what's on the agenda.
Well, that's horrible that you think so, because I'm talking in general about laws. And if you think that you have applicants that are getting close to these laws, that would be a horrible thing for you to blame them for.
This is why I have advised you, since you are a public official on a committee of the city, to not be a community advocate.
I'm not community advocating here. I'm telling you about concerns I have in general law, and I'm trying to state some general laws, and you're interrupting me. And I'm reclaiming my time to simply say that there's some general laws in our books, and I'm trying to talk about these general laws. And these are just general laws that we have to just
Mr. Kurzman is not an
respect
attorney.
them.
He doesn't need to give you advice on the general.
I'm not giving any advice. I'm simply reminding them of some general laws and calling out some general laws and purely the general laws. These are just general laws 4.11.
Mr.
And when do we get to give our public input of 4.11 and 4.1? Okay? I mean, this is just very simple stuff. And statistics and common sense should be allowed. And I'm very upset that I'm not allowed to even give public input as a general citizen.
The reason why I've interrupted you is because the subject matter, don't try to have a dialogue with me, but I'm putting this on the record. The subject matter that you're discussing is very germane to the items that this board is going to be hearing on the agenda. You know that, and just by saying in general, I'm just showing you this. You're not getting around. You're playing games with the agenda. Stop
It's
doing
very
that.
disappointing then that you think
Sign up
that
as- yeah,
that those are very germane to this, because why would quoting the law be a problem? Okay, sure. He was just speaking to me. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments not relating to what's on the agenda today?
I don't have any.
Very good, thank you. That brings us to action items.
Yes, if I could, Mr. Chair, just to start this off.
Please.
Approval of minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Approval of the minutes. Right?
Oh, sorry.
Isn't that where we are? Approval of minutes?
Oh, yeah, we sure are. My bad.
That's okay.
Do I have a motion for the approval of minutes from the?
I move to approve the minutes from the December 18th meeting.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Member Hubbard?
Yes.
Member Consul?
Yes.
Member Secca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dampert?
Yes.
Chair Premer?
Yes,
Motion carries.
very good.
Great, thank you.
Now,
So
please.
just to tee it up for you a little bit here, today part of your powers and duties is to act as the local planning agency. So you're acting in the capacity as a local planning agency under Florida Statute 163-3174. Every local government has to appoint some entity as being the local planning agency, and the planning board is it for the city of St. Pete Beach. You have two items that are on the agenda. They are going to be voted on separately, but they're considered companion items because one relates to the other. Therefore, there's going to be one presentation for both. You don't have to hear duplicates of everything. So it is a quasi-judicial hearing, which means that the folks that are going to be testifying here today will do so under oath. And in a second, I'll ask the clerk to swear in anyone who's going to testify in front of you. Also, we're gonna have to go down the line here, and everyone's gonna have to do what's called a ex parte disclosure. Any conversations you may have had, any independent research you may have done, any meetings you may have had regarding this item outside of this forum, the law says that if you disclose it, it essentially cures any potential prejudice it might have against one of the parties. So we'll be doing that. So the process, however, is very simple. Staff is going to go first. They're going to give you their staff report, any recommendations, conditions, things like that, answer any questions you might have. Then the applicant is here, and they have several experts. They'll put on their case in chief. And then after that, you would open it up for the public hearing, for the public comment part. Then when that's finished, you close that. And typically, you want to allow the applicant a little time to address things that may have come up during that process. You can also, by the way, ask questions of them if you like during their presentation, but give them some time, after the public comment to be able to have time for rebuttal of that. And then after that, you would go into board deliberations.
Okay,
All right?
very good. Do
All
we
right.
need to?
I would do that. I would do an ex parte disclosure, adjourn, and yeah, you probably should do that.
We need, I hereby adjourn the planning board, and we will reconvene as the local planning agency.
Great, thank you.
There we go.
And then I think right now, if everyone could just go along and disclose any ex parte communications or research that you may have done on this item.
I'll start. I did drive by the property this weekend. I didn't spend time on it, but just drove by it and was kind of looking at some overall general aesthetics. And have obviously gotten letters that we got through the city and that from community, people in the community.
Okay.
I have, well aware of the property. I've been here since '85. I have received letters. I've not been on the property since I received letters through the city and I reviewed those letters. There was a lobbyist, Robin Miller, who I have, after being here on the beach for many, many years and done other things, I know of her, but I've never discussed anything with her on this.
Okay.
Okay. I too have been to the property, walking by it almost on a daily basis to get a streets view and also the sand view of the property. I also did some cursory research on 1754 properties, just to know who we're going to be partnering with possibly on this project. Other than that, I have no other disclosures.
I've had very general conversations with a few residents about the property. I've observed the property. I also went through the Tradewinds website to learn more about the property from a guest perspective. That should be all of it.
Thank you.
I've read all the public emails that were sent to me from the city. I've not received any emails, text messages from anyone, any residents or anyone else. I've had 2 conversations with neighbors, and in the last week, I've extensively walked through the Tradewinds, both from the sidewalk throughout all the buildings, looking at, potential beach accesses all along the back of the property. And that's been it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. So at this point, I guess we would have Brandon Berry to talk about the staff report.
I can swear in who's ever going to speak.
Okay,
first.
please.
Would anybody who's going to be speaking to the board or presenting, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you are about to give is truthful? Yes. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Berry.
Good afternoon, Brandon Berry, City Planner. This is conditional use case number 23033 associated with resolution 2023-27. It's for the Tradewinds Resort. The applicant is requesting a new large-scale lodging development with rooftop dining, drinking, and music areas. The properties are 5600, 5700, 5750, 5800, 5900, and 6000 Gulf Boulevard. The owner and applicant information is pretty extensive, so let me read that. Elise Batzel Esquire, care of Stearns Weaver Miller, for 5500 to 5600 Gulf Boulevard IG LLC, 5700 Gulf Boulevard BR LLC, 5750 Gulf Boulevard CR LLC, Reef Resort Condominium Association Incorporated, and 6000 Gulf Boulevard SP LLC. This is a 2-part request as amended. This is addressed more extensively in the request that's in your staff report, but the summary is that the applicant is seeking to permit construction of a 4-phase temporary lodging redevelopment that will increase site unit count to 1,596 units and include development of new meeting, retail, restaurant, and office space, along with outdoor accessory spaces and amenities that will exceed 30 units per acre and 50 feet in height. That request is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 35.3B1. They're also requesting to permit 2 rooftop dining and drinking amenities that include the playing of outdoor music. That request is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 35.4B.
Brandon, can I interrupt you for one moment? Madam Deputy Clerk, could you read the resolution into the record, please?
I can.
Thank you.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use permit pursuant to sections 35.3B1 and 35.4B of the Land Development Code to allow the construction of a 4-phase temporary lodging redevelopment that will include 1,596 total temporary lodging units, or 63.18 units per buildable acre, of which 629 units are additional above existing, 5,895 square feet of meeting space, of which 14,303 square feet is additional above existing, 79,126 square feet of retail and restaurant space, of which 42,964 square feet is additional above existing, 31,105 square feet of office space, of which 10,486 square feet is additional above existing, and develop new lodging, accessory, and amenity structures containing the aforementioned units, accessory spaces, and amenities, as well as outdoor amenities and parking garages that will extend up to 116 feet in height above base flood elevation, BFE, to the roof line, and 128 feet in height above BFE when including rooftop amenities or decorative features, and permit 2 rooftop dining and drinking amenities that includes the playing of outdoor music to parcels number 06321600000230 0300, 06321600000230 0200, 01321500000110 0600, 01321500000110 0610, 01321518142000 0000, 01321518420000, 0001, 013215000000, 1100500, and 013215000000, 1100400, with addresses of 5600, 5700, 5750, 5800, 5900, and 6000 Gulf Boulevard, incorporating the conditions outlined herein and providing for correction of Scrivener's error and an effective date.
Impressive, thank you.
So just a brief overview of the timeline for this application. The applicant held the first step of this process in July of 2022, which was a community meeting. June 27th, the applicant made complete the first part of this request for the lodging development. August 2nd was technical review committee for that request. That was an internal staff meeting. September 22nd, the applicant resubmitted application forms associated with the technical review committee, which included the addition of the request number 2 for the rooftop dining, drinking, and music. That item went to the technical review committee on December 8th. There was noticing conducted throughout the month of February that included notices to property owners within 500 feet, a legal ad posting for both the conditional use permit and the development agreement, and a sign posting on the site. Of course, the case was continued at the March 4th meeting, and tonight is the hearing for the first hearing for these 2 requests. Here's a listing of exhibits. I just briefly wanted to cover what a conditional use permit is, what it entails. Based on the definition in Land Development Code Division 2, a conditional use permit is any use that has operational, physical, or other characteristics that may be different from those of the predominant permitted uses in a zoning district, but which is a use that complements or may otherwise be compatible with the intended overall development within a district, provided that specified standards are met. In Division 4, which is the conditional use permit division, the purpose and intent, certain uses are conditional rather than uses by right. They are subject to the conditional use regulations because they may, but do not necessarily, have significant adverse effects on the environment, public services, the desired character of an area, or they may create nuisances. A review of these uses is necessary due to the impact they may have on the surrounding area or neighborhood. The conditional use review provides an opportunity to allow the use when there are minimal impacts, to allow the use but impose mitigation measures to address identified concerns, or to deny the use if the concerns cannot be resolved. Here is an aerial map of the property. It comprises all the property on the west side of Gulf Boulevard, north of the C-Mark condominium, and south of the Hilton Garden Inn. That's 50 396 and 6100 Gulf Boulevard. The property in between those two comprises the subject property. So the first part of the request, as I mentioned, is to develop a large-scale resort development. The applicant's proposing for this development to proceed through 4 phases. I'm sure they have a more extensive overview than what I'm going to provide, but I just wanted to give you a basic, very high-level overview of what this request would entail if it were to be approved. In phase 1, this is the southern side of the site where the existing Tradewinds Island Grand is currently located. They are proposing a new 12-story guest tower. This would add 154 lodging units to the site. This would also include a new 6-story parking garage, a new 2-story beachfront restaurant at the southwest side of the site, and new outdoor pool and guest amenities. Phase 2 would include a new 11-story guest tower. This would increase site density by 240 lodging units. There are, I believe, 261 units within the hotel itself. They would be demolishing 21 units that are currently on the site. It includes new 5 and 7-story parking garages, new meeting, retail, restaurant, office, and bar space, new frontage retail, and new outdoor pool and guest amenities. Phase 3 would be a new 12-story guest tower. This would add 235 lodging units to the site, a new 4-story parking garage, new frontage retail, new outdoor pool and guest amenities. And finally, phase 4 is much less significant, a new office and lobby building. This would be between the Alden and the Rumfish developments, and new outdoor guest amenities. They would not be developing any new lodging units or parking garages through this phase. Looking at request number 2, again, this is for the rooftop dining, drinking, and music. The applicant is proposing 2 areas to contain dining, drinking, and music on the rooftop. The first is in phase 1, the mentioned beach bar at the southwest corner of the site. They are proposing it on the 2nd level. I have a rendering in a second that I can show you to show where exactly this is. And then in phase 2, on the rooftop of the phase 2 hotel, they are proposing space for rooftop dining and drinking and music as well. And you can see this is a view from the back of the site taken from the beach, where these locations would be. In the bottom right-hand corner of the slide, you can see the rooftop restaurant where they would be offering rooftop dining, drinking, and music. And then on the top left of the slide is the hotel rooftop. They're proposing that there as well. So staff has responded extensively to the criteria in your staff report. We find that generally the applicant has supplied adequate support for 17 out of the 20 conditional use permit criteria and partial support for the remaining 3. Staff finds the request to be otherwise consistent with the comprehensive plan and the conditional use permit criteria. Staff requests applicant testimony addressing the partially supported 3 criteria. If the applicant provides adequate testimony to the finding of the planning board, staff recommends approval with conditions. I just want to briefly go through those 3 criteria that we're seeking additional support for. The first is Land Development Code Section 4.4A3. This is abbreviated, truncated to the portion that we wanted additional testimony for. Whether the transportation system is capable of adequately supporting the proposed use in addition to the existing uses in the area. As it relates to the conditional use permit, the city's transportation consultant, who is present, they are available to speak to this as well, has provided 2 general and 2 corrective comments to the applicant's transportation engineer pertaining to project traffic assignment volumes and intersection geometry. The applicant should address whether these comments will be addressed in a future study revision. 4.4A6, whether the applicant has demonstrated the technical capacity to complete any improvements and mitigation necessitated by the development as proposed. Staff had originally provided a much more extensive write-up for this than what was published with this packet. The applicant has recently provided information on their project management firm and their management firm's experience in projects of this general size, quality level, and complexity. I did find that what they provided for this group to be sufficient to show that they have had experience with developments of the complexity that they are proposing under this scope. However, I would like the applicant to address the involvement of the management firm in carrying out the project, given that it is going to be an extensive long-term project if it's approved. And finally, Land Development Code Section 4.12A4, any aesthetic or architectural features of the development, including specifically the provision and maintenance of Gulf and Bay views and vistas. The applicant is proposing to assemble 5 developments under the scope of this request. A portion of this subject site had previously been approved to be consolidated. It was only up to just south of the Alden back in 2017 when that was approved. This does include both the Alden and the Rumfish developments. St. Pete Beach has no explicit internal view shed requirements for property consolidation, and the applicant is compliant with the side setbacks for new development. They're not asking for any variances under this scope. However, practically, the site is significantly reducing pedestrian scale views of the beach at the southern and center areas, and I did want to show where those locations are. There are currently 2 large open areas on the site, just south of the coral reef, toward the middle of the site, and on the very southern end, south of the Tradewinds Island Grand. I did want to mention that the coral reef area that is currently open up until the mid-2010s did contain a building in it. It's only that southern side that's been open. There has historically been other development on the southern side of the site as well, but the coral reef area specifically was open, was blocked by buildings until the mid-2010s. And this just shows the location of new development. Hotel 1 would be on the very southern end of the site. There is a 30-foot area at the southern property line that does remain open. That is a required minimum standard for setback, and also for buffer. The applicant is meeting that standard. And then Hotel 3 would be in that center coral reef area. I did want to speak about some of the benefits that the applicant is providing that would increase public beach access. They are proposing 3 beach access points across the life of the development. 2 of them will be provided in phase 1. They have agreed to provide a beach walk at the rear of the site, just past the coastal construction control line, landward of the dunes, should the FDP and the city approve such a development. And they're also providing a 15-foot mean high water line easement down along the wet sand line on the dry land side of the wet sand line. You've seen this before in other development proposals as well. They're also proposing a public rooftop view deck on the roof of the Hotel 2. The applicant has supplied some information pertaining to that. We have requested additional information. I believe they have some drone shots and other information they can share on this during their presentation. As I mentioned, they are proposing multiple facilities and easements that would increase public beach access through their site. The deck will be open to the public, and staff has recommended a condition to ensure that it will be preserved as non-commercial space. The applicant should address the deck proposal, including any other examples where such a concept has been implemented. I did want to briefly go through the recommended conditions. I'm going to briefly skip the first condition because it relates to the development agreement. I'll pick that back up. But starting with the rooftop dining and drinking and music conditions, staff is recommending that they only be permitted on the phase 1 beachfront restaurant and the phase 2 hotel rooftop, except for amendment of the conditional use permit. If any other rooftop area were to be used for dining, drinking, or music, it would need to return for further approval. All rooftop equipment shall be permanent. There shall not be any visiting musician equipment permitted. Applicant must allow noise tests before operating, limit decibel levels at the property line to be equivalent with the ambient readings, and provide a sound governor with lockbox accessible only by management. The applicant shall install a treated glass barrier along the southern side of the phase 1 beachfront restaurant's 2nd floor. That's to block any kind of sound spillover to the C-mark from any kind of guest noise. Moving on to administrative project review requirements, the applicant shall prepare a covenant to ensure that the entire subject property is unified under one zoning lot. All required features for this development shall be maintained for all buildings and spaces within the development. There are several features that the applicant needs to, based on code requirements or based on other conditional use permit requirements, that would need to be maintained for the whole development. We would just like to ensure that that's ensured through the future. Financial capacity findings pertain only to the subject applicant and affiliates. The applicant shall perform a pre-construction assessment of C-mark and provide scent scrubbers at the phase 1 restaurant. This has been committed to in the past by the applicant. All construction staging shall be on the subject property, no staging from the right-of-way or from other subject properties off-site. The applicant shall be responsible for modifying their hurricane evacuation plan to require evacuation after a hurricane watch. Currently, it's required at the warning stage for the development. Operational and design requirements, the rooftop view terrace, again, that's in phase 2, shall be open sunrise to sunset, available free of charge to the public, and prominently located for visitors. All new hotels and restaurants under this approval shall be developed and maintained as 4 diamond quality or higher. I did want to mention that the applicant does have requested modifications to some of these conditions. Number 12 is one of the ones that they're requesting a modification to, specifically for the rating of the restaurants. Condition 13, the applicant shall comply with relevant design, site layout, and operational requirements of the community redevelopment district at an appropriate stage. Site and building plans shall be substantially similar to the plans approved by the City Commission, except for any explicit conditions to the contrary that require modifications of the plans. Renderings shall be prepared and submitted with a site plan that are substantially similar to the ones with the City Commission, with any deviations noted. So this is more instead of the plans themselves, looking at the renderings. Resident discount program shall be offered. All unloading to the Island Grand and Breckenridge development shall take place on site by completion of the Phase 1 parking garage. I understand the applicant is proposing to construct the parking garage for Phase 1 prior to the actual hotel, so we're asking for the unloading to be moved on site for those developments at that time. Property-wide, we would like all unloading to be on site by completion of Phase 2. There will be quite a few additional truck unloading spaces provided on site at the end of Phase 2. All deliveries shall be between 7:30 a.m. and 10 p.m. No new beach recreational amenities shall be introduced seaward of the coastal construction control line. This is specifically permanent amenities, things like slides, stages, other large elements. This would not include any kind of temporary special event offerings. Phase 1 pool and deck area shall close to guests at sunset. This is another item that I understand the applicant is requesting a longer length of time for that, and we have spoken with and agreed with them on their recommended amendments. Condition 21, referring to landscaping, the landscape plan shall be submitted during Phase 1 site plan permitting and demonstrate full compliance with the city's minimum green space standards. At least 50% of the trees and palms by count and ground covers by square footage per phase shall be Florida friendly. Required buffer landscaping shall be at least 50% Florida native or recommended species. The applicant shall maintain connection to the public reclaimed water system for irrigation, and such usage shall be metered. Pressure regulation and leak detection shall be utilized. This had been recommended by the board for a previous conditional use permit, so we did carry it forward to this one. Looking at site improvements, all pedestrian frontage road crossings shall be raised to promote pedestrian priority. Pedestrian access across the dune shall be by walkover only. If the Phase 1 walkover that functions as a fire truck turnaround is not permitted by the FDEP, the applicant shall accommodate a turnaround landward the coastal construction control line that would be on the site. It may require the relocation of some amenities. The applicant shall make all non-conforming signage that has not received a variance complying with their code requirement by phase. The applicant shall install and maintain trash cans along the beach access walkways. All pedestrian pathways, surface parking spaces, and paved non-structural surfaces shall be permitted or permeable or semi-permeable and maintained as such, and a dedicated path shall be installed from Hotel 1 to the Gulf Boulevard sidewalk that is specifically for pedestrians. All garages shall be adequately screened with landscaping or architectural elements to make their purpose not readily apparent. That is a code requirement. I understand the applicant has additional renderings or elevations to share pertaining to that. Condition 32, the applicant shall provide at least one dedicated rideshare and circulator parking spot for Hotel 1 and 3, and 2 for Hotel 2. They will need to be in a certain distance of the front of the hotel. The applicant shall install a canopy tree for each 200 square feet of separately landscaped area of surface parking lot remaining on the site by phase. In Phase 4, the applicant is proposing to retain some surface parking for the Alden and for the Rumfish. We would like to ensure that the remaining landscaping areas are well vegetated. They provide shade for the surface parking. Almost at the end, the green building requirements, the applicant shall achieve Florida Green Lodging Program 3 palms and LEED Silver for each new hotel building. Florida Green Lodging Program certification shall be maintained as a precondition for any subsequent phase of the project. LEED is a development standard. It is one that once it's obtained for the development, it's retained throughout the life of the building. Florida Green Lodging Program is required to be recertified every 3 years. Staff wants to ensure that that standard is maintained throughout the life of the development. The applicant shall achieve a 40% water reduction below federal baseline for plumbing fixtures in each new building. I understand from the applicant they are requesting 35%. That is the minimum to meet the LEED Silver certification, so they would be able to maintain LEED Silver with a 35% reduction. There shall be no net cubic or surface area increase of outdoor accessory or ornamental water features site-wide. The applicant is significantly redeveloping some of their existing outdoor water features. We just want to ensure that there's no outdoor increase of features that aren't essential to the development itself. And the applicant shall install green roofs or utilize another rooftop technique like cool roofs, shown to reduce the heat island effect on any new building roof area, not maintained as customer or maintenance space. And finally, general conditions. These are assigned to any conditional use permit. Any violation of any condition will allow the City Commission to rescind or modify the conditional use permit. And the City Commission may review the conditional use permit periodically to ensure the order is compliance with terms of the approval. I wanted to go back to the very first condition I hadn't covered yet. That approval of this conditional use permit is contingent on the passage of the companion development agreement. That's agenda item 4B on your agenda. Violation of any term of the development agreement is considered a violation of this conditional use permit. I wanted to talk just briefly. I do have a separate presentation for the development agreement. We do have experts with the city, our transportation, fire, and public works experts who I would like to speak if the board would like any comments on the conditional use permit itself. But I did just want to give a basic intro to the development agreement. These are authorized by both Florida statutes and the Land Development Code. We have a whole division that deals with development agreements. And in most cases, not always, but typically, development agreements are utilized for very large, complex, and or long-term projects that require significant investment in capital improvements, significant decisions about land planning or financing, and where long-term commitment to comprehensive planning principles can be or is desired to be maintained. Development agreements with specified exceptions to this, they will be covered in the development agreement when we get to that stage. They effectively freeze in place a lot of the standards that are in place at the time that they're approved. So despite the fact that this would be a 20-year development, or at least the applicant is seeking approval to have this available for up to 20 years, a lot of the standards, the level of service standards and other things that are crucial to evaluation for the development would be the ones that are in place under the current Land Development Code or comprehensive plan. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a bit. An example of this is that under a conditional use permit, typically construction must start and be continuously maintained within 12 months. So once it begins, within 12 months of the development order being approved, it needs to be maintained throughout the process that follows. The applicant is requesting this project's development to span up to 20 years. So obviously, if approved, it would not occur within that time frame. The conditions in the development agreement are different from the conditional use permit. There is an overlap. I did want to just give a little bit of a background on how staff split up the conditions based on which document they're in. Like the city attorney mentioned at the beginning of this hearing, they are essential to one another. There are conditions that are in the development agreement that staff finds are essential to the approval of the conditional use permit, should it be approved or should there be a recommendation for approval. Within the conditional use permit were conditions related to administrative document preparation, again talking about the covenant, any updates to the hurricane evacuation plan. Conditions like that were included in the conditional use permit resolution. Anything related to site planning, items that the applicant needs to show on the site plan, demonstration through renderings, through building plans, those were all included in the conditional use permit. Any kind of operational commitments related to going on to the quality standards, any quality standards for the development, anything for the landscaping, those were all covered through conditions in the conditional use permit. In the development agreement, there were items related to performance standards, items related to concurrency, potable water, solid waste, sewer, and so on. any kind of private improvements that were being made, specifically anything that was phased or that was required to be provided in phase 1 or an earlier phase. These are things like the dunes, anything related to the internal roadway, any kind of public improvements, walks to or along the beach, anything dealing with the sidewalk, safety improvements. Those are all contained within the development agreement. Impact fees and multimodal commitments are also included in the development agreement. Specifically for impact fees, the city only has a decade to spend impact fees. This is potentially a 20-year project if it is approved, so we would want the impact fees to be phased in by phase of the development. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And then anything dealing with marine turtle compliance for the development is also found in the development agreement. Like I mentioned before, the conditional use permit and development agreement under review are considered companion items. Approval of one was drafted by staff to be approved contingent on the approval of the other. They do need to go together. The scope of requirements covered under the development agreement should be addressed under that item 4B on your agenda. So upon successful resolution of the 3 conditional use permit criteria for which staff found partial support, staff recommends a motion to approve Resolution 2023 to the City Commission with staff conditions, contingent upon recommendation of approval for the companion development agreement. Like I mentioned, I have a separate presentation for the development agreement. We do have other staff experts present. If you have any immediate questions for me about the presentation, I'd be happy to answer them. If you'd rather hear from the other staff experts and then the applicant prior to asking questions, I'd be happy to do so. I did have a second presentation I'd like to move on to for the development agreement if there's nothing that you have specifically on what we just covered or from any of our experts.
Anyone? Okay. Proceed, please.
Okay. So moving on to the development agreement, this would be a development agreement between the city and Tradewinds SPB Developer LLC. It's an agreement to implement the development activities and associated public and private improvements contemplated in the development of conditional use permit 23033. If approved, this project is proposed to proceed across 4 distinct phases, with the increased density occurring across the first 3 phases. Each phase is expected to be developed over approximately 5 years. Due to existing conditions, some improvements and benefits will occur site-wide in the first phase, and others will be introduced by phase. Due to project complexity and time to complete, staff and the applicant have negotiated a potential development agreement for consideration. So I wanted to cover, these are different sections within the development agreement, but I wanted to partition out. This is specifically commitments from the developer. This is section 3 of the development agreement. The first item is the beach accesses. Phase 1 will introduce 2 beach access points through private property. The first will be a permanent 20-foot wide access on the southern side of the site. This abuts the C-Mart condominium. The second will be a temporary access. It's not laid out. The applicant may have more information on where they expect it to be, but this would be more toward the middle of the site. It would be temporary, but it would be provided in phase 1. In phase 3, that beach access would be made permanent. It ranges between 10 and 20 feet wide. And finally, in phase 4, the beach access on the very northern side, this is on the northern side of the Rumfish development, would be 10 feet wide. The requirement in the development agreement is that all beach accesses with easements must be provided within 30 days of certificate of occupancy for the corresponding phase. The one exception to that would be the temporary easement through the center of the site. That would be permanently recorded in phase 3. Section 3, items B through 3E, starting with the mean high water line easement. This is the landward side of the mean high water line. Anything, of course, seaward is public already. The applicant has agreed to provide a 15-foot mean high water line easement in phase 1. This would run the entire length of the development in phase 1. 3C pertains to the sidewalk. The applicant is proposing to provide a 10-foot sidewalk by phase. There are triggers in the development agreement that should the applicant, for example, complete phase 1 and choose to not move forward with later phases of the development, they would eventually need to provide the entire sidewalk, despite the fact that later phases are not complete. If they are completed within a certain time frame, it would proceed by phase. 3D would be for the beach walk. This would be provided entirely in the phase at which the city received approval to proceed on that development. They have agreed to fund the beach walk for their portion, minus any grants that the city may receive. They would be eligible for a proportion of those grants. Otherwise, it would be funded by the applicant. It would be provided entirely in the phase at which it's approved, if it is approved to move forward. And finally, the internal roadway. This is a private improvement that runs along the front of the site. It connects all of the developments within the site by phase. This would be constructed by phase as drafted. Moving on to some of the other items, stormwater improvements would be considered and installed by phase. Again, just like with the sidewalk, there are triggers that if later phases of the site do not develop, the entire site would need to be made compliant with the city's current stormwater ordinance. Related to mobility improvements, 3G, the developer will contribute $125,000 per year for 10 years, so $1.25 million over the 10-year period, above impact fees towards city mobility services or programs. The applicant is still required to provide and pay for impact fees, minus any deductions that they're eligible for under the county's code, but that $1.25 million would be separate from the impact fees, and that would be used toward mobility services or programs. The Gulf Boulevard Safety Study, the city is currently in the process of, and we actually have a meeting coming up in a week or two for the Gulf Boulevard Safety Study. Anything that's recommended in that study that's in front of the developer's applicant's frontage would need to be provided if it's a short or midterm solution. For dune restoration, it would be required behind the Breckenridge, Coral Reef, and Alden, and any other altered property, and that would be in phase 1. And marine turtle compliance, the entire property, new and existing, must be made compliant with new development standards for beachfront lighting standard by completion of phase 1. That would be the more involved standard of the city, state, and Pinellas County codes. The entire development, whether it's new or existing, would need to be made compliant. Looking at the proposed commitments by the city, this is section 4 of the development agreement. The site plan shall be submitted within 1 year of conditional use permit approval. That would be for the first phase specifically. They would need to submit that site plan. Continual construction would not be required. Again, this would be developed over a 20-year period. There would be breaks between each phase of construction, so continual construction would not apply like it would with a typical conditional use permit. The request would be to keep the conditional use permit valid for the duration of the development agreement. Phases 3 and 4 beach access are recognized as additional to the minimum requirement. This is considered one consolidated zoning lot. The development is considered one development if the covenant is approved. The applicant is just looking for recognition that the phase 3 and 4 beach access are additional to the minimum requirement. They would still be providing them. They're not asking for any kind of a waiver. It's just a recognition. The 4E relates to the text on the front of the meeting space in phase 2. If you looked at the renderings, that's the St. Pete Beach text. It is recognized based on the city's current artwork definition as artwork. The art may be changed to other artwork if approved by the city and not be considered signage. The applicant would not have the option to change that to a commercial message, but it could specifically be changed to a mural, something that is not commercial in scope. That is what that item is addressing. And finally, the city will use good faith efforts to apply for grants for the beach walk. The developer would be eligible for a proportion of those grants should we receive any grants for the entire large resort district. Addressing items related to concurrency, this is section 5. The applicant would need to obtain a certificate of concurrency for each phase. The level of service standards in the comprehensive plan will govern for the life of the project. However, individual components will be updated. That would be the traffic study and the sewer connection fees. Should upgrades be required in the first or any later phase, the developer is responsible. So looking at potable water, Pinellas County is the provider of potable water. The upgrades that are required of the developer to accommodate this development would be the developer's responsibility. Reclaimed water needs to be used for irrigation. The usage will need to be metered. Sanitary sewer upgrades, of course, that's usually the province of the city. Any kind of upgrade or relocation would be the developer's responsibility. Wastewater connection fees shall be provided by phase, subject to the adopted rates at time of the building permit issuance. Every few years, our consultant recommends updating our fees. Should it get to a later phase and the applicant apply under a heightened wastewater connection fee requirement, they would be subject to that for any later phases of the project. It would not apply retroactively. Currently, they would be responsible for what's adopted, but moving forward, later phases would need to comply with the wastewater connection fee in place. All stormwater is required to be accommodated on site. The city will provide fire and EMS. Developer will provide a proportional cost not to exceed $50,000 for emergency management level of service study. The developer is completely responsible for solid waste collection, and the city does not require that resort lodging developments be responsible for recreational level of service, but it is recognized to meet the adopted level of service under the project implementation. That's part of our evaluation and appraisal report process that came to this board a few months ago. Moving on to transportation, this item was a little bit more extensive in the development agreement. The applicant will provide a transportation study after corrections, which the study after corrections that has already been submitted is deemed sufficient to demonstrate concurrency for phase one. However, following each phase, the applicant is required to update multiple items related to the study prior to any later phase permit issuance. This includes estimated trip generation, existing volumes, background growth rate. We have committed to a minimum of 2% or the actual growth rate that's observed. Removal of completed and no longer approved projects, and the horizon date shall be the estimated completion date of the subject phase. Impact fees are due at the time of permit issuance for the corresponding phase. My initial concern, I'm going to cover it, but I have spoken with the applicant and I understand that they have a solution to this. It was related to how the development agreement handled existing volumes. Just to give some background, the traffic study updates for existing volumes in the development agreement were proposed to use the Fort Pinellas level of service report. This study is updated annually using data from the prior year. For example, we're currently under the fall 2023 study, but it uses data from 2022. The initial concern was that projects completed and now considered part of existing traffic, which would have been excluded from committed counts, completed within this range would not reflect the true traffic impact. To give an example, looking forward 5 years, the study will be updated in May 2029 if the use is approved. It would use the Fort Pinellas 2028 level of service report using data collected in 2027. That would mean that projects completed in late 2027, anytime in 2028, and early in 2029 would have been removed from the committed counts, but not truly reflected in the existing counts because the data was collected prior to those projects actually existing in the network. The applicant, again, as I mentioned, has addressed possibly collecting counts, actual ground counts per phase. That appears that it would address this concern from staff, but that was the one remaining item from the conditional use permit criteria that we moved forward to the development agreement. And it appears the applicant has a solution to that, which they can speak to in more depth. Under our land development code, there is a requirement that the next hearing of this request be announced at this hearing. I did just want to mention that the next hearing will be on April 15th at 4 p.m. That'll be in this chambers. It'll be before the City Commission. That'll be for both the development agreement and the conditional use permit, but we are required to announce the date for the development agreement specifically. So again, a recommended motion after you've contemplated would be to recommend approval of the subject development agreement to the City Commission. I know that was a lot. If you have any questions for me right now, I'd be happy to answer them. I'll be here all evening. We do have our experts, our transportation, public works, and fire experts available as well if you have questions for them. Anything at this time?
Well done, Brandon.
Okay.
Well done.
Thank you. I would like to call up our transportation expert who has reviewed both the methodology and the study.
Good evening. My name is Dave Muntean. That's Muntean. I work for HALF, HALFF, as an extension retained by the city of St. Pete Beach. Okay, so Mr. Berry pretty much covered everything, but I'm going to tell you the key points from our standpoint. He did mention the traffic study is not fully approved yet. There are a couple minor things that have to be cleared up, and the report submitted, resubmitted, and then reviewed one last time. But it does appear that things are on track to be approved with that study. I will mention that reducing the number of driveways from 10 to 4 is a really good thing in terms of pedestrian conflicts and things on the road, sidewalks. Having interconnectivity within the site is well encouraged when it comes to brand new developments of this size. For the most part, the traffic analysis was done pretty well, subject to the final approval. We've had communication back and forth with the applicant throughout the process of the methodology that was approved prior to doing the traffic impact study, and that went well as that went fine as well. Anybody have any questions? Because it's pretty simple from this standpoint.
The traffic counts were conducted in August, correct?
Let's just take a look here.
They weren't on the streets last week, right?
No, they weren't. No, typically you adjust these to an average peak season anyways. Whenever you count them, the Florida Department of Transportation has factors for each week of the year. So whatever part of the year you measure the counts, they're adjusted to average peak season anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're covered either way.
Are your comments based just off-site, not on-site?
Oh, no, we're looking at everything, the access driveways and the impacts to the surrounding roadway network. But as of right now, all of the roadway segments in the study area have enough capacity to accommodate the additional trips from this development as it stands today.
And we may get into this later, but you mentioned that the 10 cutouts are going to be cut down to 4.
Yes.
What is the time frame for that?
You'll have to ask the applicant that question.
Okay, very good.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. So who do we have next?
The board had any questions specifically pertaining to stormwater or sewer? We do have our Public Works Director present. We also have our Fire Marshal present. If you have any questions about any fire concerns, they're available.
I had a question on the applicant is pledging $50,000 maximum for police, fire, and EMS.
A study, if necessary.
Is that correct?
For a study.
I'm sorry?
For a study.
For the study. Okay. Never mind.
No, that's not specific to any kind of impact fees or other taxes. That would specifically be for the level of service study.
Good, thank you.
Brandon, is there any demographics that either the applicant or fire safety or police can give us based on the impact per hotel room? I saw the numbers in here on the traffic analysis on calls and all that stuff, but it doesn't say, I mean, an EMS vehicle could pull up in front of the hotel, but it's because somebody on the beach has a problem, not necessarily. Do we have any impact numbers based on what that does, what the hotels generate, 911 calls, that kind of thing?
The only number that we have, which we shared in the report, was I believe it was approximately 5%. Tradewinds accounts for based on our call volume in 2023. I'm getting to that. But in terms of the significance of the call volume, I provided general comments on it. There were a large number of hang up and open line comments, which are not significant response, but we don't have a number per room or anything like that as far as I'm aware. No, we did not.
But the reason why I asked that is we've had several citizens' comments that that building these hotels generates a tremendous amount of more services generated from EMS and sheriff and all that stuff, but we have nothing to document either it does or it doesn't, correct?
And we haven't predicted the number of calls that this
All right.
would produce now, so.
Very good, thank you. So at this phase, do we introduce the applicant?
This would be
If the staff is done with their presentation?
the applicant will go next.
Okay.
For the record, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller. Before we start the presentation, Mr. Chair, we have 6 experts, and what's interesting about this site is a lot of testimony about certain criteria is going to overlap with a couple of or 3 experts. So it might make sense to hold your questions until the very end, because our civil engineer might talk about access in a certain way, and then our architect is going to explain from a design perspective, you know, the same issues. And so it's obviously up to you as the chair, but we are trying to be cognizant of everybody's time this evening.
I think that's a great idea. As are we. So.
Yes, so with that, I'm actually going to introduce Joe Smith with 1754 to kick us off on behalf of the applicant.
Very good, thank you.
For the record, Joe Smith, 1754 Properties, Weston, Florida. Thank you very much, planning board members. I know this is a lot to go through, and I know it takes a lot of effort, and so I really want to thank you for the effort that you've clearly done. On behalf of 1754, on behalf of the 1,000 employees and stakeholders of the property, really appreciate it. 1754 Properties is essentially a hotel investment, ownership, development, renovation, management, asset management, lender company.
Do you need the overhead?
Overhead, please. Thank you.
I wouldn't want you to miss the pretty pictures. There you go. Actually, now that the pretty pictures are up, these are all projects that we've done. The pictures are up there to give you, convey a sense of quality. Everything we do is high quality. We really don't own or are involved with roadside motels. Really, I would say that you can tell from the pictures, everything we do is a 4-star type of asset, which is one of the requirements of the development agreement as well. 1754 is owned by Alex Gallowitz and me. You know, Alex couldn't be here tonight, but he sends his regards. You know, today I'm really to tell you a little about who we are and what we do. One of the things that came up in the questions from the city is financial capability. We're really privileged and pleased that we were able to provide supports from our auditors that we have enough cash to build the entire expansion without debt. Now, whether we do or not is really our option, but we're well capitalized. We're very blessed to have that much capital to be able to do that without any debt at all. You know, where do our financial resources come over time? We've been very fortunate to be backed by the largest financial institution of Kuwait, pension plans from Fortune 500 companies, endowments from large universities, private equity funds, some of the largest family offices in the world. So we're truly fortunate that we've been well capitalized throughout our career, and there should be no doubt about our financial capability at all. Our technical capability, beyond our own expertise developing, what we want to do with this is hire the best experts we can find and the best team we can find. Part of that includes a group like Cumming, which works for us right now. Cumming is an international global company with 2,000 employees that's done over $300 billion of project management, development, renovation, redevelopment work. They've done everything, and that may sound global. What have they done here in Florida? They've been active in Florida as well. So some things you might know, Margaritaville down at Hollywood Beach, they built. The second phase of the Four Seasons in Surfside, they built. They've also built things much bigger. They built the Steinway Tower in Manhattan, which is the largest residential tower in Manhattan at 1,600 feet tall. So very, very qualified group. Really important to us. I know Brandon wanted to make sure we commented on their involvement. They're already involved. They're actually working on requests for proposals from architects, engineers, and everything. So they actually have already started to prepare so that if we're approved, we can move forward. They'll be involved all the way through the process, and that will include construction oversight and management, selection of trades, even all the way down to what we call punch out, which is you missed painting that corner right there. So really involved all the way through. So we're really fortunate to have them, or again, we'll do a process where it'll be either a similar group or them. Who are we really? We're Tradewinds. I think everyone knows Tradewinds, but who is Tradewinds? What do we do? We're over 1,000 employees, some of which are here tonight. We, we're the same folks that actually live in this community. Some of these employees, people don't realize, live right down the block, across the street. We're the same folks that when there's a pandemic, we started a line out on Gulf Boulevard to give away free groceries to the entire community, anyone who wanted to come. I don't know if you realize that, but we teamed up with Feeding Tampa Bay to actually feed people during the pandemic when they lost their job. So we're very proud to have been involved with things like that. We have beach cleanups for the same folks that you've probably read about recently that partnered with Sea Turtle Trackers to make sure that we're going way beyond just doing things like making sure it's a friendly environment, but we're educating our customers, and we'll get into that later. We really, we've always been a partner of the city. Whenever there's a hurricane, it's us who's coming with our equipment and lending it out. So we're just really happy to be here. Thank you very much for your time. I won't keep more because we have a lot to talk about, but just really appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you again, Elise Batzel, for the record. Joe Smith and his partners have made my job really easy on this particular application. It's not always that way. But we have been working with them for over a year. I was actually brought in the middle of the project and surprised to see how open they were in accommodating staff, accommodating community requests, and incorporating those things into their site and into their design. I have seen them go above and beyond, not only to provide significant community benefits, but specifically to address community and neighbor concerns, and so we'll be talking about all of those in detail. So as you listen to our development team provide expert testimony tonight, I want you to pay particular attention to something that we don't usually focus on, but it's really important for this particular application, and that is how this project exceeds your code requirements, goes beyond what the code would require or the CUP criteria, and adds those additional not just benefits to the area, but to the entire community. You have a packed house tonight, and unlike some of the prior applications, you're going to see a lot of people in support of this application, as well as potentially folks in opposition. So I'll move on to the project. I'm going to do it again. I always go too quickly. You know where this project is located, but I think the size and the scope is important because this is the largest project, the largest development in the large resort district. It is 25.26 acres, landward of the coastal construction control line. So it falls within 3 important districts within your comprehensive plan. If you look at the area outlined in blue, the solid blue line, it's within the Community Redevelopment District. Further within the Community Redevelopment District is the Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment District, and that's the area that you see the blue and yellow dotted line, little smaller subset of the Community Redevelopment District. And within that Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment District is the large resort character district, and that's the area that you see shaded in green. And of course, right in the middle is the Tradewinds property hatched in red. So before we go into project details too much, I want to read you one quote from the introduction of the Community Redevelopment District. Actually, Ken Metcalf, who's our planning expert, read it out, and I said, wow, that's pretty impactful, and I'd like, if you don't mind, to steal that from you and start our project off. In most revitalization efforts, one or more catalytic projects must be pioneers in the market to lead the way to overall reinvestment in a community that raises the standard of quality for the entire community. And we do believe that what Tradewinds is putting before you tonight is that catalytic project. So it's part of the large resort district. We all know a lot about the large resort district at this point, but the purpose of the large resort district, the character district, is to provide an economically feasible choice to pursue resort reinvestment and redevelopment as an alternative to high-rise development. I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again to you tonight. when developers come into a community to invest and reinvest in a community, to buy new property or develop property, they look at the comprehensive plan and they say, where is it that the city wants to see this reinvestment? Where does the city want us to develop? Where do they want us to invest in their community? Your comprehensive plan says this is exactly the area where these larger scale developments should occur. So the request tonight is threefold. Brandon went over them, so I'll go over them quickly. But our request is to develop at 63.18 transient lodging units per acre across the site, to build to 116 feet in height for the 3 guest towers that we're proposing, and to include 2 rooftop amenities. That's the entire scope of the conditional use permit. The net increase of new units is 629 units. And if you think about that, that's over 4 phases of development over 20 years. So what we're putting into the system at any particular time, any particular phase, is far less than that 629 units. The total FAR of the site, so FAR is floor area ratio. It's how much square footage you permit versus how much we're proposing. The FAR maximum under the comp plan and the code is 2.6. We are only asking for 1.47. That's 56.5% of what the maximums are that could be requested. So I really liked this rendering because you think of trade winds and you think, oh my gosh, it goes on for a couple of blocks, right? It's really massive. And it's really hard to picture how this new development is going to nestle into the existing development. But I think that this is a very great rendering by our architects to show exactly where those new buildings are going to be located amongst the existing buildings. So as we mentioned, this will be a phased development. Phase 1, as you can see, is 154 new temporary lodging units. It actually, if you look at the southwest corner of the development, you'll see that there is a 5,946 square foot beachfront restaurant that's proposed, as well as a new pool amenity and the 6-story parking garage. I'm going to address your question, Mr. Chair, on the curb cuts as I go along.
Okay.
Phase 2 includes 261 new transient lodging units. That's actually only 240 net. We haven't focused on that a lot, but we are taking down some units and replacing those with new units. So that it's really only 240 net new units in Phase 2. There is 14,300 square feet of new meeting space. Again, there's a total of 25,000 square feet, but we're taking some down and replacing it with new. There's a 27,220-foot retail and restaurant areas within Phase 2 and over 9,000 square feet of office. We'll also be building that first portion of the second parking garage. There'll be new loading areas. There'll be a really nice new entry and lobby. You're going to see some great renderings of this, but really centralizing sort of the comings and goings of the site. This is the first time that we'll close the 2 driveways. So during Phase 2, 2 of the 10 curb cuts will be eliminated completely, and we'll be limiting a 3rd driveway. Phase 3 will have 235 new temporary lodging units, 8,158 square feet of retail and restaurant. The second parking garage will be completed. It's going to be complete during Phase 2, but then there's going to be an add-on to make that garage bigger during Phase 3. This is where we will also have the Phase 3 new beach access. And I just want to stop for a moment because one of the things that we heard from the community is how important public beach access is. So we're building Phase 1 beach access immediately during Phase 1. We will go ahead during Phase 1 and have a temporary beach access in this general location. But obviously it can't be permanent because we're going to go and do construction during Phase 3. So once Phase 3 is all the way developed, that will be then converted into a permanent beach access at that point. And at this point in time, we will eliminate one of the other curb cuts as well. Phase 4 is not as much construction. There will be a new lobby and an office. We will be able to complete the entire frontage road with the last phase. That will be being built all the way along. And again, this is when we'll have this third public beach access will be built. And 3 of the driveways that currently exist will be eliminated in that final phase. One thing that has come up over and over, and we wanted to be sure that we addressed, was the integration of the site. I mean, today, Tradewinds is a large development. You go in and you book together, and we will continue to be integrated. And let me just go over the ways. The site is integrated by one management team for the entire resort. There is a single administration for the entire resort. You go through central booking when you want to stay at the resort, regardless of which building you're in. Functionally, there's a lot of site integration. There's a complete shared back of house. There will be pedestrian connectivity through the entire site. We're going to talk a lot more about that. And all of these amenities for the entire resort are shared among anyone staying at any of the different buildings. And finally, there's a number of developmental site integration, which is really, I think, going to provide a lot of community benefit. So there's going to be a comprehensive stormwater redevelopment on the site, regardless of whether the phases go forward. And let me explain that a little bit. Our engineer will talk about the technical aspects, but during phase 1, we will do phase 1 stormwater. But if more than a certain number of years, I think it's 6 years, go by, and phase 2 is not already in construction and being completed, we have to bring stormwater across the entire site up to code, whether we build those other phases or not. That's a real community benefit, because even if something happens in the market, those later phases don't get developed, you get your stormwater improvements. The frontage road, providing vehicular connectivity all the way through the site. That's going to take a lot of that traffic off of Gulf Boulevard. Anybody that's coming out now going from the Rumfish over to Island Grand or vice versa, all of those trips are eliminated because you have your own internal circulation road. The landscaping is unified. David Perry is going to talk to you. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. The entire site will be re-landscaped, and it will have a unified feel from an aesthetic and a landscaping perspective. And finally, the branding and the theme. You've already seen perhaps how the Alden and the Rumfish used to look like completely separate resorts, and now if you look at the buildings, you can't tell which is which. The idea is that the entire site will be integrated from a branding and a theme perspective. And most importantly, I think from staff's perspective and from a legal perspective, is this is going to be one zoning lot for development purposes in perpetuity. It will be recorded in the public records, and it will be one zoning lot.
Can I ask you a question before you move on?
Sure.
I'm not in hospitality. Can you just go through what back of house is? Is that housekeeping, restaurants?
Housekeeping, restaurants, deliveries, administration, all the stuff you don't see. And I don't want to steal the architect's thunder, but it's all going to be kind of hidden underground like Disney, so you can't see it from above. So more to come on that, but yes, that's back of house. I know there's going to be a lot of questions on when this is happening, so I just want to spend a couple of minutes talking about the timeline, and let me explain what you're looking at. So each phase is 3 little green bubbles above the line. That's sort of, we figure 1 year for engineering, development, and permitting, 2 years for construction, and then 3 years to actually allow all of those units to absorb into the market. And then the next phase starts. So that's sort of the cycle that we contemplate. Obviously, this is conceptual in nature, but that's generally how it's going to go. I do want to point out, if you look at the blue underneath, those are all of the community benefits. And I want to note that in phase 1, you have significant community benefits coming right away during phase 1. All of those public beach accesses, the temporary beach access, the full dune restoration, all along the back. We'll talk more about that and you'll see pictures, but the entire back portion of the 1,700 square feet or more will be fully restored. The customary use easement, that's the mean high water line easement that you're used to hearing about along the water. And all marine turtle compliance. That all comes in the initial phase. So just something to point out. Now that I've sort of painted a little bit of the picture of what's to come, I want to introduce Steve Henry, who's our transportation engineer with Links and Associates.
Thank you.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. I am a professional engineer registered in the state of Florida with about 40 years of experience in doing traffic studies. This is kind of unique in that, from this standpoint, really I know this site fairly well. In fact, I've owned a unit at Tradewinds for over 20 years. I don't currently own it, but did own it, so very familiar with the area and with the Tradewinds itself. One of the things that could come up, we were talking about the comments, and in fact, we have updated the analysis based on those, and we will be submitting that to the city and to their consultant addressing those, but they were relatively minor comments, and we will go ahead and address those. To go through, as indicated, the first step we had in this process was a methodology. So we met with both the city and their consultant to devise up what the methodology is for the analysis. And in this case, we used the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation rates for both the existing and proposed units that are there to come up with what the net increase in traffic would be for the project. In addition to that, we added in both the Serrata, Corey Landing, and Miramar into the analysis as background traffic. We also, what we did is used we used a 2% growth rate. And we used, on this particular study, we used a combination of both existing counts and the Pinellas County counts that were done for that. But in the future, as indicated, we have agreed that the updated analysis that we will do in the future will be counts, and we'll do those throughout the study network for the project. One of the other things that we did with this study that was unique in that, as indicated, this is a phased project, 4 phases. What we did as a worst case analysis is we actually looked at full build out of the project. So we looked at all 629 rooms as opposed to looking at just the 154 in phase 1, although this is only for phase 1, but we wanted to do a worst case analysis. So we looked at the full build out traffic as far as that analysis. And this graphic is from the report, and what this shows, and what I've highlighted in green, this is the link analysis. So these are all the roadway segments within the analysis that we had to look at, and all of those operate at an acceptable level of service, actually below a 0.9 VC ratio, which is the volume to capacity ratio for that network. And in addition to that, we looked at a number of intersections within the project. One of the 2 access points that currently serve the project that are signalized, and those operate at a level of service B with full build out. And then we also looked at the unsignalized intersections, and those all operate at acceptable level of service. Then this is a graphic that kind of gives you an idea of the volumes. So what this shows is each of the roadway segments. And then what we've done is in blue, that shows the 2029 background traffic, which includes existing traffic, the growth rate, and the other projects on top of that. That's the blue line. The red line represents the additional traffic that we will be adding. Again, that is a worst case because that's full build out of the project, although we're only asking for phase 1 at this point in time. And then the green illustrates the existing capacity that is still left after we build the project. So you can see on every roadway segment there is available capacity for additional projects as they come in. And again, as we indicated, we will be updating the analysis every time another phase comes in. We'll do new counts and update the analysis. So from that standpoint, as indicated, the roadway network will operate acceptable level of service, and then it is our opinion that the project does comply with the land development codes of the project. Unless you've got any questions for me.
I have one. Is there a standard that you use for development, and I've asked this question before, is obviously every one of those rooms don't have a car associated with it. And at any one time, the owners would I guess, their analysis would say the hotel normally operates at at a 80% or 85 or whatever their capacity is. So when you talk about your road capacity, is that assuming every room has a car and all those cars are on the road at one particular moment in time? Or does it factor in those things of mass transportation, the shuttle service, and obviously everybody's not on the road at the exact same moment at the exact same time?
So what we use is indicated as the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. And that is actually now it's 4 volumes of data. And what they've done is they've gone out and counted various land uses. In this case, a resort hotel. And so what they do is they actually, other consultants and provide information to ITE, but they put hoses across the driveways of resort hotels, and you have to be classified as a resort hotel. And then they take all that data and compile it. And so what we end up with using is the trip rates that were developed specifically for resort hotels, and that's based on the trips per room. So they'll take actual counts, and this may be 20, 30, 40, 100 different studies that are done throughout the country, and then use that data to come up with what the average trip rate is per room for a resort hotel.
Good. So I think that helps a lot of our citizens understand that we're not, like in your first phase, you said it was
154 rooms.
154 rooms. There's not 154 cars that are dumping on the street at any one moment in time.
Correct. Correct.
So it's a factored thing. It's not our traffic congestion. It's not at 2 o'clock on spring break Tuesday, 152 more cars pull out of the driveway. That doesn't.
No, and a resort hotel is much different than a standard hotel, where business people are coming in the morning. Sure. or leaving in the morning to go to jobs or whatever, and then coming back in the afternoon. This is a resort hotel, and I can tell you I've been there 20 years, and so from that standpoint, many times we'd park and not get in the car again until we left. Exactly. 3, 4, 5 a week later. So it is a much different type of use than a typical hotel would be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
So from what I read, we're using the land use 330 resort hotel designation from the IT manual?
Correct, yes.
So that page suggests the data was collected in the 80s and 90s, and that was the last time it was updated. And it was also specific to weekdays, and it also mentions the sites in question do not have convention facilities. So I don't understand how that data is very accurate, given this was before Uber even existed. So, at that point in time, taxis were suppressed by medallion and licensing, so people might be more inclined to walk to leave a resort, but now they have the option to ride share. So I'm just trying to figure out how these numbers from IT are applied.
Well, and this wouldn't necessarily be a convention hotel. So this would be a resort hotel. And in fact, when you look at the volumes that are out there, and we did counts at the driveways today, and they actually are lower than what you would have estimated using the rates in ITE. So the reality is what's in here is probably somewhat of an overestimation of what we would project to actually be on the road based on the numbers that we're seeing from the actual use itself versus ITE. So yes, and the reality is transportation's continually changing, and IT tries to keep up. In fact, they just came out with 11th edition last year, and they'll be new in 12th edition, doing more studies and getting more data. But it's the best data that we've got, the most comprehensive data that we've got. But from this standpoint, looking at it, what we would expect the traffic to be is probably at or less than what ITE is showing based on the data that we're seeing from the existing hotel itself.
Okay.
That answer your question, David?
It answers it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Steve, before you go, could you clarify for the record that under the approved methodology, you used the more conservative measure of the trip generation as opposed to the actual counts that we took? So we took our own counts. Can you explain that?
Well, we added the traffic that we added to the road was based on the ITE rates, not on the actual rates that we counted. So the additional traffic for those 629 rooms are based on the ITE rates, not on the trip rate of the counts that we did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next.
Can we put the overhead up, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Nunzio DeSantis. I'm here representing our architectural firm, Nunzio Mark DeSantis Architects out of Dallas, Texas. Also for the record, I'm a registered licensed architect in 12 states, including Florida, and have done quite a bit of work here. So it's a very exciting project. I wanted to just give you a brief understanding of maybe why we're here, why we were selected. Our firm is a firm that specializes and focuses in one building type. We don't do hospitals or office buildings or sports or schools. We do leisure hospitality. That means that we focus on hotels and resorts. We do entertainment hotels, family-based hotels, businessman hotels, convention center hotels, gaming hotels, and a lot of renovation of repurposing projects that have been hotels or are projects that are second use type projects turning into hotels. So we live in the world that we're talking about today. And it is a different world from architecture that these other building types to really understand that particular use. I wanted to give you a little background on us, on our firm, because I think it's maybe why we're here and why Joe called us was 1754, said you're our team. If you think of the building types that we have done in the hospitality, we've done the very smallest high luxury projects all the way to the massive projects. Small luxury such as Las Ventanas in Cabo or One and Only's, 15 Four Seasons, 5 Ritz-Carltons, just a plethora of high luxury from the small side, super high touch, to the extraordinary big projects. The MGM Aria in Las Vegas, 4,000 rooms. That project's 13 million square feet. To the Palazzo, 3,200 rooms. MGM Mohegan Sun up in Connecticut, to Atlantis in the Bahamas. They're different, but they have, you really have to understand how these projects work. The part that David had mentioned, what is back of house? How it's threaded together so that multiple structures work efficiently, smart, brilliantly, out of sight, less conflict, more cohesive, integrated. That's not by accident. It's well thought, well planned, and organized. Our projects in Florida, Florida's just been an amazing state for us. Of course, you know, there's just such incredible waterfront possibilities. In our work for years and years, I've been doing this for 41 years, and when I think of starting up in northern Florida from the Omni, Amelia Island, working our way down, Central Florida's been incredible. 15 projects for Disney, Universal Studio, the Grand Cypress, the Hilton Convention Center. In Tampa, numerous hotels. Worked on the great old dam, Vinoy, on the renovation of that project. Doing a new little project in St. Petersburg. Fantastic projects out on the Keys. Ecological, understanding the storm aspects of this state are quintessential to understand how they operate. The water flood, the surge. And then, of course, you know, we get calls and we do projects for Broward County. They're doing a 800-room, 1.3 million square foot convention center hotel there. So our firm, and it's under construction, it's an extraordinary project. We have the opportunity to work on many projects, and we choose to select those that are game changers for community, that have a chance to do something that creates unbelievable destinations, extraordinary experiences for the guest, helps the community, and does things that betters everything for all. So we're really happy to be here, and I thank Joe for giving us a call. This is a complex project. It's not one to lose sight of that. And today I want to hand it over to my partner. Incredible young man. He's been working on this project for 3 years. I can't take the credit, and he's going to get up and tell you all about it. And thank you for your time. And this young man's name is Scott Eisenhart. He's also a licensed architect. Scott, why don't you come up here?
Thank you, Mr. DeSantis.
Hello. For the record, my name is Scott Eisenhart. I am a partner with Nunzio Mark DeSantis Architects. I've been with them for about 6 years, but I've been practicing architecture for about 20. I've been, as Nunzio said, on this project for going on 3 years now. So I know I can speak for myself and the design team that we're super excited to be here today to finally be in front of you guys. You've seen a lot of upfront information and programming already provided to you by Elise in the front of this document. What we're going to do here is kind of concentrate on comments and concerns that we've heard from staff and from the community, and how we are going to be addressing those in the CUP architecturally. The first diagram you have here is the beach access diagram. You've seen a picture of this already in the presentation, but you can start on the left side. That is the Phase 1 beach access that would be provided during Phase 1. One thing to note is there's also an existing bus stop. There's a tiny 3 in the bottom corner of the picture. If you squint, you can see it, but it's important to have that connection to give people the opportunity to access that beach access from that municipal stop. The second beach access point is in the middle of the project. This is another one that we've located. There's an existing crosswalk in this location near where that arrow is, and we felt it was important to kind of maintain that connection as well. So while we were providing this internal beach access pathway, we wanted to connect to that existing crosswalk to make access more easier for the community. And then on the far right side of the page is the third beach access that would be provided during Phase 4 that runs along the Rumfish building. All of these beach accesses will get the public through the property and out to the mean high water line, which is the top red line that you see on this diagram. And then the last line is the orange arrow, which shows you the north-south connection of the proposed beach walk area. That's kind of a main thoroughfare connecting the properties on the beach side of the development. The next diagram is a circulation diagram for vehicular access. We felt it was important to kind of show how vehicles are going to be accessing this property. As Elise has already pointed out, one of the big features and selling items that we like about this development is creating this frontage road, this internal road that really gets circulation off of Gulf Boulevard and into the property. That is the long green arrow lying along the bottom of the screen. You can see that starts at one signalized intersection on the north side at Gulf Winds Drive and goes all the way down to the 55th Street intersection, both signalized stops.
Mr. Eisenhart, question on that one, the access road, is that all the way to Phase 4? So we're not going to see that for 20 years? Or when do you expect to have that access road completed?
Yeah, the phasing of the access road, as Brandon kind of alluded to, is done in phases. So you would see pieces of it come along as the project develops. Again, though, as Brandon also alluded to in the development agreement, the Golf Boulevard frontage development as well would all be phased, but if for some reason it stops, ownership would be continuing that prior to the, obviously, not doing the phase 4.
So we don't have a timeline on that frontage road, or do we?
It would be all the way, yeah, to full completion would be in phase 4. So that would be, with the timeline that Elise showed you earlier, that's probably 15 years or so.
Can I ask a question here?
Yeah, sure.
Is it appropriate time for us to question, or would you rather wait till you get to the end of your presentation? Or
Well,
I have a question on that particular item.
I say we can keep going. I know we're trying to hold to the end, but
The question is, right now, the backup on Gulf Boulevard is generated off of that, the southern access into the property. And if we add, in addition to the Jacaranda building and these other ones, and we don't have another flow through, and we have more rooms coming in, what's that going to do to the Gulf Boulevard? Are you contemplating that?
Our civil's going to testify all about queuing on site, and we've got queuing numbers for you, and so.
Okay, all right, fine. Thank you.
No problem.
Good.
no, thanks, Elise. Just continuing down to the diagram, on the left side, you have the arrows showing the ingress and egress into the phase 1 parking garage. Moving towards the right, in the middle, you have the main new arrival entry. So that is the main drop-off and queuing area for the property once the phases are all completed. To the right of that, you will have an ingress there for accessing the parking garages for phase 2 and phase 3. And then next to that is the in and out for the coral reef, which we was important to maintain, obviously, for coral reef residents. And then next to that is the existing Alden entry that would remain as it is today. And then next to that is the new proposed entry for the new lobby that would be for the Rumfish Alden property in phase 4. And then the last line is for the existing circulation to get to the Rumfish as it exists today.
Okay.
The next diagram here shows loading. So this is how trucks and service would be brought into the site, to the property. You'd see it's similar to the vehicular diagram, where we're bringing everything in mainly off of the intersection, the signalized intersection accesses. The key thing to note is in the middle of the diagram is where the main central loading would be. Directly, this is a superimposed image where we took the first level and put it on top of kind of the overall site plan. But what you don't see in that diagram is directly behind what is shown as the truck loading bays would be that back of house area that was asked about earlier. That it would all be consolidated in that general area and then received, broken down, distributed, categorized, and distributed out to the different properties as needed from a central hub. The far left shows a secondary new loading access area that would be in the phase 1 garage. That one would be more for like smaller trucks, vans, 12, 16 feet, nothing too big. But we felt it was necessary to get something on that side of the site as well to kind of help distribute loading as needed. And then the one on the right side of the main loading dock is the existing coral reef area. So again, maintaining that connection to coral reef. And then the existing loading area at Rumfish is being maintained as well. This next diagram it's pretty busy, but bear with me. I'll walk you through this. This is the pedestrian circulation. So if we start on the bottom of the page, that is the new Gulf Boulevard pedestrian experience. As you've heard about earlier from Elise, we're proposing to develop a new interior frontage road that will be buffered between the Gulf Boulevard with a new 10-foot sidewalk and 10-foot landscape buffer. So this will be a new kind of experience with amenities along the sidewalk, such as you're going to have benches, trash cans, new street lighting. So this will all be a brand new experience that kind of, what we think will help kind of set the standard for the Gulf Boulevard pedestrian experience. From Gulf Boulevard, from the sidewalk along Gulf Boulevard, you'll see there's a series of small kind of two-directional arrows with the number 1 on them. Those are crosswalks that would be provided that get you from the Gulf Boulevard sidewalk onto the property across the frontage. Each one of these locations would be an elevated sidewalk that would have different material change and be signalized so that it's alerting people that there is a crosswalk there, because again, that is a frontage road that is intended to be a main circulator within the site. Bless you. Yes.
Particularly on the beach access too, and I know that's only temporary, but you have a garage there. It's garage 3, and on some of the conceptual map, also the one that you had shown up earlier, it doesn't appear that if I'm a pedestrian and I'm walking along Gulf Boulevard, I see that I can walk over the, the access in order for me to get into the Tradewinds property, and I don't understand how they're going to get through garage 3 and how that's that pedestrian walkway, because it shows garage, and yet somehow a pedestrian's going to get through there to catch up on the pathway to get to that beach access, and specifically beach access 2, because beach access 1 is going to be very easy, because right now there's that's pretty well, it's going to be a straight shot on the south side.
Correct.
But that second beach access, you've got to get off Gulf Boulevard, and the circulation plan shows there's an entrance there for a driveway, but I don't see where the pedestrian entrance is onto the actual property for beach access 2.
Yeah, so beach access 2 is a little circuitous, but it is being provided along, unfortunately I don't have a zoomed in slide of this, but you would traverse up alongside the residential. Along the side there's a sidewalk that continues, and then again there is demarcated striping where it's paved to get you across over, and then underneath Tower 3 there is an opening in the building. So you can walk directly through that into a more decorative path that gets you along the coral reef property and up to the...
So it's going to be marked for public beach access, so that because you've got to get somebody, a resident may learn, but if a tourist is just walking along and wants to go into the property, they need to be able to safely navigate from the Gulf Boulevard 10-foot sidewalk into the property and then through the property to get for beach access 2.
Sure.
Signage perspective. So one of the things that we talked a lot with staff about and talked with some commissioners about was very significant wayfinding signs, because obviously anywhere on the property that isn't a straight path, you're going to have a lot of wayfinding. And so Scott used various techniques, but we'll also add a lot of signage that says public beach access, and it directs you so that you're following a path and that it's very clearly marked throughout the property.
And they can safely get from the 10-foot sidewalk across the interior roadway to the beach access.
And Scott specifically placed it where he did because it would line up with the crosswalk. That was really important for pedestrian safety, but yes, ma'am. Very clearly marked.
Is it in roughly the same place that the fire access is? Because I noticed that passes through about the same.
Yeah, so the fire access pathway uses several pedestrian access ways. They're kind of dual nature, especially the beach access on the phase 1. That is going to be a 30-foot wide landscape buffer with a 20-foot wide fire truck accessible means to get through. So that is a dual purpose, and this one would also be no different.
Okay.
All right.
I'll hold my other questions.
Going back to the diagram, once we cross over the frontage road, you can see there's another kind of small blue dash line around the perimeter. That's mainly at the main arrival area, so you're able to walk across and up to the main arrival area if you want, or you can come around and continue across the front of the retail for phase 2 and phase 3, and that would connect you all the way over to Runfish as well. Once you get to the main arrival building, there is kind of a strong red line. That's just to emphasize this arrival is elevated, so that when you get to the arrival and you walk in the lobby, you can see all the way through to the ocean. That is kind of an important design aspect of the design, but that also allows you to clearly see out into the amenity spaces and to the other connecting elements. You'll see off of that kind of central, where the main lobby would be, there are some green arrows. That is a pathway that is completely internal to the property. So if you were in phase 1, you could get all the way over to the main lobby, to the specialty restaurant. You could traverse over to Breckenridge, all internally. And then lastly, you have the orange dash lines that show the circulation through the amenity areas themselves. So again, you can get from the far south all the way up to the Coral Reef property, and then you have to jump onto the beach walk access, and then you can get back into a pathway that gets you over to Rumfish. And then lastly is the beach walkway and the beach access. The beach walk, the proposed beach walk would be that central north-south connector for all properties. There was some comments about how people from the phase 1 tower would get to the frontage road, and what we are showing or suggesting is that they would exit the building onto the beach access. There would be keyed access at that location. You can get in and out. They could take the beach access safely to the frontage road and then go wherever they want in the community, or they could traverse through the Island Grand Colonnade meeting space and come down and cross over the sidewalk that is there, provided there, to get to the frontage road. This next slide just shows general building heights. We've talked about it and at least alluded to it as well, but this just illustrates the height of the towers. We are going to the max 116 feet for both Tower 1, Tower 2. Tower 3 is slightly smaller, but right at that. And then the garages range from 46 feet to 65 feet in height, depending on where they're located. This diagram also helps illustrate what we'll talk about later in compatibility, but you can see on the south side of the site, which is the far right side of the page, that our Tower 1 building is comparable and to our neighbor to the south, but it's actually less volume than their building. So even though it may be one level higher, it's not as much volume as their existing building. So the next slide talks about kind of building compatibility. The existing building and parking lot lighting have already been converted to turtle-friendly lighting, and all future lighting would be equivalent lighting to be conscious of the turtle migration. Garages are designed to provide solid walls or screening at height necessary to block vehicle headlights shining out onto neighboring properties. As you can see on the diagram to the right, the Phase 1 garage is actually situated east of the C-Mart building to the south, so to really limit any kind of concerns of car lights really shining onto their building, in addition to the facade screening elements that I mentioned there. The third bullet point here, the proposal is comparable in height to the adjacent 11-story C-Mart condo building, which I talked about in the previous slide. There was concerns raised from the community, from the neighbors, in regards to this beachfront restaurant, and we just want to show that we are addressing those. There was concerns about smells coming from the restaurant. We just wanted to assure them that there will be a PCU, or pollution control unit, commonly called a scrubber, installed in the kitchen to mitigate any kind of exhaust fumes coming from the kitchen area. The other issue they brought up was noise, which is a concern from the upper level roof deck. So we are proposing to install a tall glass provided on the second level. You can see by the arrow there, that would help screen noise coming in and off of the upper roof terrace. And then the last one there is for the amenity deck on the top of Tower 2. We also have some high parapet walls that would also screen noise off of that elevated rooftop terrace.
On that last slide, is what we're seeing as what looked like ceiling, is that glass? So not where the arrow's pointed, but to the left of it.
Yeah, so in this diagram, it's not shown as a hard glass ceiling, but we have actually addressed that and talked internally, and we do have slides later that we could show where we are considering doing more of a hard lid kind of staggered ceiling system to help concerns of noise flowing vertically as well as horizontally out of that space.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Noise going outbound to this C mark.
Yeah.
Is that glass?
Yeah.
Some solid surface.
Okay.
Possibly not glass, but.
We have the overhead, please. Thank you.
So here is a conceptual design to directly to what you're talking about. So you can see that this would be a series of overlapping planes that help trap any kind of sound in. The idea was that it would still kind of be open because we like the idea of airflow throwing here, but it could have also some kind of retractable element to allow it to close down in case of evening or loud noises and something like that.
Okay.
So. Thanks, Kevin. Oh, can I go back to the presentation, please? Thank you. Fire and security. All existing buildings on the trade winds are equipped with sprinkler systems. Any new proposed buildings would also be equipped with sprinkler systems throughout the building. For facility security, parking garages are intended to have parking access control gate system. Reception desks are located near the main entry so they can monitor incoming and outcoming. The new hotel buildings will have key card access from the garages so that there's security in place, accessing if you're parking in the garages and going to a tower. And then the all pool areas will have code required fencing and key guard access as well. The next slide talks about view corridors and separation. I'll actually start on the right side of the page, as the only development is really the two-story lobby for the Alden and Rumfish in Phase 4. There's no real concerns of impeding any kind of views in that area from neighboring communities because the Rumfish is an existing building and the Hilton Garden already has that condition in place. On the south side of the property, you can see that the shape of the buildings in purple are new buildings and the buildings in red are existing buildings. The new Phase 1 tower is specifically positioned to allow CMARC owners to maintain their view corridor and vistas out across the property. So the building is purposely shaped like that so that it does not impede their views out to the beach and to the ocean beyond. The other item of concern was about balconies on the tower, Phase 1 tower. The actual balconies are positioned along the arc so that they do not have any direct sight line into any of the CMARC condo buildings. So that building has been specifically designed with the CMARC condo residences in mind. The item in the middle is a proposed rooftop terrace that would be on the top of the Phase 2 tower. This would provide amazing panoramic views, and we have additional information that Joe will talk about regarding this later in the presentation. Here's a shadow study. We did a shadow study. We're showing a slide here, and you can see that because, again, on the north side of the property, we have no real new buildings that would impact any other adjacent properties. And on the south, the CMARC is to the south of us, so naturally its shadows will impact our Phase 1 development, but our Phase 1 development will not impact them at any time of the year. The next slide involves the garage facades. There were some concerns about the amount of openings or screenings. We have updated the elevations. The idea behind the garage is that we're using similar frames and planes, horizontals, that we're using actually on the other side of the guest room towers as well, just at a smaller scale. So we're using same elements on the garage that we are using on the front side of the Gulf side of the buildings. The intention here is to use kind of precast elements that can be fabricated off-site, brought to the site, and installed quickly to help alleviate construction waste and debris on site and make it installation quicker. Also, you'll see the use of greenery. It's important for us to kind of green up these facades since they will be Gulf Boulevard facing. And then you'll see also a layer of synthetic wood screening that we also intend to use. All of the elements, whether it's the horizontal planning or the precast panels, have been elevated at an elevation of about 48 inches to block any kind of car headlights in the garage. On the next slide is an enlarged view of one of the renderings that you've probably already seen, but this shows the items that we just talked about in the last slide. You have the vertical green, the horizontal green, the wood slats, and then the concrete panels as well. And then this next slide is just to show kind of an illustrative reference images of what we're thinking about. The one on the right is actually a parking garage at Disney World, and that is actually artificial greenery. It's not real. We intend to use the same strategy here so that we're also being conscious of water conservation to reduce that as well, since these are parking garages. The middle slide is an idea of what the wood slats would look like to help screen elements behind. And then, of course, on the left is that horizontal nature. And this just kind of give a reference images of what we envision this facade to kind of look like. There was a comment about energy saving techniques. So while we have not gotten to that extreme level of design yet, we have committed to LEED Silver. And as an inherent nature of LEED Silver, there's going to be a variable amount of things that we're going to consider for the building that will be energy efficient, both in lighting, HVAC, just in waste materials themselves. But we highlighted a few things that we thought were important that we'll be targeting as we pursue that LEED Silver. The first one is cooling tower water use monitoring. Just helps to monitor the cycles that the cooling tower is going to use, whether or not you can factor in any kind of non-potable water into the use of your cooling tower. So that's one of the key factors we like. That's really kind of HVAC driven and really helps with the energy production for the building systems as a whole. The next is advanced energy metering. These are really just meters for the entire energy system of the building that are relaying information constantly so that you can see where maybe something's not working as well as it should be, and it can be assessed quickly. And this is something that has to be monitored to a central base that's also shared with the kind of the LEED program so that there's a constant data source streaming. Negative pressure HVAC, that's just a way to do the mechanical system in a way that keeps air from being pushed out of the building and tries to keep the building kind of contained in itself. So that's another item we'll be targeting. Energy efficient windows, I think we're all fairly familiar with insulated windows, making sure they got to be blast rated, so we're naturally going to have some efficiency there in the project. Thermostat comfort. That's really just providing things which can also be paired with the next one of occupant sensors, but you're really monitoring different spaces, so it's not just a universal set temperature for the whole place. Your pre-function space in your meeting is going to require different loading than your public space or your restaurant space. So it's just making sure that all these different elements are isolated on a thermostatic level so that they can be monitored and adjusted as needed. And then the last one is cool roofs. This was also something that Brandon mentioned as an idea. We really like this idea, using highly reflective materials on the roofs and additional kind of insulation value, so that you're reflecting the majority of sun, not absorbing it, which is where a lot of load for the building comes into play. So that is one thing that we also will be pursuing for this project. In conclusion, as a professional and expert opinion, as conditioned, the CUP is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. I believe the CUP is compatible with the surrounding area, and I believe the proposal satisfies these sections mentioned in the previous slides. Sure. So what we're now going to be showing you is in response to some comments that staff had.
Do you want me to go to the slideshow, Kevin? Yes, he does. Hold on, we're going to go through the slideshow.
We've updated the renderings to reflect some comments that staff has already had.
Don't look. Sorry, they're all the way at the end because we just got them. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Here, updated rendering. This shows the rooftop terrace that, again, Joe Smith will be speaking on a little later. It also shows the kind of lookout component. I know it's hard to see on the screen, but if you're able to zoom in, you can see it. And then on the right, we've updated the landscape along the beach access to be more representational of what the landscape will be, using Florida-friendly vegetation. And again, Perry Becker will speak about that here in a second. Here is an updated view looking down Gulf Boulevard side. You can see that the garages, we've added elements to the garages to help screen them additionally from what we initially submitted. You also see that the landscape as well was updated to represent more accurately what the landscape plans have on them. And then you can also notice that if you look at the building with the St. Pete Beach, there was concerns about the three-dimensional concrete relief panels that we were proposing. In discussions with staff, we have inserted and added this kind of synthetic wood element to break up that facade. Even though we really like the idea of this three-dimensional panel, we understand there's concerns about the uniformity of it, and we think this was a nice add to the project. And then, of course, the garage on the far left also has the updated elements added.
Could you go back to that slide, please? I don't see the third beach access, the north beach access on that slide. I don't see it drawn. I see the hedge of trees, and then I see what, the neighboring hotel, but not the Hilton. That would be the Hilton Garden Inn, but I don't see that beach access there. And the reason that I ask that is because when I was been out there specifically this morning, and that's a very narrow corridor now, particularly when you get back to the end where the Rumfish Hotel is. You have a 3-foot sidewalk along the Rumfish Hotel, and it's very narrow, and then you've got your line of hedges, and then of course there's 35 parking spaces, from the street down to the Rumfish Hotel. So I'm just questioning, how is there going to be a 10-foot beach access there? And I'll leave that up to the experts.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. To answer your first question, you're right. It absolutely is not on this rendering. That is a miss by our side. To answer the second part of that question, ownership right now, it's parallel or 90-degree parking. or angled parking. But they intend to redo that and just do parallel parking to get the 10-foot sidewalk needed. So it does reduce their parking count slightly, but it will allow us to achieve the 10-foot wide sidewalk that you're...
For the beach access.
Yeah, for the beach access. Correct. Yes. This is the Phase 2 amenity area, again updated purely to show the kind of the roof terrace and the little lookout with the glass floor that Joe will talk about here in a second. And then the updated main entry arrival view that the main idea here is that we updated for the Florida friendly vegetation to more accurately depict what's in the landscape plans. Also, you'll see the wood paneling on this rendering as well. And then here the final updated render, which shows the first beach access, the vegetative updates, as well as the glass wall and the glass ceiling. And then we've already talked about the concept that we have to help mitigate the ceiling issue. All right. For that, I'll turn it over to David Perry with Perry Becker.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak in front of you today. My name is David Perry, and I'm a managing principal with Perry Becker Design. Our firm specializes in hospitality and resort design, as well as themed entertainment design. We have accomplished projects all over the United States, internationally, and with a large amount of our work also being in the Caribbean. We've worked on everything from 5-star resorts to boutique hotels. We just recently completed a sizable project in Charlotte County called Sunseeker Resort, which just opened in December. I want to go over a little bit of what the requirements are for the landscaping on the project. We obviously are, as we enter into the design process of the project, we will be complying with all of the required landscape design vegetation percentages as required by the city. We will comply with or exceed 50% native vegetation and drought-tolerant materials throughout the site. And with the balance of meeting the minimum 50% Florida-friendly vegetation throughout the property as well. Irrigation, obviously, we'll be using reclaimed water throughout the entire site. And with all irrigation systems that we design today, we use smart controllers and sensors on all of our irrigation systems. I want to go a little bit about Gulf Boulevard buffer. As we have stated, we will be providing a 10-foot pedestrian walkway along the entire promenade, along the entire frontage of Gulf Boulevard. And with the balance of the buffer, we will actually be installing a series of palms and canopy trees to actually create shade along the Gulf Boulevard frontage to make it more comfortable for pedestrians to be able to walk along that frontage. Obviously, what you're seeing is also the internal drive that then is separated from the frontage buffer, and then on the back side of that driveway, there will also be landscape vegetation and buffers up against the facades of the buildings themselves. As you've seen in numerous slides, we will be providing a 30-foot wide beach access easement on the southern side. 20 feet of that will actually be accommodating fire access along that length. We will be providing a sidewalk stabilized with a compacted shell sub-base material throughout the entire length of the walk. Along the walkway, we will be installing palms and canopy trees to actually provide shade along that walkway. One thing that we've done intentionally is we've broken the stands of trees up to create visibility and visibility quarters from the adjacent residences back to the beach side. We're selecting plant materials that have open canopies to them with respect to the palm trees and trees, canopy trees of the lake. But we're also selecting trees that are going to be smaller in stature so that they will not be blocking the height of height of the residence's view to the ocean. One really incredible thing that's we're doing as part of the project is obviously we've got 54,000 square feet of existing dune that's out there today, but as part of this project, we'll actually be installing and implementing 42,000 square feet of additional dune material. So we'll actually be improving and increasing the native vegetation on the dune along the entire length of the project. We've currently just finished a dune restoration project on the backside of the hotel project. It's a small section that's out immediately behind the Blue Green Resort portion. That's been planted out. We will continue to use fully native beachside native dune vegetation on the entire length of the project, very similar to what we've already installed and has already been permitted as part of this project. In my professional expert opinion, the landscaping as we go forward into the design will meet and exceed all design requirements for the project. We're very excited to be able to work on the project and for what the beauty that we'll be able to actually bring to St. Pete Beach. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Perry. I'll tell you what, we're about 2 hours and 50 or 2 hours and some odd into it. May I suggest a quick 10-minute break with everybody's time in mind? Let's get back here in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. planning agency. And we're going to let the applicant continue their presentation. So welcome back, everybody.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Abdul Al-Qadri. I'm president of Harris Civil Engineers. We are the civil engineer on the project. I am a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida and several other states. I've been in Florida for 17 years with the same company. Our company specializes in resort theme entertainment. You've heard this from other consultants. We have been privileged to work on large-size resorts like this one in the state of Florida, other states in the country, and all around the world. I have with me today Mike Kaminska. He's one of our project managers working on this project as well, and he's a registered professional engineer. I am here to talk to you today about site utilities, site stormwater, and some other site items. So I'm just going to dive right in.
Okay.
So here's a section of the site that shows how the site currently drains. These basins are labeled, and it's the blue one, for instance, drains to the on-site lagoon. The yellow one drains to the beach, and the green one drains to Gulf Boulevard. Our intention here is, of course, to improve the situation and consolidate this drainage into the on-site system, and not only improve the pattern of drainage, but also improve attenuation and treatment as well. Attenuation and treatment. Thank you. These are some pictures of the existing on-site collection. There's some pipes and flumes, and there's the picture of the lagoon. And on the next slide here, you'll see there's some examples of the on-site inlets, smaller, older, so again, the intention is to improve the situation all through the different phases of the project. For the stormwater design, we will comply with all local, that's city, district, Southwest Florida Management District, state and federal regulations when it comes to stormwater attenuation and treatment. We are going to improve the collection system. We are going to improve the treatment system for the site. And our ultimate design will include erosion control for both construction phases and post-construction, basically reducing the erosion post-construction as well. And that's by using best management practices as set forth by the state. So our stormwater design this is like an innovative type of design. We are using a two-step system. The first system is a pre-treatment system using a device like the one shown on the screen here. This is called the upflow filter. What this does is the water goes in the bottom of the filter, goes through a screen, quarter-inch screen, holds all the debris below the filter in the bottom of the tank. Water will flow through the media, and the clean water will come out to the center and out the outlet pipe. From this stage, the water will deposit into a exfiltration system, and I will show you. There's an exhibit here on the right side. You can see like an example of that exfiltration system. It's a large system. The clean water from the step one will go into this system, where the water will be encouraged to infiltrate into the ground. The next slide here shows the different phases. Again, like Elise said, each phase will stand on its own. We will have a pre-treatment and post-treatment and exfiltration for each phase. So each phase will stand on its own. If the project goes beyond, then the whole system would be constructed. This is a section of the exfiltration system, just showing. This is very prelim, so the depth of the exfiltration system has not been determined yet. But this is just to give you an idea of what this looks like under the surface. So these are large chambers with open bottom. Moving on to utilities, this shows the layout for the sanitary system and water collection. We have shared our information with the city staff. And in your report, you'll see that they've analyzed the data that we've given them, and they've generated reports that show that the capacity is there. Each phase will stand on its own. This is designed to, to be completed in phases. Phase 1 will have its complete system, 2 and 3 and 4. Sorry, let me back up a little bit. I don't want to miss anything here. Yes, and we will have all will serve letters from all utilities. This is not just water and sewer. We have will serve letters from, you should have that in your packet. Site design and layout. The added frontage road and loading spaces will take cars and deliveries off of Gulf Boulevard. Proposed parking and loading spaces will meet or exceed the minimum requirements, and the site will meet the open space requirement and will be below the allowable 85% impervious surface. I believe we're about 80% now, so we're 5% lower. The exhibit that we show here shows, going back to the question that was asked earlier, shows one of the queuing into arrivals, and this green line that you see here will allow, the green line will allow for about 40 cars to 45 cars of queuing before the cars get to Gulf Boulevard. And around that drop-off area at the arrival, it's a double lane, so cars can park around that, allowing for maybe up to 65 cars, which is amazing for a site like this. I don't think they'll ever need 65 car queuing, but we're just to show you an example of the thought that was put into the site development. So the circulation, this is the fire truck does go over the crosswalks. They're elevated crosswalks, which was, I think it was mentioned earlier, but all the crosswalks from Gulf Boulevard will be elevated crosswalks for pedestrian safety, just to address your concerns. But this is just an example showing you how the fire truck, in your information, you'll find the full site fire access plan. We've done also the delivery truck access routes. That's also in your information. So I mean, we've all talked about this. This is a great deal. We are reducing the number of access points in phases, obviously, from 10 down to 4. This is a great safety improvement for both pedestrians and vehicle access for both Gulf Boulevard and our visitors. So, I mean, we can elaborate on this later if you guys have any questions, but this is definitely a great improvement for the site. It is, as conditioned, the CUP is consistent with the applicable provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. CUP is compatible with surrounding area, and the proposal satisfies all these sections indicated here.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul.
Good afternoon, everyone. And for the record, I'm Greg Pepitone. I'm an associate director at Tourism Economics. And Tourism Economics is a subsidiary of Oxford Economics, which is a global economic consultancy firm. Just to provide a brief background on Tourism Economics, we really focus on the intersection of tourism and the economy. And so each year we work with over 300 destinations and their affiliates worldwide to assess impacts related to the visitation and the visitor economy. Locally, we work with Visit St. Pete Clearwater. We also work with Visit Tampa Bay. I'm specifically part of our economic development team within Tourism Economics, and so I focus on impact studies for various developments that are tourism related. This includes hotels and resort developments. It also includes cultural institutions like museums, zoos, aquariums, as well as event space for conventions, entertainment, sports facilities as well. Locally, I've helped the Moffitt Cancer Center as they did a market analysis and impact study for a proposed hotel in their mixed-use development, as well as a little further south, Terra Nova is developing an estate and equestrian center down in Manatee County. Some other projects outside of Florida that I've worked on, well, within Florida as well, is an impact study for Disney World, as well as related to the Tennessee Titans and their new stadium development, and another NFL club with their substantial renovation to their development and their mixed-use surrounding development. Today, I'm here to talk to you about an impact study that we conducted for the expansion of the trade winds. And so this focuses strictly on the expansion portion of the resort. And we looked over a 20-year period. So this was 2027 through 2046. And over that 20-year period, we expect that there'll be $3.5 billion in total business sales that will be generated for local businesses. And this spending is expected to support an annual average of 508 jobs each year across that 20-year period. It's also expected to generate $409 million in state and local taxes. So how did we get to these figures? And so we start our economic impact analyses with what's called calculating the direct spending. And so this direct spending is generated in two different ways. The first way are those visitors that are coming to St. Pete Beach and staying at the expansion or the proposed expansion at Tradewinds are going to be spending money on site. And we anticipate that these visitors will spend $1.8 billion across those 20 years on site. In addition to this on-site spending, they're also going to be spending off-site in the local community. And we anticipate that those visitors will be spending approximately a little bit less than $400 million, again, over that 20-year period. So in aggregate, in total, we anticipate there will be $2.2 billion in direct business sales. And so where is that money being spent in the local community? And so as I mentioned before, $1.8 billion of that will be spent on site. And so that includes lodging, that includes restaurants, as well as meeting-related expenditure. In addition to that, when we do tourism studies for destinations, we look at lodging, which will be taking place at the expansion, but we also look at 4 other tourism-related entities. So we look at F&B, retail, recreation and entertainment, as well as local transportation. And so here you could see how that nearly $400 million in off-site spending is spent throughout the economy. Once we have this direct spending, we then create what's called an input-output model. And this helps us to determine what the total economic impact is, or those total business sales. This includes that $2.2 billion in direct spending that we just talked about, but it also includes the indirect and induced impacts. So indirect impacts are supply chain impacts, and then the induced impacts are employment-related impacts. So when you include the direct, the indirect, and the induced impacts, it is, we calculated that the total business sales over the 20-year period is expected to amount to that $3.5 billion. And again, this is expected to support an average of 508 jobs each year. And these don't just include the jobs on site at the expansion. That's a component of it, but it also includes jobs in the local community that are tourism related. So people working at restaurants or retail establishments, but it also includes other jobs that support those industries. So this could be fire, police, education, medical, people working in education or the finance industry. So it's a whole economy that are supporting these other related businesses. In addition to that, as I referenced earlier, we expect there to be nearly just over $409 million in state and local taxes. If we wanted to zoom in and look more specifically at the city of St. Pete Beach, we expect there to be $15.9 million in ad valorem taxes that are generated specifically from this expansion that would go into the city's coffers. In addition to that, there's $3.9 million in impact fees that are related to the construction and the development of the property. So that's nearly $20 million in fiscal impacts, right? Tax implications that will go directly to the city of St. Pete Beach. In addition to this nearly $20 million, the city of St. Pete Beach will also receive other support. So for example, there's a lodging tax that's going to be assessed for the visitors that are staying at the Tradewinds Island Resort. Although the lodging tax is collected by the county, a portion of that is specifically allocated towards beach improvements and nourishment. And so we anticipate there will be in excess of $7 million that would go towards beach renourishment over that 20-year period. In addition to focusing on the economic impact, we also worked with a local real estate consultant to assess how the ad valorem of the property taxes would shift from the residential base to the commercial base. And so as part of this analysis, we started with data that was provided to us for 2007. And so at that time, approximately 12% of the property taxes collected were generated by commercial entities. Today, that is closer to 20%. If we assumed that the residential and the commercial both grew at the same rate through the end of this analysis in 2046, and that $15.9 million in property tax from the Tradewinds expansion was added to it. So really the only thing changing is this expansion. Then the property tax would shift from 20% paid by commercial entities up to 26% contributed by these commercial entities just from the expansion. And so this would bring you within the range of that long-term comprehensive plan. And so I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ken Metcalf. I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services with Stearns Weaver Miller. Glad to be here today. Just a little bit about background on my professional experience. I've worked as a planner in Florida for 38 years. About half of that experience is in the public sector. Previously worked for the city of Ocala. Also worked for 16 years as the regional administrator for the Department of Community Affairs. That agency, as you may know, is also known as the State Land Planning Agency. It's kind of evolved over time to Department of Economic Opportunity and now the Florida Commerce Department. In my role at DCA, I was a regional administrator for Southeast Florida, from Indian River to the Keys. Did a lot of work on tourism kind of projects, as you might expect down in that region. I also, in my private sector experience, have worked on a number of different tourist projects and hotel developments, resort projects around the state. Sandestin, as you may know, up in the Panhandle, Seascape Resort in the Panhandle, Emerald Bay, many projects in the Florida Keys, a couple of projects on Longboat Key, the Reunion DRI. So I've worked on a lot of different hotel projects, like all of our team members. In my role with DCA, one of the areas that I implemented was the what's known as the area of critical state concern. I mention that just because that program was focused on, as you may know, down in the Keys, it's quite environmentally sensitive, and there's a lot of growth pressure, so they're trying to balance those issues. So we would review development orders, and my main task, I implemented the whole program, but my focus was very much on, after working on rulemaking that modified the comprehensive plans and the regulations to comply with statutes, we would also then take enforcement action to make sure
that the local governments were actually following the comprehensive plan and code. And so I've had a lot of cases that went to court on development order compliance where we looked at the issue of consistency with the comprehensive plan and the code. So just what I'm going to cover this afternoon is, first we'll go just briefly recap the consumptive use, or excuse me, the conditional use permit. I also want to cover statutory consistency, how the statute reads in terms of development order requirements. Also consistency with the St. Beach Comprehensive Plan, including your compatibility requirements, and then consistency with the code. One thing I'll mention in that regard is now I've looked at a lot of comprehensive plans in my role with the department in the past and in my private sector practice, probably 200, 250 comprehensive plans around the state. I will say that the city has probably one of the more clearly stated vision statements and direction of any comprehensive plan I've seen. I mean, your comprehensive plan sets out the expectations and the way that the city wants to evolve to be able to do large-scale resort development and to be able to grow your tax base, take the pressure off of the residences in terms of the tax base, to avoid having high-rise residential development take over the beach side. So I've been very impressed by the vision. But a lot of plans will set out visions where they fall short sometimes is following through on the standards. And you've done a great job in really essentially matching the development standards that you approved in your plan and your code to that vision, so that a catalytic project like this can come along and develop based on those standards and achieve the outcome that the city has been looking for. And that's, the city is commended for doing that, because a lot of local governments sort of fail to bridge the gap between their vision and what the numbers actually say in the comprehensive plan and code. You guys did a great job on that. Just to recap the CUP, 629 new units, 3 towers, that's where the units are located, 170,000 square feet of accessory uses. That includes the restaurant, the beachside restaurant, office space, conference meeting type space, as well as retail uses. All of the measurements that are required by your comprehensive plan for density, floor area ratio, impervious surface, that's all based on the area of the project or the area of the property that's landward of the coastal construction control line. So that's the 25 acres, and that's the calculation that's used. The statute, section 163.3194, parentheses 3A, requires that a development order must be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it further states that it will be consistent if the land uses, densities, or intensities and other aspects of development permitted by the development order are compatible with and further the objectives of the plan, the land uses, the densities and intensities, and other criteria. In looking at your comprehensive plan, I went through and carefully identified objectives and policies that are mandatory and those that are what we would call non-mandatory. Obviously, the mandatory are the shalls, when policies say you shall, the developer shall do this, or the property owner must do this. Those are mandatory. Non-mandatory are your shoulds, policies that say that the city is encouraging a certain activity or promoting a certain activity. What's great, I think, about this project is it really has implemented as both the mandatory and non-mandatory provisions of your plan. For the purpose of consistency, I'll focus on the mandatory provisions and in the interest of time. Also, I should mention that paragraph 3B, this is 3A, but paragraph 3B also adds capacity and timing, and what that gets into is simply looking at when infrastructure will come online and that there's enough capacity. You've heard from all of our different
experts on the timing provisions. As you've already heard, and I'll just skip through this quickly, the project's located within the Community Redevelopment District that's implemented by the Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment Subdistrict. That sub-district is also implemented by 11 character districts, including the large resort character district where the project's located. The activity center district is across the street, across Gulf Boulevard. Here are some of the numerical thresholds. These are obviously the most important in one sense that they don't require interpretation generally. You have numeric standards. So for projects building on over 3 acres, your code refers to that. I think it's actually in your comprehensive plan as well. That's your scenario B development, where a resort, a large-scale resort, can go above 30 units per acre up to 75 units per acre. We're proposing 63 units per acre. That's 16% below the maximum. As you've heard, 80% impervious surface ratio, 17% green space, 1.47 floor area ratio compared to 2.6. That's a difference, that calculates out to a difference of 1.2 million square feet. So in other words, we could have built potentially 1.2 million square feet of additional resort development. And I want to talk about in a moment about why that hasn't occurred and sort of the sweet spot this development has tried to achieve in balancing different issues. Just to put it in perspective, 1.2 million square feet is roughly equivalent to a couple of average-sized malls or a very large mall. Parking, we're in compliance, and as well unloading. This just gives you a summary of the setbacks. I'd just call your attention to those that where it's on the middle column shows 25 feet. So that's all of those that show 25 feet apply to buildings that are less than 50 feet, or actually 50 feet or less in height. In all cases, we're more than doubling those setbacks. For buildings that are greater than 50 feet in height, the setback has to be equivalent, at least at a minimum equivalent to the height of the building. So the minimum requirement, for example, for phase one, the phase 1 tower at 116 feet is 116-foot front yard setback. We're more than doubling that at 245 feet. All of the towers are substantially set back. So to go back to the earlier comment I made, one of the, I thought, very nice sort of design approaches, planning approaches that this multidisciplinary team has taken is to set back the development, especially those lower story buildings, to set those back to keep a very open feel, right, along Gulf Boulevard. To not, as the towers are important too. So we're avoiding that canyon sort of feel that you get when you drive down some of the more urban areas of the state's coastline. This is very different because the team has really strived to maintain that open feel, and that also really helps to achieve compatibility with the activity center across the street. Your comprehensive plan has been designed to encourage the very development we're doing here, but at the same time, your comprehensive plan and your code requires compatibility, and that's achieved by maintaining that lower story frontage and the beautiful, the pedestrian walkway and the way that the landscaping interacts with those elements of the project. So they did a really nice job that way, and at the same time, they've been very sensitive, I think, to the CMARC's project. You heard from our architect that went through those design strategies. There's no blocking of the views with the Tower 1. It's been oriented and set back so that Tower 1 doesn't block the CMARC at all. Doesn't block any views. The restaurant, keep in mind, if If the restaurant were enclosed under your code, it could be built to 50 feet. So this sort of open air type restaurant is about half that height. So they've kept it down low. At the same time, you know, tourists come to Florida and come from other parts of Florida to enjoy the beach, and these beach side restaurants are a really important part of a resort. So our team did a great job on that. These are those mandatory objectives and policies that I alluded to earlier. I'm not going to go through all those in detail. I've analyzed each one, compared it to the plans, carefully analyzed the plans. You've heard from each of our disciplines on our team. We're consistent with all of the Gulf Boulevard Redevelopment District policies and the objectives. And the same for the large resort district policies. These touch on all the issues you've already heard about, so I'm not going to bore you by going back through those. I think you understand the points that were made from our team on those. Same with the future land use policies. These are focused on stormwater and protection of natural resources. You've heard about the beach restoration, the dune restoration work. Compatibility is an important consideration. I already touched on it. This project is compatible. It's important to understand that compatibility doesn't mean it has to be exactly the same size, and it's really relative to the distance between uses and how much of a difference there is between uses. Obviously, development in the large resort is allowed to be over twice the size of what's in the activity center. That's why it was important that they set those back so far like they've done. That helps to enhance that compatibility. Same for the C-Mark situation. I mean, it's roughly the same size buildings, 12 stories versus 11 stories. That kind of difference doesn't create an incompatibility, especially when you design it the way they have and really try to orient the building in such a way that the views are not obstructed and that our building's not looking down into their building. It was really well done, in my opinion. There are no nuisance impacts. The noise issues that were discussed and the glass wall to deflect any noise is consistent with the intent of compatibility. The scrubbers, I mean, all of those sort of design treatments and the way it's being permitted, the way it will eventually be permitted, ensure compatibility. Now, your comprehensive plan and your code don't include a definition of compatibility. The state's definition and the statute basically just says two uses that are in relative proximity to one another should be able to exist in a stable manner over time. That's about how it reads. And I don't think there's any question that will be accomplished here. So I'm not concerned at all from a compatibility perspective. And by the way, I should have mentioned that we're working through section 4.4 parent A. These are considerations that ultimately the City Council will look at as well. You've heard from our experts on each of these items. The final section is 4.12A. The standard for review there is that the project wouldn't unreasonably or disproportionately negatively impact the neighbors and adjacent uses. For all the reasons I've said, I'm comfortable that we're consistent with all of these requirements. You see some of the operational requirements. Those are important as well. That's specifically mentioned in your comprehensive plan and your code. We also have, as your planner mentioned earlier, some 40+ different conditions. All of those designed to ensure compatibility and ensure compliance with your code requirements. 30-foot setback to the C-Mark. That's also where the 30-foot buffer is placed. So to conclude, in my professional opinion, the CUP, as it's been conditioned, is consistent with your code and your comprehensive plan. It's compatible with surrounding uses, and it satisfies the code sections that are there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Smith, 1754 Properties, again, for the record. So we've just talked a lot about how our plan and our expansion plan comply with the land development code and the comprehensive plan to a T, without any shortcomings, without any need for any variances. But I'd like to talk to you about something a little bit different now. I'd like to talk to you about the benefits for the community. And while we can all talk about the comprehensive plan and how we just fit perfectly, but we have a lot of benefits. And those benefits are really something that we worked really hard on. In fact, actually, if you add up all these benefits for the community and the city, it's well over $20 million. That's really important to note, because that's a big benefit that I think goes beyond land development code, beyond comprehensive plan. And we're really excited to present that today. We know that everything that would be approved has to be a win-win, right? So we're here to deliver that win-win for the community, for the city, for our employees, and for us. Some of those community benefits include the beach. You've heard a lot about this, so I'll go through quickly, and there's some new things here as well. Note that on the beach access, on phase 1, we have a 30-foot wide. We've talked about that a lot. The other 2 were in response to comments from the community. They're not required by code. So what's really interesting is that what we're doing here is building this beautiful access point, but we're actually adding 2 more just because we heard the community. And what you're going to hear time and time from me again is we listen. We solicited input from the community over dozens of meetings, and we really have focused on delivering what the community has asked to the extent as possible. We talked about the temporary beach access is going to be there. We have a customer use easement. That's a 15-wide strip. That's actually about 25,000 square feet on the beach that's open to the public. It's an easement. It gets put in place. That's where you can go and lay down. You can walk across it, and it's all for the public. This is a big step in the right direction for something that is for the community that has not historically been part of St. Pete Beach. We're paying for the beach walk. That's going to be expensive. That's probably millions of dollars to build that beach walk up and down our 1,700 linear feet. That's something for everyone to enjoy. Rollerblade on, bring your dog, walk. You know, this is something for everyone. The full dune restoration is going to make our community a great place, and that's really something that is required by the development agreement, and we're happy to do it. That's something that's really great, but that's several $100,000s as well. Turtle protection, maybe some of you have seen in recent press, but we actually have created educational displays in 2 places across the property, but the displays are only the tip of the iceberg, right? We're doing what I call turtle tint on the windows, which is the tint on the windows to reduce glare so that sea turtles migrating won't get lost. That's a multi-million-dollar investment across our existing property, not to even mention the new units. We are lighting compliant right now. We always have been. This is really nothing new for us. We've worked with sea turtle trackers for years and years, and we're always meeting with them, as we should be, as well as the city, to figure out where we're not compliant, what we have to adjust. It's just part of an ongoing process for us. So this is really nothing new. We're happy to do this. All these things you can see we do. I won't spend too much time on this.
Can I ask you a question about that,
Sure.
last slide?
Absolutely.
So are you saying that the beach-facing windows of the existing buildings will be tinted? Okay.
Yes, and that includes all of the windows. So, I mean, as you're aware, the CUP is actually a submission from us and other groups. We have condo unit owners there, and it'll all be done.
Okay.
The environmental benefits, you heard about how we're going to clean the storm water so you don't have any un-environmentally treated storm water distributed. That won't happen with us. It's all environmentally treated. LEED Silver certification right there is probably $20 to $25 million above the required environmental standards that we would have to adhere to. So we are going way above and beyond of what's required. The 50% Florida native vegetation is something that's important to the commission, and I imagine important to you as well, that we're glad to do. The 35% water use reduction, as Brandon mentioned in his intro, reclaimed water for irrigation, as he mentioned. We're really proud of the fact that we received the environmentally friendly business of the year award. This is something that we always work on. Again, it's nothing new. We're constantly cleaning beaches, we're constantly doing things, and we're really happy that we're recognized to do that. Transportation was something we spent a lot of time on. the internal frontage road. The whole location of the lobby was intentionally chosen at the middle of the property so that it would give ample queuing room. We're getting rid of that guard shack so that no one gets caught getting into the property and backs up in Gulf Boulevard so people can pull in. The 60% reduction curb cut we've already talked about. We're spending $1,250,000 over 10 years for mobile services, including freebie. A lot of people think that actually this is a city concession. That's something they asked. It's actually something we volunteered at a different dollar amount, and city manager Wayne Sanders did a great job at getting us up about fivefold. But you know, this is actually a concept that actually we introduced, and we said, look, again, I want the community to win when we win. I don't want this to be a hollow victory where it's just good for us. I want something that's actually really going to help people. Traffic is something that was brought up time and time again, and we said, how do we do that? Let's make sure all the traffic is on our internal ring road. Let's make sure that we promote not only our guests, but the local residents using the freebie shuttle so that they're not taking their own cars. Let's make sure we have walkable sidewalks. Let's make sure we have the boardwalk that people can walk. Let's make sure we have extended carts on our property so we can move people around internally in our property instead of them getting in a car. We've really thought hard about the traffic, and we've spent a lot of money towards this. There's also the Gulf Boulevard safety study that will be done by FDOT, and that will be mandated, and we'll fund that and fund whatever safety improvements they have along Gulf Boulevard that are required of us. This I get really excited about, so you have to calm me down. But this is something I believe has not been done outside of San Francisco, New York City, or Chicago. Really excited that we can deliver this. So before I get there, we sat down with Brandon and City Manager Sanders. We went through the view corridors, and I think Brandon correctly identified in the beginning of this where those existing view corridors are. What we discussed with him is, hey, look, we're preserving those corridors, right? The 30-foot wide southern beach access preserves that view corridor at the southern side of the property. The middle beach access that goes right through our garage out is unimpeded all the way out to the beach. That actually preserves that view corridor. But we saw the city hesitating a little bit. We said, you know what? We're going to make this super easy. We're going to do something that's not done before in the state of Florida, to our knowledge. We're going to create a public access view terrace on the 12th story above our building. This is going to, as you can see from that view, that's an actual drone shot where we flew it and the actual position that this roof deck would be. And that's literally what the public's going to see when they stand up there. So you want to come up for the sunset and watch the sunset? Fantastic. You want to bring a bottle of water and your sandwich? Fantastic. You don't have to buy things from us. You don't have to pay. You don't have to show an ID. There's no inhibit whatsoever. In fact, we're building an elevator that's one stop directly to the roof. So you go right to the elevator. You don't have to stop at guest floors. You don't have to get mixed up with any of the hotel traffic. You just go right up, unimpeded. And what's really fantastic about this is you have ample seating space all the way around with this elevated curb, which basically serves as seating space. And what's really cool on that lower photo, if you see towards the left and there's like a little bump out, and you won't find me on it, but maybe someone else is brave enough, that's glass floor. So you'll walk over it and you'll feel like you're floating right over. And you can take your Instagram shots, you can bring the grandkids and dare them to go on it or whatever you want to do. But I think that is really something that I don't know that exists anywhere close to here. I think this whole amenity is something that really we're super proud of because I really think it's going to receive national recognition. I really do. This is just a much more boring vertical view, but it does show the number 9 where that little bump out is, where it's glass, and it'll go down below, and then you'll see it'll be nicely landscaped by Perry Becker, and they'll do a great job with that. And that's just more. Oh, okay. I'd love to show you a video because I get really excited about it. So this is the view that you'll see. The drone, again, was given coordinates. It's an exact position of what it's going to look like from that view deck. And so you can imagine the sunset. You can imagine the scene where you can see all the way down to the Don Cesar. You can see all the way up and down the beach. And again, this is available to everyone. You don't need to show ID. You don't need to show anything. You just go up, and it's, you have normal rules and regulations around it to make sure it's safe. but beyond that, it's free to use. So with that, I believe I will turn it back over to Elise, and she will wrap this up.
I don't need to go back over the standards. We've talked about those enough. We just want to point out that we believe that we have met all of the criteria in the CUP. I know we're going to have a very short presentation from Brandon on the development agreement. Anything more, Brandon, or you're done? You know, the development agreement, just very quickly to touch on that for 2 minutes. Sure. When we go in for something like a development agreement and we ask the city for something beyond what's typical in your code, a lot of times we want to enter into that development agreement for the assurance that we can build over that period of time. And so what that does is it's basically just a contract between the city and the developer that says, here's what we promise to do in return for you allowing us to take pauses between the phases for time for those units to absorb into the market. And then that's really the entire point of the development agreement as far as we're concerned, is not having that CUP expire, but knowing that we have 20 years to appropriately allow construction and then absorption, construction and then absorption. I know at one point in time, we were talking with the city manager and there was a big concern about, oh my gosh, you're gonna build all of these units all at once. And that isn't gonna happen. You've already heard what a development agreement is. I don't think I need to go through that. But really it addresses our longer term and performance-based commitments. What do we have to do and when do we have to do it? In addition to the things that are typically in the CUP. So it gives you that assurance. Again, Brandon covered all of these developers agreements and also the city's agreements. I'm not gonna go over them again. We're gonna stop presenting because we know you have probably lots of questions even though you asked some. Allow you time, and then we know there's a lot of people here that want to speak, and we would ask for just a short time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody have any specific questions for the applicant at this point?
Yeah. Go ahead, you start.
No, you start off while you.
All right. Yeah, I've got a few.
Who do I need to get up here with me?
The rooftop amenity.
Joe? And I might be able to answer your questions.
And maybe it's the architect and him, I don't know. In looking at the site plan and the drawings, and if you can bring back up the picture of the rooftop.
This one?
Yeah, that's good enough. And you're drawing A2.21 that shows that on the it shows the terrace and the bump out and all that. But it also shows in that same location where you just have this lattice work, it shows a restaurant. Unless I'm reading this incorrectly. There's a teen club, a restaurant, and then the lobby. Am I reading?
That's like the first floor, or first main floor of the hotel. That's what you're looking at?
I'm sorry?
You're looking at the first floor of the hotel?
I came away with the same question because there was, at one point there was a description of a private space, but when not in use for a private event, it would be open to the public. But now I've also heard there's a restaurant up there, so I'm...
It's different.
Sorry.
Would you like to take this for a reference so you can see what I'm talking about? Or
I'll answer the private versus public space question. So if you look on this graphic and you look at the legend on the side, over 4,800 square feet here is public space. And what we described in our narrative is number 5 is a little covered area that can be rented out. And while that's not part of that 4,800 square feet, If it's not in use for a private event, it's open to the public. So we didn't designate it as a public space. It's not counted in our calculation, but it's going to be bonus space if there's not some private event in that area.
Okay. And so the same thing goes for your number 2 that talks about event lawns?
No, that is all open public space. The only area that is designated for private is number 5. Everything else here, that lawn, the number 1 viewing terrace, everything else here, other than like the elevator, obviously, that's just showing where those things are. That's all open to the public.
So that event lawn wouldn't be used for such things as weddings and that kind of stuff?
No, the only private space is number 5 here.
But on this drawing, it calls for a restaurant there.
If you're
Unless
you're
I'm
looking
reading
at
it correctly,
A2.21.
A2.21?
Yeah, so that is level 2 of the tower, so that is 10 stories below where this rooftop would be. It's in the that's the same leg as this, but it's below. It's
okay. So just the portion that shows the terrace and down and all the way through where it shows the terrace is. Yeah. This is not the rooftop?
oh, sorry. No, that's that's an outdoor terrace on level 2.
If you look at the description right here, and that's what he's trying to say, is it's tower 2, but level 2.
Okay.
So that's where, I think that's where the confusion is coming from.
Look on the very.
Yeah, I saw that on the front. Okay. All right. So then I'm reading it incorrectly. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
So are there no other rooftop amenities on Tower 2? Just this?
Scott?
No, and there is the lounge space that's also in the corner of this floor plate. So
extreme right?
Yeah, extreme right, yes.
Okay. So will our citizens be able to park and come up to this, or will there be parking that they can access this with, or do they access it by walking off of Gulf Boulevard?
There are both options. There's a way to get to the express elevator from the parking garage or from one of the sidewalks that come up to the main arrival and around the side of the building. You can also access this if you happen to go to one of the restaurants, you had a reservation, and you want to go up to the rooftop deck. There, you can access it from the specialty restaurant as well.
How do they access the parking?
There is a connection that is directly north of the elevator that links right into a parking garage.
So there'll be paid parking for non-hotel residents? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
For a second. Joe Smith again. So actually the intent of this is for residents. It's for locals. So we're donating $1,250,000 to the freebie so that people come in the freebie. What we've heard loud and clear from local residents is please don't build excessive parking. Please don't advertise and bring in beach parking or people even to this amenity. So we're not really pushing the parking as something that goes with the terrace deck based upon the feedback from the public.
And I appreciate that. I was questioning the access to it, and you've answered that. I had not looked. I had forgot about the freebie and their ability. So the freebie will be able to access your site, because I know some sites, they don't allow it to access. So it can access your site.
Freebie can access your site, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
There's a requirement, evidently.
Okay. The other, one of my bigger questions was during the development of this and access in the queuing lanes, until such time, well, first off, during phase 1, how far down will access come for people to queue to get, because there'll still be access, and I'm going to ask a question. They're going to be accessing the hotel initially during phase 1 at the same location they do it right now, and that's the portico at the Jacaranda. Is that correct?
Correct. And the only difference is we're removing the guard shack, and that allows, we did a quick calculation, about 35 cars, right? 30? 545. Yeah. So we have about 30 to 35 cars of stacking, which is Joe will tell you that's way more than they need.
That's during phase one.
Correct. During
Right,
phase one.
then it must go, does your, if you've got a drawing, maybe you can show us how far down, because I know you can currently you can put about 5 cars between the road and the guard shack, and then you can put about another 5 cars down between there and where they turn to go back underneath the portico.
As you turn on the portico shade, you can actually park there as well, so that we're counting those cars as part of it, because you can park cars there as well. Because the portico shade is actually wide enough. I've done it, I've parked there too. So you park there as cars can turn and queue as well. So there's double stack around the portico shade.
So how is that going to be different than what we have right now, except for the guard gate being gone?
Well, the guard gate is a bottleneck right now. So the guard gate gone, that removes the bottleneck and makes that a much smoother, arrival experience for the guests.
So your philosophy on this is that there's no backup between the guard gate
Correct.
and the portico shade?
Well, between the guard gate and the road. And
Well, I'm talking about,
Step in just for a second. So right now, the problem is, you're right, there's about 5 cars queuing. So you
Right.
pull in and you get stopped.
Right.
And they check in. That's obviously a problem for a larger scale resort. I totally agree with you.
it's always,
So the way you actually access that phase one building is you pull in, you go, there's no guard gate there anymore. You pull all the way in, you go around the portico share, you wind back and into that parking garage. So really what you have is you have free flow access of queuing to about 35 cars just to get into that phase one. So it's a huge improvement from 5 to 35 cars queuing.
yeah, that would be. Dave, you had some questions?
Yeah, it was on that same garage. So there will be access controls on that Phase 1 parking garage. Where will those reside? Are they going to be visible to discourage people from coming in and turning left thinking they can get in there? Because with other hotels selling beach parking, I can picture people just pulling in there thinking they're going to sneak into that garage, and then they're stuck at a gate they can't get through, and everyone's stuck.
Yeah, the gate is intended to be at the entrance to the garage, but there would be signage that says, access, gated access, yeah, right there at that intersection.
So the parking lot in front of the Rumfish remains all the way through phase 1 and 2? There's a big parking lot right out in front of the Rumfish restaurant.
Of Rumfish. That will remain all the way through to phase 4 when we need to modify it to fit the new frontage road.
Yeah, so I thought.
Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead, Dave. I'm sure you got more.
I'll just throw an easy one out there for you. So the development agreement, Section 3J, marine turtle compliance, this one is specific to lighting, but hearing from Joe Smith, it should also include window treatments on existing structures.
3J, is that what you said?
Correct, yeah.
Hold on 1 second, let me just get,
Page 895.
sorry, I've got different pages. Okay. Oh, the turtle lighting is a condition of the CUP. It's not in the development agreement. A lot of the development agreement conditions are things over and above what is required in this conditional use permit. So this was one of those requirements to the turtle compliance.
Okay, along that line though, I did not see anything that mentioned improving the existing building windows that are beach facing for turtle compliance. So
What condition is it? Sorry, because some stuff's in the
Oh, no
conditional
problem.
use
Yeah.
and some stuff is in the development agreement. Can you answer that?
That actually is out of the development agreement. It's item J. The standards of both the Land Development Code and FDEP require the tinting, so that would be the standard for new beachfront lighting, but it would apply to the whole property in phase 1.
Okay. And so that would be one of the 30 or so conditions?
No, it's specifically in the development agreement. The intent was that to be under 3J. In meeting the new lighting standards site-wide by the end of phase 1, they would need to tint all the windows because that's part of the lighting standards for new development.
Okay, that was my confusion then. So window tinting on existing buildings is considered part of lighting?
Not typically under the existing standards, but the entire development, the existing development through that item in the development agreement would need to be made compliant with the new standards, and any new development does need that tinting. So it's just applying the new standards to existing.
Okay.
So.
Do we have any numbers on the number of units that were demolished at the Coral Reef in the building that they tore down?
Do you know that, Joe or Scott? Do you have any documentation? No, we tried to find that out. We don't have the exact number, but we'll find out. Does someone have it? Brandon does.
I believe it was 50 units that were torn down. They used to have 114. It was 64 in the mid-2010s. So.
That makes sense, because I'm trying to keep that net number down that our citizens are looking at. And
Good point. Although that's not reflected in our application because it doesn't exist today. Those are units that were torn down in contemplation of redevelopment when the predecessor in interest entered into some agreements with Coral Reef.
Two things, and then I'll pause again. Dune management. After you do the renourishment, who's going to be responsible for the management and continuation of those? Is that going to be a Pinellas County thing when we have storms come in? Who's responsible for the management of those dunes?
David or Abdul, do you know? It would be dictated by the permit, but I don't know the specifics of that. That would be either an engineering or a landscape architect.
Because right now the CUP says that they'll build them.
Right.
But it doesn't say build and maintain.
Right.
We have one of the permits that for the new, let me take a few moments and we answer other questions and let me look at the requirements under that permit. I would assume they would be the same.
While you're looking at that, perhaps one of the things that was in your write-up was shuttle service, and you haven't addressed that. I thought maybe that'd be something that needs to be brought up so the citizens can.
Sure, there's on-demand shuttle service. It used to be that, you had a shuttle that would go every so often. Now we would have a shuttle service on demand. So whether you're going to Tampa or Clearwater or Sarasota, you would be able to get a shuttle service to and from the hotel as you needed it. So many people now use car riding services that on-demand services seems to be the most effective to make sure that you're getting shuttle service to everyone who needs it.
And you're talking about to the airport, correct?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, to the airport. We also have bus passes for employees. There's a lot of them here. I know they'll speak about that, but that's also, it exists today and it will continue.
My question is, I believe it would be for Mr. Pipitone, your economist.
Greg, do you?
I'm not wanting to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. On page, I believe it's page 514, when you were talking about the property taxes.
Yes.
You were talking about the property taxes. Can you, pull that slide up. It was the 15 million in direct property taxes?
Yes.
Now, can you explain how that shift is going to occur? Because right now the property taxes, the base property taxes, they only increase at 10%. I'm not a tax accountant, but I understand from the Florida statute that the property tax now will only increases at a 10% rate. But when you build the new buildings, will this reset the base value of that existing property so that it then gets reevaluated at a higher rate, similar to if a resident sold their home and it sold at a higher market rate?
So this analysis looks specifically at the expansion. So these are just looking at the new buildings and the property taxes that are going to be assessed at those renovated facilities.
So that if, take Tower 1, it's being built on property 5,500, 5,600. So would the value of that property, 5,500, 5,600, that parcel then be, come January of the next year, be reassessed at a higher rate? And is that why that extra monies are going to the city in the property taxes?
I can probably answer both of those, and then just from a general perspective, and then Greg can let you know how that was used in his analysis. But typically, the property appraiser goes in each year and will reassess properties based on 9 criteria that are set forth in the Florida statutes. A sale of the property or new construction is typically one of the things that trigger a reassessment of your taxes, and they can look at all of those factors. So likely, yes, it's a little bit different than your property when it's homesteaded. If a deed is recorded, the property appraiser doesn't have to wait until the next year, but the trim notice wouldn't come out until the following year when you get your taxes, showing that increase. So there's a multitude of things that can trigger a reassessment, but new construction and construction permits are typically those things that the property appraisers look at when they're looking to determine whether a reassessment is necessary.
So the property appraiser is going to be very happy because you're building all these new expensive buildings, and therefore this is going to be more money than if the property did not get.
Right, and Greg is not looking at anything that's existing. Again, when the property goes up, right, Joe, close your ears, Peter, please close your ears, but when property values go up because of the new buildings, property values go up. So it's good for the property appraiser because taxes typically follow.
And that was the 15 million.
That's just that's a completely different, right. So Greg is looking at when these projects are built and they come online to be assessed. And then as far as the methodology over the 20 years, I'm sure there's some assumptions in the study. I don't know what those are. I'll step away and let Greg address those.
Yeah, so we actually work with a local real estate consultant who calculated that $15.9 million. And within his analysis, they had an increase each year in the millage rate, a conservative one of 0.05% increase each year over that 20-year period to account for some of that growth.
So conceivably, the city could actually be getting more, or the county would get more money in property taxes. Right. You'd be paying more. Sorry to do that.
No, I was just going to say, like, really basic math. We provided information that it's probably going to cost $500 million to build this. If you take a millage rate of 2%, that's actually $30 million a year, right? So this portion that's been outlined by Bill Schultz, who was a former assessor for Pinellas County, who's our consultant now, is actually the direct benefit to St. Pete Beach of the property taxes. So you're right, it's even more when considering county benefits and other things.
And can I clarify just on top of what we're talking about on this? So that additional, this is just additional, like when you were saying 508 new jobs, that's over and above. So like all of these numbers, I think that might be getting lost a little bit, that all of the numbers that you're putting out in this are over and above what you're already paying and what you already employ and all of that.
You're absolutely right. This doesn't include the real estate taxes we pay right now, the sales tax we pay right now, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
I had a question about this part as well. These numbers seem to disagree with staff report in the comprehensive plan on tax revenue section, where even that section even states the trade winds estimated a 3.5% shift, where staff predicted it to be lower, and on here we're seeing 6%. So
that analysis that's in the report is an average over that 20 years, whereas this looks specifically at 2046, the last year. And so it's lower in the earlier years than the last year would be higher.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, please.
You haven't spoken about the residential discount or benefit program. If you could elaborate on what the thinking is?
Sure, I'll actually let ownership speak to that. Joe Smith.
So, yeah, the discount was something that was raised in the community comments. I'm actually very, and I'm glad you raised this, because I'm actually very pleased to announce we've already implemented it. So we actually gave ID cards to all of our surrounding neighbors, and they get they've gotten discounts for months and months, maybe a year at this point. So it's already done in terms of our surrounding neighbors. The code and what's being asked as a city is that it's a citywide discount, which we'll implement in the future. But right now, the surrounding neighbors get it right now.
What do you consider a surrounding neighbor?
Well, it's going to be everyone in St. Pete Beach. You show your driver's license.
But for now, it's only for the which neighbors?
Yeah, because we haven't been approved, and God willing we are. The actual development agreement requires that it's people in St. Pete Beach. So it'll be expanded from what we have right now.
And what do you have right now?
Surrounding buildings, so...
No, what is the benefit for...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, I read in the technical review, it said 20%.
It's a 20% discount, and it's on a variety of things, and I'll probably get myself in a little bit of trouble, but I believe it's on food and beverage, chair rentals on the beach, and a few other things around.
Okay, so if and when it's approved, then it is implemented citywide.
Yeah, we have to come up with a detailed program of how it all works, but yes, it'll be implemented citywide.
But not with, oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, but not necessarily with those exact parameters. So you may have difference in the parameters. For
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to make sure that we do something that's responsible. You know, for example, we have to take in consideration traffic. You know, do we want discounts on 4th of July weekend, and then everyone it gets even worse? So we just have to be thoughtful about it, plan it out. But yes, there will absolutely be a discount program.
Are the bicycle racks that you're showing and that you're going to have, are they going to be community? Can the community use those?
So our plan was to have bicycles for our guests. What we've heard, and we brainstormed with the city on this, hey, do we want like city bikes in Manhattan or something that everyone can use? And people cringed a little bit and said, I don't want bikes left like on the corner, you know, stranded, or scooters or whatever. So the idea is that it would be for our guests, again, to promote, you know, not getting in cars and bicycles. Again, if there's a local discount for residents and we have bikes for rent, could they get on the bike? I'm sure that they'll be part of the program too for local residents, but not for the public in general.
And so the other question that kind of goes along with that is maybe not necessarily that the residents would be looking to rent the bikes, but will there be bike racks that if we were to ride our bikes there?
Oh, sorry, yes. Yeah. You know, our intention is there will be bike racks around the property and public space.
They're actually indicated on the diagram.
I do remember seeing them on there. I just didn't know.
It's a code requirement. It's also part of LEED certification as well. So there's numerous bike racks located throughout the property. They're the yellow circles.
One other question for ownership, I think. Well, I know you addressed during emergency events that there's going to be parking for city vehicles and that kind of stuff. Are you anticipating, because you've got to obviously evacuate the hotel by mandate, and is there going to be a availability for residents during some period of time to put their cars into elevated areas of your garage and leave them?
Do you remember where we settled on that?
Yeah, we spoke about this, and Joe will have to confirm, but the idea is that after a certain period of time, the city has the ability, like first come, first serve for emergency vehicles, similar to what we did with Serrata,
right.
And that the rest of the availability would be for local residents to elevate their cars.
Great. That's wonderful. That is great.
This might be a question for Brandon. On the agenda report, just after the 4 phases summary part, it mentions at the completion of build-out, there will be a transient population increase of 974 guests, but knowing that we're talking about 629 rooms, that seemed very low because that would suggest 65% of the Tradewinds rooms are used by one person.
We got that from the applicant. That's a requirement of advertising for the development agreement. We have to state what the population is going to be. That might be a better question for the applicant if you have that information.
So, Member Hubbard, I just want to make sure. So on this, the 650 keys, the number was what again?
974 guests.
Right, so that's on the 650 keys, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what's notable, I'm glad you actually raised this, is Tradewinds right now is a property with a lot of suite product. All the new rooms are, I'd say the vast majority are just single rooms. So it's a shift in the way we've done business in the past. So actually, one will be catering to groups, which do have single occupancy, one people. And then sometimes you'll have two people in a king bed, or you'll have two beds. But to have a 1.5 or 1.3 ratio or whatever on average per room, for these rooms, the way they're designed, it would not be unusual.
Okay.
Timeshare in the large resort district. Sure, I have that marked out.
This might be a question for City Attorney. One of the conditions was having an updated hurricane evacuation plan that would shift from what is currently warning to watch, as Forward Pinellas requires. But it mentions legally enforceable mandatory evacuation, and the only reason I have a question about that is because I know there are resorts on Clearwater Beach that are subject to the same requirements, and they are known to ignore those requirements. So I'm just wanting to find out what legally enforceable means, if there's actual penalty that we can ensure the applicant is evacuating when they're supposed to. It's not in their interest to ignore those requirements.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely not in their interest. Maybe we've got the fire chief or somebody here that can speak to how the evacuation orders are rolled out. But let's hear from that. I know they are required to. It probably would be. Can you answer that?
Yes, Kelly Inces, Fire Marshal. From past experience here on the island, the hotel guests leave first. We personally come in contact with management to make sure the guests have evacuated. They might keep staff back, security reasons, but most of the guests are evacuated off the island.
What happens if they don't?
We haven't had that happen, but I mean, if it is a mandatory, they do have to evacuate. There's no other option that they have to remain back. It's a safety issue.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is there are several properties on Clearwater Beach that knowingly ignored these requirements and even delivered letters to their guests saying you're not required to evacuate after Pinellas issued an evacuation order. So I'm just, and their rules have no real teeth there. So I'm just wondering if we can incorporate something to solve that problem.
Yeah.
So I can address part of that just based on the procedure and the fact that we're getting a CUP. For a lot of hotels that haven't gone through a CUP and don't have this list of enforceable conditions, it would just be, however everybody else evacuates. There's a provision, if you look at condition number 38, there's a condition that specifically says that, the city commission can actually revoke or amend your conditional use permit. So there's a lot more teeth on us than really any other hotel anywhere, just based on this document.
Okay.
Yep, that's what I was thinking too. So it would be a violation of the CUP, and that would be basically a trigger that could bring it back to the city commission for modification.
And when reviewing the hurricane evacuation plan, which does need to be updated, I know the Tradewinds has an app for their guests, and I guess my question is, is there a way to push, does the trade winds have the capability to push notifications to the guest regarding emergencies, lost children, whatever? Does the trade winds have that capability to push those notifications as well as encourage them to get ready Pinellas apps and whatever else?
So I love technology. I'm constantly talking about updating our systems, but actually we are working on geofencing, which allows us to text guests, even sometimes without even opting in, so that we could have emergency services, but it also allows us to do half-off on margaritas at 5 o'clock. So dual purpose. But yes, that's in our app. We have that. So we're going every day more and more to technology solutions to greater connect it. We also have an app for our employees. So we're able to send out messages to our employee team, which is when you think about 1,000 people working, it's important to communicate these emergency messages right away. We can do that from our app, and they can also spread the word to customers and guests and things like that.
Because the more you can reach somebody by their phone, the more informed they are, because
it's the one thing we all do, right? If you don't have your phone in your hand, you get panicked, right? So you're absolutely right. Getting someone contacted by the phone is the best way.
Is there a completed transportation management plan in here?
There is. It's in the back of the transportation study. It's the last few pages as an exhibit.
Okay.
Is there a diagram to show by phases the frontage road on the property when it will be built? Because, you know, phase 1, this much of the road's going to be built. Phase 2, because, you know, when you're in phase 2 and you've got all this construction workers and trucks coming in every day, if you know,
so it's interesting you bring that up, because Joe and I were just talking about this when someone was talking about the frontage road, and he said, you know, really, for the most part, there is a informal frontage road now. There's golf carts that go back and forth. That's how people go, particularly in-house, right? They use those for moving things and golf carts. So Kevin's going to pull this up.
I mean, if there was a way that could be completed in phase 1 or even phase 2, because then it would make it easier for your contractors to move through as well.
So you bring up an interesting point, and we started talking with the city manager about completing the sidewalk first, and wanting that all up at the beginning. And so it's a very, when you move one thing, you have to move the utilities. And then when you move the utilities, you have to move the infrastructure. And if you're moving the infrastructure, you have to build the stormwater. And when you do that, you have to build the buildings. And what we know the community doesn't want is to build all of this at once. So there were certain things that made sense, like we can make it work. But this area along the front, the sidewalk, because of all the infrastructure and the utilities that are under there, and the light poles, and I mean, there's so much there. All of that is affected with the frontage road and the sidewalk. But despite all of that, there is that requirement for the sidewalk, because we heard from the city and from staff that is the most important thing to get that built. So if we do not move forward with phase 2 within that time period, we've got to figure all that out and build it anyway. The frontage road is a lot more difficult, because there's no way to do that and not build the whole project. It changes everything. It changes the site plan, and it makes it difficult to move everything around. And the engineers can explain that a lot better than I can, but that was sort of the general overview of that discussion. But if you look at the phasing plan, can you zoom in, please? Can you zoom in to the overhead? Thank you. A little bit more? Great. So, as you can see, each phase sort of independently integrates with the next phase. So it works by phase even if we're not constructing the whole thing. So we've designed it so that phase 1 will integrate into what happens at phase 2 already, and then they sort of connect each phase. It doesn't seem like it would work that way, but it's specifically designed in order to integrate on a phase-by-phase basis. Yes, please.
So for the record, Kevin Reale with Stearns Weaver Miller also. Just to point out a couple things in the phasing. So remember, we're removing curb cuts as we go, but those curb cuts in each phase. So construction vehicles can still access during the construction phase that curb cut, and then it gets closed at the end. Additionally, the two remaining access points in between the two signals, the right in and right out, when you get to that phase, that right in and right out will access that portion of the road. So the road will grow as the phases continue. You'll be able to it won't just be access from one end. You'll be able to right into it and join the access road. It doesn't show it on. So right here, so for example, this phase here, you see where my finger is, that doesn't go all the way to the signal, but you'll be able to access the frontage road. So there'll be a frontage road for those phases, essentially, and then it grows as we go. And, you know, just to reiterate briefly what Elisa's saying, it becomes a utility impossibility to do that on the front end and then try and build the buildings after the fact.
But traffic won't be, for the residents, traffic won't be on Gulf Boulevard. The trucks and the workers will be able to get in so that residents aren't going to be faced with additional traffic from construction.
Correct. So the road grows with the development. It's not like it snaps into existence at the end of phase 4. There are access points in the various phases, so you can still get to that frontage road. You actually see this is phase 2. This is the biggest jump because you get all this access road and frontage road, and then you get the access there. You won't be able to left out there. They'll have to go to the south to take the arrow to left out, but you can right in and use the access road within the property. And so that's sort of the biggest jump is at phase 2, and then of course you get the full benefit of phase 4.
And they have to put in those containment things before they build the road.
I found what I was looking for. Just to confirm, it will include Tampa and St. Pete airports. Is Sarasota or no?
Did you say Tampa, St. Pete, Sarasota? Joe is nodding.
Okay.
And then David Perry has an answer. I don't remember who asked the question about the maintenance of the dunes. Okay.
Thank you very much. When the FDP permit is complete and the project is signed off, all of the land that is seaward of the CCCL line actually transfers back to the state for perpetual maintenance by FDP in the future. So any beach renourishment or any of the or anything that would happen to impact that dune system would then be under FDP criteria and maintenance.
Do you mean
raises? Go ahead.
Wait, I just want to be clear about this. So you're saying the state is going to replace that? You're just saying it's under their criteria.
It's under their criteria.
It's still private property that you'll be responsible for.
The dune line seaward of the CCCL line is actually governed by DEP at that point. Once the work is complete and transferred to DEP, the DEP is then responsible for perpetual maintenance of the dune system if renourishment has to occur or reconstruction of the dune has to occur.
Okay.
So just so I understand, does the trade winds right now own any of that underlying land underneath where the dunes are going to be? And if so, does that mean they're going to deed that to the state?
So they cannot develop any, there's areas that the CCCL actually goes in and out of that line. So anything that they make improvements to that's outside of the CCCL line then gets, it does not get deeded to the state. It's actually part of the FDP permit that the state then has regulatory control over.
So the Tradewinds right now doesn't own, as some of the other resorts do, they have ownership of, go ahead.
Yeah, there's close to 40 acres that are owned
That's right.
all the way out to the mean high water line.
Okay, so they're going to provide easements and that kind. The reason why I'm asking is this past year with the trouble that we've had, the renourishment of our beaches down here had to be privately funded through, funded through the Penny for Pinellas. I believe that's the fund source that it came from, rather than through the Corps, because there's this big thing about we're not going to do an inch if I can't do it all. So.
And part of Greg's study, there's a big portion of that bed tax that goes to beach renourishment.
Right.
Matt McConnell at a past hearing was like, that's exactly what that county portion, things like that, how it comes back to the city is through those things like beach renourishment out of those county dollars. I mean, Tradewinds would be paying into that pot, of course, just like all other businesses, but that's a way that some of that tax money comes back into the community.
Right.
So
Yeah, the one we just did came directly from bed tax through Pinellas County.
Right.
Close to about $10 million of that.
Yeah, and then went all the way down to Pass-a-Grille and.
Yep.
So the long and the short of it is you're going to do the renourishment when the renourishment.
So we're not actually
when the
dune restoration.
Yeah, dune restoration.
Yes,
when you do the dune restoration, then at that point forward, it becomes the responsibility of whatever agency would be, Pinellas County, the federal government through the Corps, whoever, but it's somebody else's responsibility on the maintenance of those dunes.
Yes, and I've actually seen it both ways, where DEP can condition it on the property owner to actually have a integral role in perpetual maintenance of it. The current permit that's in place right now for the restoration of the dunes does not have that in place. So I would assume that it would fall back into DEP's criteria.
I just want to be clear. I mean, I'm sure that's where this is going in the federal government, but I just wanted to.
I had a question for Mr. Alcadre regarding the stormwater vaults. How is that designed for what kind of rainfall total, or how was it designed?
So we are following the Southwest Florida Water Management District criteria here because we don't drain into FDOT.
Okay.
So their regulations govern attenuation, which is detention, and treatment will follow both, and we will of course strive to exceed those requirements.
So
we have not designed it yet. This is just
we haven't
very
designed
prelim. Yeah, this is just very prelim.
Okay.
We have the concept, we have the method, but we have not done the design yet.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Question on that as well. Did I understand correctly that conceptually the thought is to, even though initially part of them are going to be done with each phase, they're also going to have some type of connection so that the overflow or whatever.
They could be connected. We haven't gotten there, but we know at this point we're going to have a pre-treatment section where we size a pre-treatment chamber that cleans the water before it goes into the exfiltration system.
Okay.
And then eventually we can connect them. We'll figure that out.
Good. Thank you. Any other comments before we open it up to the public comment?
Brandon, during Brandon's presentation, he mentioned the applicant had a concern about the AAA travel guide rating condition. Have we got to the point where you're going to?
No, I'm happy to present those modified conditions now and kind of go over them, or we can wait till after public comment. Brandon and I talked, and he said do it at the very end, but we can do it now if you'd prefer. Fine with us.
Yeah, either way, I don't mind if.
It might benefit before the public comment.
Sure.
So go ahead.
And then also a red line copy, please. Thank you. So we did have some concerns with just a few conditions that staff had proposed, and we did sit down with a meeting with staff, the city manager, and go through these, and staff has accepted our modifications, but obviously the conditions are finally up to this board. I'll wait till you get the red line, because I think it would be helpful if you could see the red line.
Okay.
Most of these, just to be honest, are sort of clarifications, so that there's no question about what the condition says, but a couple of them are substantive. Suze, did you? Oh, I'm sorry, no, the red line, everybody needs a red line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have enough?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the first condition was really just a clarification. There was concern by the ownership that it says sell the property, and sell can mean various things in a corporate structure, transfers 11 layers up or whatever. We just wanted to make sure that what staff intended was that they meant the fee simple title to the property. If the property sells, like you and I think of in a normal layman's terms. So that was just a clarification. And then we did want to make sure that we carved out the Coral Reef condominium property, not the fee title underneath, but the actual condominium, because obviously those units are not owned by the developer. The second was number 12. That's where there was two real substantive requirements there. The first was that the hotel buildings were AAA rated. That's no problem at all. But AAA rated restaurants, if you look at what the definition, it's all fine dining. So white tablecloths, nice silverware, and of course this is a beach resort. And we are perfect, we want fine dining, but we also want to be able to have a more casual thing on the beach. We want to have grab and go. So we want all levels of restaurant. It doesn't mean it's not quality, it just describes the level of casual versus fine dining, and staff was fine with that. I don't think that was the intent. With respect to 25, this is just talking about all dune crossovers. All dune crossings would not be at grade, they would be crossed over. The one dune restoration that just got completed has an at-grade crossing, so this number 25 is just a clarification because FDEP has already permitted that particular at-grade crossing and it just got installed.
You skipped 20.
Pardon?
You skipped number 20?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, staff had asked that the pool be closed at sunset. Sunset could be 5:30 at night. It could be 8 o'clock at night. So we were comfortable setting a time. We talked to staff. We felt that 9 o'clock was prior to most people going to bed. The real issue is noise and folks being disturbed when they're trying to sleep. So we did offer 9 o'clock. We think that's reasonable. It's consistent with earlier times along the beach, and we wanted to offer that as a solution to that issue. Number 26, oh, I'm sorry, I just dealt with that, was with respect to the beach walkover. Hold on one second. Oh, yes. So on the plan on phase 1, you see that there's a truck turnaround that goes just a little bit into on the seaward side of the coastal construction control line. There's pavement there now. If we cannot get that appropriately permitted, by FDEP, the idea is we'd come back and provide something modified for staff and it may require a little tweaking of the site plan. We just wanted to be clear that that would be done during the site plan approval process. Number 29 deals with pervious surfaces. We didn't talk about that probably as much as we should have during the hearing, but in addition to exceeding the impervious surface standards, staff has asked for a condition that basically all non-major transportation areas like your parking spaces and other hardscapes would be made of pervious materials. We were fine with that. This was the language, we just made the modifications to match what was approved in Serrata, because we assumed that would be an acceptable condition. So this is just cleanup language. Number 35 is completely our fault. It was a mistake. We saw in 2 different places that lead silver, and when I say us, I mean the lawyers. We messed up this condition when we offered it. We saw that lead silver in one spot said 40% and another said 35. We asked the question and we submitted 40, and then got a verification back after we'd already submitted that condition that lead silver requires a 35%. Our architect said, yes, that's what we can do, and that's already really restrictive. So I apologize for putting that out there. That was completely our fault.
On 29.
Yes.
This is probably more of interest to you, but are any of these impermeable surfaces incompatible, or I'm sorry, permeable surfaces incompatible with the weight of the fire truck? And because I know they share some of the access, and this mandates permeable.
Right. That's why I changed the language to say non-structural or non-traffic rated, specifically to address that concern, because it wasn't in here, and we had to deal with that during the Serrata hearing, and I just wanted the language to match so that it did not include the fire truck. That's a good point. Number 37 talks about green roofs or other types of roofs. We just wanted to make sure, and we have confirmed with staff, that the intent is that this is on newly constructed buildings, that there wasn't an expectation that we were going to go back and retrofit all the roofs of the existing buildings. And then finally, this one was very interesting. You have a standard condition that basically says any violation can send you back to City Commission. But normally in a CUP situation, we don't have 50 or 40 or 50 conditions. And my concern as a lawyer from condition number 38 is we have conditions, for example, that say deliveries will be between 7:30 in the morning and 10 o'clock at night. And we will absolutely tell all of our delivery drivers, you must be here between 7:30 and 10 o'clock at night.
Good Lord.
But if somebody shows up at 7:15, technically, City Commission could come in and rescind the CUP. So we just wanted the opportunity, because of those third-party requirements, for us to be able to fix it before it came back to City Commission for a rescission. And that was the concern there.
Very good.
So I'm going to answer any questions that you have. I'm sorry, that's a lot of information, but we just wanted to make sure that we did. That's a good time to put these out there.
We may have some more questions after the public comment.
Yes, sir.
But public's been waiting for quite some time. So if it's okay with you guys?
Do we need to?
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask to submit those to the record.
I'm sorry?
I forgot to ask for permission to submit those to the record. May I submit those to the record, please, the modified condition? Thank you. I think we kind of already did it, but.
All I was going to say is, yeah, if there's anybody that's come in since we did the swear-in at the beginning.
Yeah, if there's anybody new that came in the last 2 hours or so, if you submitted your name to speak, you need to be sworn in. So if so, please stand up. If you've been in here last 2 hours. Madam Clerk?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony or information that you will give is truthful? I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have about 20 cards. That'll be about an hour.
Okay. We okay for, we don't need a break again, do we? Okay.
Whenever you guys, if somebody needs a break.
I think we're okay.
I think you talk among yourselves.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go ahead and start with the public comment.
Okay.
Thank you applicants for your time.
Are we consolidating any of this? You know, like they did at the consent. Are they consolidating any of the comments?
Robert Fisher.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Bob Fisher, and I live at 4780 Brittany Drive South. First thing I'd like to do is thank you for your service to St. Pete Beach.
Thank you.
So the Jacaranda building is one of the existing buildings at the Trade Winds, and my family actually owns several units within the Jacaranda building, and I'm a member of the board on the association for the condo association. Jacaranda consists of 288 hotel condo units in the Tradewinds Resort. They're owned by individuals and families who, like myself, utilize the units for family vacation. We donate time to charitable organizations for their fundraising.
Pardon me, sir, are you speaking for the entire association or just?
No, just for myself.
Okay.
But I thought to give you a background, I am a board member. I'm one of 3 board members for the association.
Thank you.
They also use that income to supplement their retirement. And that's been a major source of my personal retirement income over the past more than 10 years, and their livelihoods. The Tradewinds does manage these units on behalf of all the owners so that we create a uniform, integrated resort. They're willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars at no expense to us to create a worldwide, world-class resort that would be a huge long-term positive impact on St. Pete Beach's image, its reputation, its residents, and its business community. I think presentations that were made before indicate both the financial impact, employment impact, and other impact. I believe that to be prosperous, a city needs redevelopment. To encourage that redevelopment, owners must be allowed to proceed with economically feasible plans. And if the city rejected a proposal for a world-class resort, despite it requiring no variances, it being consistent with a long-term plan, and getting a green light from city staff, I wonder whether developers would think that any kind of development in St. Pete Beach was feasible in the future. So I think it's real important that we consider that, because I believe having a modern, world-class resort limited to a very small portion of Gulf Boulevard will complement and balance the charm of our older neighborhoods and bring new life to our community. In life, change is inevitable. The Tradewinds proposal is positive change. And for that reason, I urge you to support their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dale Schoeneman.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dale Schoeneman. I'm the general manager at the Coral Reef Beach Resort. I'm here to speak on behalf of our owners and board. We've worked together with Tradewinds for many years, and we'd like to urge the commission to grant their conditional use permit. We believe that the project not only appeals to the value of our neighborhoods, but also to the benefit of our property owners. We worked together with Tradewinds for years on putting together agreements that would benefit both us and the Tradewinds, and that continued on to today. The possibility of a boardwalk with guests to use, that's going to be great. More beach rights, more access, a more attractive modern Tradewinds, better dining, entertainment options. These are all things that benefit us. Less flooding on Gulf Boulevard for a smoother arrival and departure for our guests. Again, these are things that are great for everyone. Access to the viewing platforms and offer of scenic views of the beach and the bay. Nice things. You may not be aware, but Tradewinds has been a partner with us in many aspects, such as parking, beach equipment, security, and more. They've always been there for us in times of needs, whether it was a hurricane or a pandemic. We value our relationship with Tradewinds, and we want you to know that it would be a huge loss for us if the conditional use permit is denied. As we represent over 2,000 taxpayers in this community, we hope that you would take our interests into serious consideration and that the commission will approve the conditional use permit. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Emily Schmoll.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here and join you today on the planning meeting to discuss the Tradewinds Island Resorts. My name is Emily Schmall. I'm the Director of Marketing at Blue Green Vacations. I have been here in St. Pete Beach for over 13 years working with the St. Pete Beach community. And I've also been a resident for the last 6 years. We have 162 units that are located within the Breckenridge building at Tradewinds. The units are owned by thousands of our Blue Green Vacation owners, and also accessible to the vast Blue Green Vacation Club membership base. Due to the sandy white beaches and tourist destination that St. Pete Beach provides, Breckenridge Club at Tradewinds is one of the most popular and most requested resorts nationwide. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Blue Green Vacations, requesting the approval of Tradewinds' conditional use permit, as so many of our owners and members who come to St. Pete Beach expect to see the quality that the expansion represents. With roots dating back to the 1960s, Tradewinds began as a small collection of bungalows and small buildings and grew over the decades to improve the experience. It has always been and always will be a family resort that many have grown to love over the years. With that in mind, it's now time to breathe life into Tradewinds for the next 60 years. To provide that unforgettable experience for our owners, members, and guests, this depends on an updated, modern, and quality property in addition to a well-maintained city and infrastructure. Approval of the conditional use permit is needed for the Tradewinds Resort can fully be maintained and modernized. Apart from modernizing the Tradewinds Resort and improving the beach infrastructure, the expansion will be a catalyst for the St. Pete Beach economy. If approved, our understanding from the Tradewinds is that the expansion will generate an estimated $19 million additional to annual tax revenue for the city of St. Pete Beach and other government agencies. It will also create, as we spoke about earlier, 300 to 500 permanent jobs and over 500 construction jobs related. Now, in closing, it's important to note that the decision regarding the conditional use permit affects others beyond the resort itself. St. Pete Beach has become a great city today due to tourism, and we owe it to continue to modernize and do what's best for not only our visitors, but also for our St. Pete Beach residents. Blue Green Vacations supports the approval of the conditional use permit, and it's very important to our owners, members, guests, and approximately 150 of our team members who work on site and are also, some of those are St. Pete Beach residents. I greatly appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Boggett.
Left.
Season Wales.
Is there still an overflow room?
No, I don't think anybody's left.
Deb Scheckner.
Good evening, Deborah Scheckner, Bocasaga Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach. I've been a resident for several decades. Regarding the bed tax, Pinellas County collected $98 million in bed tax, so $10 million is not that much. And in general, the state also chips in. I just wanted to make that clear. With this and the Serrata and the others to come, we will now be a tourist community with residents. Right now, we're residents with tourists, which we like and why we moved here. There will be 3,000 more cars on the road, and the reason I say that is that Tradewinds stated that at their meeting. We should not allow 2 decades because for construction, who knows what's going to happen in the next 10 years. There may be amazing innovations, amazing ways to create energy, store water. So why are we allowing them to have 2 decades? You don't allow a house to have 2 decades to build in our community. They indicated, Mr. DeSantis stated that they have many types of hotels. So my question is this a family-friendly hotel, an entertainment hotel, and resort? I'm a little familiar with underground only because I studied this when I lived in New York, when a house in Southampton was putting a pool underneath their home. I will tell you, it's very complicated to build the tunnels and to make sure that the employees are safe. Even to put a pool in here, you have to constantly pump out water or the pool will pop out. So I would really like to know the engineering on that, only because I know a little bit about it. And you need pumps and all kinds of things. We don't have basements here. There's a good reason. Elevated crosswalks, I assume then that will only leave one crosswalk available for people in wheelchairs or anybody who's disabled or those kinds of issues. The economic impact to our residents and businesses is not as much as they're talking about, because a resort keeps the people on property. They have everything you could possibly need. Maybe they'll go out once in a while as tourists to visit Corey or go to Pass the Grill or maybe downtown St. Pete, but in general, a resort is constructed to keep people there. I think it's very important. If this was the only project, gee, it looks great. But it's not the only project, and that's wherein the issue is. We cannot have blocks and blocks and blocks of walls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Ortiz.
Good evening. My name is Victor Ortiz. I am a resident of St. Pete Beach for 10 years and a proud member of Tradewinds family. This development is going to bring a whole new world of opportunity and growth for this community. Please approve this CUP. Our future depends on this, as those are livelihood. Thank you.
Please keep the applause down. Thank you.
Joseph Genio.
Good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Joe Genio, 5445 Gulf Boulevard, Sunrise Resort. I'm the board president there for the third time. I don't know whether that's something I should be proud of or really wish I should have not taken the position. I've been an owner there for 24 years. Also have a second unit in the location. My first time down to St. Pete Beach was 45 years ago when a dear friend had just started a job with a new airline called Eastern Airline, and they had a family and friends that could fly down to St. Pete Beach and stay at the Tradewinds for $25 a night. And I'm sure those numbers are long gone. The Tradewinds has been a very special place to me and my family, and I think that's important because it's really community-based. My two daughters were both married there, one 15 years ago and one 10 years ago. And we brought in people from all around the country, in fact, all around the world for those events. And they marveled at how great it was to be married on the beach and celebrate in all the beautiful facilities throughout the Tradewinds. By trade, I'm a professional mediator and arbitrator, and I've sat on your side, Planning Commission in Michigan, for over 15 years. And I sat on the tax tribunal there for 10 years. So all of your questions tonight have been very germane to what's going on, and I think that this team has done an incredible job of answering them and doing all the necessary homework to be able to bring this type of project to fruition. I've heard the discussion relative to the timeline to do this. Of course, you know, we have a unique relationship in that we're directly across the street from this. The Sunrise will probably be more impacted than the Seamark, right? Because the parking lot, which is directly across from our building, provides this view for the people that are owners and guests there. From the ownership perspective, of course, they would like to see the parking lot removed and sand and palm trees put there, but I don't think that would ever happen. We all understand that growth is good, positive growth is positive for the community and creates additional opportunity for us. You know, this isn't just about bricks and mortar, even though, you know, that's important. It's really about the community and everything that Mr. Smith has brought up. And in fact, they've had an open door policy for us to come in and review this plan extensively. Both I have and our management team has also done the same thing and explored it. They've answered our questions. Our concern, of course, was that it was going to be blocking the view, but we understood that there's really no way that we could stop that from occurring for them to achieve what they were looking for. So I've got a lot of other issues that I'd like to bring up. Of course, that my time has expired. So in closing, I just would like to say we support this project, and we'd like to see how we can utilize these new facilities moving forward and have that same kind of relationship that we have had for the last 30 years.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Miller?
Eastern Airlines dated himself, right? I'm Robin Miller, and I'm President and CEO for the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your patience and all of your service, all of you up there. The Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber has always been behind responsible and reasonable development. And 16 years doing this job, we've talked about this topic over and over in various beach communities. I'm here today representing the businesses of the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber. They're not standing here behind me today. Many of them have told me they are in favor, especially because of the economic impact that it does give them, because they do go and shop on Corey or pass a grill or eat a burger at Willie's. But also they are afraid to come and speak at the podium due to retaliation, vandalism, or people not frequenting their business if they know they're here speaking. And I do want to put that out there because that is a real thing. That is a real divisiveness that has occurred. You have my letter in your packet. I spoke to you all about resiliency, environment, and community impact. And it's very important to us as a chamber, resiliency. That really encompasses this whole presentation. By redeveloping these parcels, we are called a barrier island for a reason, and that is the barrier to the storm that would come to Bella Vista or furthermore, right? And so by creating dune restoration and new buildings that are hurricane-proof and wind structures and all of those wonderful things, this is a catalyst project, not only for St. Pete Beach, but for Pinellas County. In the strategic plan of Pinellas County, resiliency is a key component, and we're not talking about just sea level rise. We're talking about the structures that we are going to leave behind us as we move forward, right, in our communities. This, again, is a catalyst project for that. A side story really quick, because we talk about the turtles so much. Chamber, we raised money for sea turtle trackers a few years ago and worked with Lisa on that, and that's a great project. But how can you deny the fact that you have an organization in the community that wants to put so much into community impact, and that's one component of it. Representative Cheney called me a couple days ago. She saw the press release about the turtle education. She has a balloon bill. Don't release balloons into the environment because they impact the turtles. She wants to partner and get her education as a part of educating those guests when they have a wedding, a celebration of life, or whatever it is. That's something that we can't even put over about structuring a building, right? That's a story that goes through the community because they want to give back to the community, and there's a lot more that they're giving here and conceding. So we urge you in your deliberations to approve the CUP for the trade winds. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
William Lawson?
I think he left.
Nope. Terry Grocott?
Good evening, Terry Grocott, 2841 Alton Drive. First, I'd like to thank the developer for presenting a design that was considerate of the residents' concerns. It really does look to be a beautiful resort. However, I'm here to respectfully request the City Commission an independent traffic study prior to rendering a decision on this CUP. The reason I urge the board to take this action is to ensure that city planning includes relevant data to include a wider scope of projects which have a high probability of materially impacting the traffic on St. Pete Beach community, to include its residents, the employees that travel here, and the tourists. The addition of 1,000 rooms associated with the Tradewinds, Serrata, Windward Pass development projects will conservatively add 2,000 additional people traversing our roadways in some manner, whether it be vehicle, bicycle, or pedestrians. Again, this is a conservative estimate, considering that this project alone is projected to grow 500 employees and provides over 2,000 parking spaces. Additionally, there are multiple development projects within 8 miles of the St. Pete Beach community which account for nearly an additional 3,500 new residential units. This is the Skyway Marina District. While there is no requirement for the developer to consider these close proximity projects in their traffic study, close proximity development will certainly impact St. Pete Beach traffic, both in gaining access and exiting the barrier island from both the Bayway and South Pasadena corridors, as well as along Gulf Boulevard and the residential cut-throughs. This is a quality of life as well as a safety concern that merits the intervention from the city via an impartial and holistic data analysis and risk mitigation planning to ensure the sustained capacity of our transportation infrastructure prior to decision to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Kurzman.
Thank you. John Kurzman, the Honda Way. Let me see if we're zoomed in. I'm surprised we're even here because I would expect there to be 5 different applications being done today because there's 5 different properties. First of all, I would like to make sure my email of March 15th is in the record for today's meeting with its 2 attachments. And if you don't have time to read everything and understand everything, please don't be ashamed to ask for an adjournment and review it later. Because this is an important hearing, and hopefully you'll have time to, consider everybody in the public's input. There's a lot of information to consider. My understanding is from the city website, you go for an application, and if each applicant must apply, each applicant must agree to get a permit for the lot within 1 year. And the public gets 3 minutes of input for each application. And there's 5 properties. The maps were set in the comprehensive plan. There's the map in the comprehensive plan. And this is the thing that we were all sent earlier on that shows the phases. But this is the map that shows the actual lots. And normally when you look at property and plans, you have property lines. And then here's from their application, they actually show that they had different property owners. And then they provide a list of different, property owners on the right here. And then we just heard someone say they had 2,000 residents in one of these properties. Well, if they're residents, are they full year residents? If they're residents, well then, if they're residents, are they temporary? Because if they're not temporary, then the calculations for residence is different than temporary use. So, that would change your units per acre. And then I saw an ad where they're advertising units of 5,500 Gulf, and again, they don't even mention that it's temporary use. That would change your residence per units per acre. And then I looked, and there's 288 units in another place. Are those residents? That would change units per acre. And then there's this picture, and it doesn't show the lot lines. That would change again if there's other properties in that lot line. And then they don't show property lines. So when you put a big building there, don't you want to recognize if there's different lots and your building is, not respecting, setbacks? So, and then, conditional use permits and beach access. You need to make sure the beach access is set. It turns out Hilton Garden Inn has to provide part of the third one. We really need that North Beach access. It shouldn't take 20 years to get it. And then 58th Avenue has particularly been used for years. Look at those look at the platted easement that was perpetual. So there's a lot to consider. And please read those memos. Thank you very much.
We did, and thank you.
Aiden Gook. James Bailey.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Susan Wales. I work at the Tradewinds, and I also am a resident of St. Pete Beach. On behalf of all of our employees, I can tell you that this expansion comes with incredible work environment upgrades for not only myself, but the rest of our staff that we're all very excited about. This includes a range of new employee facilities and services that we've never had in the past. I also trust Tradewinds to design this keeping in mind the best interests of St. Pete Beach. Please approve this CUP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is James Bailey here? No, that's okay. Move in hands. Harold Hance. Harold Hance. Leanne Ferris. Dana Richardson. Lisa Reich.
Hello. I may show photos. I may not. My name is Lisa Reich, and I live on 78th Ave. I'm a resident of St. Pete Beach, and I'm the founder and CEO of Coastal Wildlife Advocacy Group that I recently formed in 2022. I'm here on behalf of all the sea turtles, especially those that have perished due to non-compliant lighting and permanent beach furniture on St. Pete Beach. For 13 years, I have patrolled the beach, and I have never seen the trade winds in compliance, not 1 year. On March 13th, which was this past Friday, I went and I conducted a lighting survey. I've been trained by Sea Turtle Conservancy and also completed a workshop with Clearwater Marine Aquarium and Sea Turtle Conservancy, as it was a code enforcement workshop, to learn and get trained on what to do to conduct a comprehensive lighting survey. Unfortunately, what I found was non-compliance. So that was as recent as this past Friday. And then I went back and looked at, on August 2nd, 2023, nothing that was discussed in the technical review meeting has been completed regarding the problematic lighting that was discussed and the permanent beach furniture and the water slide that exists. May 1st is the opening of 2024 turtle season. The Marine Turtle Protection Ordinance can be found in our city's Land Development Code, Division 44, and has been there for years. It needs updating, but it still exists. As far as I'm concerned, all I want is to see compliance of the Marine Turtle Protection Ordinance with all the resorts. Trade winds over the years, unfortunately, I've seen more disoriented mothers and hatchlings that end up in their pools, in their storm drains, crossing Gulf Boulevard, and even getting run over or die as a result of getting disoriented. I just want to know who is assuring compliance of this ordinance, and when? When are we gonna? Before the CUP, after the CUP? It was the same scenario with the Serrata. Why is there no record that I have asked for? No lighting survey record with the city for 2023. How can we enforce an ordinance? How can anybody comply with an ordinance when there's not even a lighting survey on record? I surveyed the entire beach, my organization and my team that I trained. Not one property, beachfront property on St. Pete Beach was compliant, not one. We worked with trade winds. I met with the engineering team, and actually they thought they were compliant, and they were kind enough to do a walkthrough with me on June 1st. Now this was all done before the technical review committee, so they were very much aware of non-compliance. And I was able to do a walkthrough and discovered that they didn't realize half of the lights, or a large portion of the lights, were non-compliant. So it was an education process for them and for me. Basically, I stayed in touch with them and was hopeful for change. I can say that I have noticed some change, but they still remain non-compliant. And we are approaching another sea turtle season, and I guarantee you if a nest is laid seaward of the property, it will disorient. Thank you very much.
Dana Richardson is here now.
And thank you for taking care of our sea turtles.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Dana Richardson. I live at 5830 Bahama Way South. I'd like to first say that I am for redevelopment in St. Pete Beach that aligns with our comp plan and LDC code. However, there is something that nobody is discussing here. Why would we think that individually owned properties can be grouped together to form one resort? This application clearly shows 5 developments, 5 owners, 5 signs. Does simply forming one holding group make it one resort? This massive build-out is not what the comp plan wants. As Lee said in the Serrata hearing, just because it's not in the comp plan doesn't mean we don't pay attention to that. The maximum build-out is not stated. It does a lot of things. It takes away our vistas and views by allowing this massive build-out. To only allow technically one beach access. I live at 59th, so basically I'll be dead before I ever get the North Beach access point, and there is something wrong with that. Just because the plan doesn't cover it, the comp plan, doesn't mean we need to allow it. Multiple times throughout the application, the city discusses the issues of residents losing their views. So in order to mitigate this, they're going to give us a rooftop viewing area. What wasn't mentioned is unless it's being rented out. The application repeatedly refers to walls. Ironically, in our comp plan, it's mentioned 9 times, blank wall facades shall be prohibited. It seems that phase 4 is not being discussed. There are no renderings, doesn't show beach access, and according to documents in the packet, when the city asked about what's being done to rumfish in Alden, they only referred to rumfish, and it's basically okay the way it is, did not discuss the Alden. It's an eyesore. There's no more vegetation or landscaping, there's no more fountain. It looks awful. Do we have to wait 15 years for that? They're only adding one little office building. It is the least build out of all the 4 phases. Why can't they include at least that with phase 1 or start with that one so we get our North Beach access? And last, safety. I have many concerns living off 59th. There have been many times that I have almost had a head-on collision in the median. Tradewinds is going to basically take their entire traffic and divide it into 2 main entrances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless somebody didn't come up when I called them, that's all cards.
So then you close the public hearing if there are no more public speakers.
Okay, so when we go back to,
No, you just close the public hearing, and then if council wants to rebut anything, you might want to give her that time to do that.
Okay, thank you for the comments, and the public comment section is closed. Any response from the applicant?
Just very, very briefly, a couple of clarifications. With respect to the traffic study, I just want to remind the community that had concerns that on day 1, the initial traffic study contemplates every single trip for the entire development, even though we know that's never going to happen. So it is so overly conservative, and it still shows capacity on the roadway. Second, we have agreed in the development agreement to do a new traffic study at the beginning of each and every phase. We start from scratch. We do a brand new traffic study. So if everything changes, we'll have to deal with that at that particular time, but we are very comfortable, given the numbers and the fact that we're putting the full build out, that that capacity will be available. If we wait 10 years and everything changes, that could change. But that's a risk that we are taking by entering into this development agreement in that way. I'm going to have Joe come up and talk about the sea turtles, because he's very passionate about that, and he's been working with the certified sea turtle trackers. With respect to Ms. Richardson, I just want to say that the Alden and the rumfish, we thought about leaving them out. We don't need them for their density. In fact, we cure some of, by taking all that in together, it spreads the density out the entire site, but we don't need them. We're not taking anything from the Alden and the rumfish. We're incorporating them into fully integrate the Tradewinds as it is today, that entire property. That means new frontage roads. That means you get that public beach access. You get the upgraded landscaping. You get the dune restoration. You get all of that, even though we're not doing substantial improvements over there internal to those buildings. Rumfish was just actually renovated. We stayed there last night. Very nice renovation internally. Stormwater improvements, none of that comes with it. That was a That was a specific choice to include them to further integrate the resort. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Joe Smith.
Thank you, Elise. Appreciate it. So sea turtles is important to us, and I appreciate Lisa's concern. I think we share concerns more than she may think that we do. But we work with the one certified turtle organization in St. Pete Beach. We've sat down with the city, and the city and we have both agreed that it's a mess to have multiple sea turtle organizations come in and say, no, I have authority. No, I have authority. And it's become a difficult process to know who to listen to and who to follow. So what the city and we have both worked on is working with the Sea Turtle Trackers organization. That's really who we worked with. We have replaced lights in our parking lot because it is true, we didn't realize that those lights in the parking lot could be seen from the beach. After talking to Sea Turtle Trackers, we replaced those lights. But if you can see my email from last night, asking my team why the shade of orange was different in the different light bulbs. I mean, we pay attention. Literally, this is no joke. Last night, I can pull out my email, asking people why the orange shade was different from bulb to bulb. That's really, we pay attention to that. I mean, it's no joke. Now, we're not perfect. There's always improvement we can have, but we're always going up and down. We're reviewing it. We're talking to the city. We're talking to Sea Turtle Trackers. And, you know, we're really focused on doing the best job we can. So we have made improvements. The chairs, I know the chairs are a topic, the wooden chairs. We will spend, we believe, up to $2 million to replace them. So that is something we are doing. I want to go on record for that. So it's happening. It's a massive amount of money. So forgive me if we do it in phases over time, but that will be done. So the chairs actually will be done, as I think Lisa and others have suggested. We don't have a problem with that. And the turtle tint is something that we're doing as well. So we're really on the same page. We're on the same team. I think it's just we just need a group to work with that is a certified official group in town and have one set of orders to do, and we'll follow those orders.
Can I ask a question? If Sea Turtle Trackers is providing that service, I guess my question would be, why did you have to reach out to them to find out you were not in compliance when they should be proactively fulfilling that?
Oh, no, they have. I mean, they'll come to us regularly, meet with us, and tell us we're, you know, don't think that they come by and say, oh, everything's perfect. To the contrary, they'll come by and say, you have a deficiency here and here and here. And know that we're always making improvements to our property. So a team member will come out and say, I'm going to put this light over here so that people can better see this stand where we're selling pretzels or whatever. And then Sea Turtle Trackers comes by and says, that light is actually shining on the beach. So it's a constant process. This is not something like a date comes and we all check the box and go home forever. I mean, sea turtle migration season is coming up. It's something that will be in regular contact. Our employees are trained to spot nests. They don't touch them. They contact Sea Turtle Trackers and say, you guys come, you're the experts. So we have a good working relationship, and we will continue that working relationship.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
The Alden, it is an eyesore.
So
The front, where the fountain used to be.
So this is actually funny because someone made a comment to me about this the other day, and I said, we just spent $14 million renovating the Alden. They said, really? And I realized that they were talking about the portico share. So that's one of the reasons why the CUP is important, because as part of that process, we will tear down the portico share and build the frontage road. So we're not tone deaf to the fact that portico share is ugly. I agree with you, but we don't know what to do with it right now because we don't know if we have the rights to move forward. So if you actually get past that portico share, the building's beautifully renovated and the rooms are really nice and there's all this beautiful stuff.
It's beautiful in the back, it's just the.
But on the Gulf Boulevard, I agree. I can't wait to know when and what we can do with it. Great, thank you.
Does anybody have any other questions for the applicant or any comment on the public comment?
This is an off-the-wall question. Nothing to do with the CUP.
Please.
You have the Rumfish Grill in the airport at Southwest Terminal.
You do?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And Because that is the trade winds. When you go in and out of the Southwest Terminal, that's the trade winds. And people know it. And you got the beautiful fish tank, and it's the trade winds. And you also have one at Amalia, the hockey arena, I believe.
That I'm not aware of.
The Raymond
James. Oh, right.
Raymond James. Is that logo, because you're talking about redoing the architecture of your new property, is that still going to be part of the trade winds image? Because that image is very, there's the sailfish, that's the trade winds, and it's known.
So one of the things people want to ask us about integration, and we've already done it. And so people ask us, well, how are you going to integrate all these buildings? And our answer is, look at what we did with Alden. Forget about the Portico Share for a moment. But the rest of it, we put a big sailfish right up on, because we wanted it to be the same. We have guests who check in Rumfish because we check all of them in at Rumfish. And then we say, go over the Wahoo building, which is Alden. And they literally don't know that it's two different properties. And so, yeah, if you'd like, should we put that up? Yeah, sure.
Can you put up the presentation, please? We have a visual of what he's talking about.
And so you raise a good point, and actually we played around with some renderings, even on the new construction main building where there might be a sailfish on some of the verticals. I hate to be so boring as to have a sailfish in everything, but sea life. And I think that's a good branding with the family brand that we have, right? We're not a party hotel. I think someone asked it earlier, what kind of hotel are we going to be? We're absolutely a family hotel. I mean, we always have been. I wouldn't put a zip line on the beach unless I want to be a family hotel, right? I mean, you know, all these things are family, family, family. The new design, we have a bowling alley for kids. We've got a climbing wall. I mean, this just screams family. So yeah, that iconic branding. So the visual on the left here is Alden before we renovated it. It's obviously yellow. If you zoomed in, the actual railings, a different railing done in a V shape. The windows weren't hurricane-proof. They weren't impact windows. And so what we did, and on the right, it's a little confusing, and that's actually the point, because that's actually Rumfish and Alden in the same shot. And if you look at it, you're like, well, they all have exactly the same white railing. They all have exactly the same white impact window. It's the same color. There's sailfishes and different, you know, decorations on both of them. The same seating out front of it. So really, and that was our intent. We wanted people to walk in and not realize they were, you know, going from one property to another. In the CUP, our plan is to do a similar thing, where we didn't even get into some things that aren't CUP related that we'd like to do eventually, like build a pool in between the Alden and Rumfish place that's landscaped that will, like, you really walk out there and have no idea that this was never intentionally built as one resort. So those type of things are things that we would like to do with the CUP to make sure it's integrated, because we want, it's to our advantage to people to think it's all cohesive.
And you're going to keep the sailfish.
Yeah, I mean, we like that. I mean, one of the beautiful things about us is that Dean Fortune, his family originally developed some of these buildings, is an artist. He's still part of Tradewinds, and a lot of the artwork you see around, not the sailfish, but a lot of the artwork you see around the property is actually drawn by him by hand. So it's really cool how we have this culture that goes back to families who founded this resort decades and decades ago, and they're still with us. It's really neat, really neat.
Very good.
Anything else for me?
I don't think so. I had a couple comments, just listening to the public and whatnot. We all live here. We know the traffic is terrible. It's maybe fate that we're doing this right after St. Patrick's Day, middle of spring break. Easter's still here. All the snowbirds are here. And the traffic in March stinks. We all know it. Part of that traffic that a lot of people don't realize is people looking for parking spaces. Literally. There's no parking on St. Pete Beach. Everybody knows it. And the fact that you guys are coming in, building parking structure over capacity, I think it'll help a lot. It might reduce some of the traffic. On the other hand, I think what you're trying to do is just a little too big for our beach. We've got 1,654 units at the Tradewinds. Let's say, for example, we have 3 people in each room at capacity. It's almost 5,000 people. That's half the population of St. Pete Beach. I find that staggering. Now, the idea, if it's possible to scale this back a little bit, I think you're going to get a little bit better feedback from the public. You're adding, you can say, well, yeah, we're only adding 629 units, but man, that's another 1,000 people here on the beach every week, every day, every week. So I'm kind of going back and forth on this, but I also am uncomfortable. I don't know if you guys are either. I don't think it's been done before where we're taking 5, 6 addresses and making it one. We were going to buy the lot behind us in our neighborhood and build a house in between. Can't do that. It's not zoned that way. This one, I would sure like to see a CUP for phase 1. When phase 1 is completed, a CUP for phase 2, and so on. To me, that makes more sense. The attorney here mentioned that, well, we're gonna build it and then take a breather and kind of, I can't remember the actual phrase you used, to assess. I think that was a phrase. Well, 20 years hence, I mean, I think there's too much time in between the projects. I can see where it kind of makes sense that way. But Brandon, looking the idea of doing individual CUPs instead of one massive project over a 20-year stretch, to me, that makes a lot more sense. And that's really all I had to say, just 2 cents worth. Anyone else?
I still have a lot of questions on traffic, but
please.
Well, let's just start with frontage road. Are there aspects of this proposal that will prevent jaywalking? I saw bushes, but there's also lower lying areas where trees are planted that people could cross through. I mean,
Scott or Abdul, question about pedestrian crossings and design of the Gulf Boulevard sidewalk and the curb cuts. It's probably a mixed question for both of you.
Okay.
Is there anything that prevents jaywalking?
People will jaywalk, and that's going to happen. I don't think we can do anything to stop that, but what we are doing is we are providing raised crosswalks at specific locations to direct traffic, pedestrian traffic towards those areas.
Yeah, I'm talking more about something that is on that barrier between frontage road and the 10-foot sidewalk to prevent guests from entering the sidewalk wherever they feel like it. So if they're forced to enter the sidewalk at specific spots, then we know they have a higher likelihood of crossing Gulf Boulevard where they should be. Whereas if they see an open space, they're going to go right for it because they know the restaurant's across the street.
So you're worried about people crossing Gulf Boulevard. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we have 2 signalized intersections, and we are directing people towards those safe havens for crossings. If people decide to cross midway, you know, I mean, there's the...
I know they can decide to. I'm looking to find out if there's a way to prevent them from doing so. You know, where the trees are planted, there's no bushes to either side, but between trees...
You would have to plant in the parkway between the sidewalk and the curb, basically, to prevent...
Which we do have. Yeah, there in the renderings you can see that we have, there is additional planting between the sidewalk and the vegetation. There are trees, but there are plantings at the base of trees. At some point, you'll have to trample vegetation to jaywalk, which I'm not saying people can't do it, but it is a prohibitive measure to put some kind of ornamental plants and decorate and landscaping so that it kind of helps prevents your mindset from just walking across it. There's very little areas where there's just grass, and that's it to keep you from crossing.
Okay, yeah, the renderings is what I was basing that question off of, because I saw where there were large hedges in between trees, but there was still an open space on either side of the tree that would allow someone to get through there. But if you're saying there's intended to be planting that will ultimately grow up.
Yeah, definitely, and Perry Becker can speak to it more, but that is the intention. And we actually had a more voluptuous landscaping rendering, but because of the native plants and things, we had to tailor it back a bit. So there was that thought in the beginning, and it has come back a little bit, but we still plan to have some kind of visual barrier between sides.
You know, speaking of that, I don't know how we as a city can stop that. I mean, I've seen people run into the palm trees trying to get across.
Well, that's exactly what happens.
About Gulf Boulevard,
Yeah.
and there's nothing we can do about Gulf Boulevard short of putting a fence in the middle of it, and it's an FDOT road. And people are, I mean, I shake my head. They'll stop 10 feet short of a sidewalk, of a crosswalk, and run across with their little kids. I don't, you know, there's a lot of colloquialisms you can say, but none of them are appropriate here. But jaywalking is just,
You can't stop it.
That's exactly my concern, because I drive Gulf Boulevard daily to the north end of the beach to drop my daughter off at school and pick her up. So I'm passing the trade winds twice a day, and it never fails, whether it's an employee or a guest, someone is going to be behind a palm tree because that's where the shade is, and then all of a sudden they'll feel like they can run across the street. And so I'm just worried either they're going to get killed or I'm going to swerve to miss them and kill someone else next to me. It's just, you know, and if we add this many additional transient guests, it's just, I'm just worried about
I
the
look
outcome.
at it more as an enforcement issue, though, and I think we talked about this for some reason in the back of my mind. I remember us having a conversation before, and, you know, it's like, okay, you know, do we start having the sheriff's department go ahead and ticket everybody that's jaywalking? I mean, what does that start to say about the community? Because that was part of the conversation that had actually come out before, whenever, because I was like, look, it's an enforcement issue. We've got to just make sure that it's being enforced. But then that was when somebody came back and was like, well, what do we want our community to look like from that standpoint? But, I mean, I don't know that it's possible to, you know, because as soon as you would put some type of barrier, I can see people getting very upset that, well, I have to get over on that side, and now I got to jump over it, and then I got hurt jumping over it, or if it's too high for me to even jump over. I appreciate where you're coming from on that, and I really very much so feel strongly about that, because, you know, the thing that people don't understand is that the people that are walking across the street don't realize, like, their visibility, they can see everything. What they don't understand is sitting behind that wheel. That visibility is not the same. And, you know, I don't know whether it's an education thing also, I mean enforcement, but also an education thing. Maybe that, you know, the trade winds, whenever they're giving their, you know, pamphlets or their information or whatever they have in their rooms, hey, be sure that you're crossing at crosswalks. You know, that people can't see you, and I don't know if there's a way to do something where it's like, this is what the visibility is from inside of a car versus when you're walking out there.
Yeah,
I don't know how you do that, but I feel like those are probably more the ways that you have to go about it, because I don't know that there's something that you can put in place to actually keep people from jaywalking.
A $100 ticket for jaywalking.
Well, like I said, it's an enforcement issue.
The thing with that is that there's, I've seen other cities, I mean, we can't even get these people to push the buttons to save their own life. I remember before we had buttons, we had flags.
Don't you remember that?
They put the flags down. I don't know if you were here then.
Yeah, we did. We had
but there was flags on one side, and the people would, but then all the flags would be on the other side of the street, and there wouldn't be any over here from, because, you know, to try to legislate this kind of stuff, or try. I mean, you're trying to stick your finger into a dam that just has so many holes in it you can't plug them up. I completely agree. I shake my head. You know, when my wife and I cross it, and the lights are going and all that stuff, we don't step off the curb until every car has stopped and I see their eyes before. Now, one thing that other cities have done, but this is an FDOT thing, they actually illuminate the crosswalk. You know, and not just with the flashing lights, but they illuminate the crosswalk, which illuminates the people crossing. That would be a great thing to do.
Yeah, I get it. I'm going to be here on the Thursday meeting with FDOT to complain to them too. But I was just looking for whether or not there'd be landscaping along frontage road to deny access unless you're really aggressive about getting past it.
And Board Member Hubbard, I just wanted to remind you, there's that condition that requires us along the entire length of the property. I know this is not between the road and the sidewalk, but for pedestrian safety purposes, if once the FDOT study is complete, if there's any improvements included, lighted crossings or additional things, I don't know what those might be, that are recommended by FDOT, we've agreed to do all of those at our expense. So hopefully that will help. You're bringing up a lot of good issues, but hopefully we can at least do our part there.
Similarly related to pedestrians, I saw the paths, pedestrian paths between Alden, Rumfish, and the rest of the resort. Is there something to prevent people from crossing through the Coral Reef parking lot?
You mean the open areas?
Yeah, I'm not sure what borders Coral Reef or what will border it. I'm just wondering, you know, the pathways on the diagram show people going around the back or out to the sidewalk and around. I'm just wondering if...
I mean, anyone can cut through a parking lot if they want to. We're just showing by that, one of the things that we want to be sure that you understand is that we're promoting pedestrian connectivity along certain specified routes. Doesn't mean someone may not try to cut across, but we're trying to provide other alternative paths for them so that they do have a way. And also, you know, to promote the use of that beach walk when it happens. That's going to be the north-south way to get across. I mean, it's going to be beautifully landscaped by the dunes. So we hope people are going to be using that rather than cutting through. But there's not going to be barriers. In fact, we want it to be fully integrated, and that's the whole point. So there would be nothing per se other than encouraging the other pedestrian areas.
Okay. Is the Coral Reef parking integrated into Tradewind's garage, or is it the surface level, not in scope, the like striped area?
Both. There's a shared parking agreement that we share parking. So yeah, along that property, it would be both for Tradewinds and for Coral Reef.
Okay. Okay. So the people in the Coral Reef buildings can make use of Tradewind's garages. Okay.
Yes, for the record.
Any other comments, David?
Just working through my notes.
Okay.
So can we go back to the traffic study and what numbers are coming from collected data versus future prediction?
I'm going to let Steve Henry answer this question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out from the traffic study which portions utilized the actual collection of data that was done versus the IT manual.
So any of the new traffic, so of the 629 rooms, that's all ITE. The only thing that we used existing for was the existing traffic, the existing rooms that are there today. Those were based on actual counts that we did and used that data. But anything new was based on the ITE rates.
Is there any chart in here that shows there's any discrepancies between what ITE would have predicted for a resort of this size versus what was collected?
Well, there's not a chart. I can tell you that but based on the numbers, and I can point you to the figure. Let me just pull it up here. So if you go to page, I don't know if you have the report there, but page 15, figure 5, which is that's the peak hour traffic at our driveways, and that's the reduced number of driveways. When you add the ins and outs for those driveways, if you look at that compared to what the same number of rooms in IT for resort hotel, the existing is about 42% less traffic than what ITE would project for that same number of rooms. Now, what we did in our study is we used the ITE rates, which are significantly higher. So that's what we used to project the impact of the project based on that. So we were actually using, again, a more conservative number using the ITE rates than what we would believe based on the actual counts of the Tradewind Resort itself.
Okay, so if none of these buildings existed and they were proposing a brand new 967 unit property, the ITE numbers would predict higher numbers than what has been collected?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So again, ours is more conservative.
Was the increase in convention or conference retail and office space included in this?
Well, the resort hotel trip generation rates include restaurants and the accessory type uses, and it's specific in IT and in the description says it includes those types of uses. And again, part of that is, I think as one of the residents said, is when you get there, people stay there, and you don't typically leave, and part of it is because they do have the entertainment, they do have the restaurants, they do have all that. So that's part of the capture of those trips.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but that was one of my big concerns because the IT data was the 330 Resort Hotel, which explicitly excludes convention and meeting businesses. So, and it's not inclusive of weekends, where our raw data collection from this shows Saturday is the busiest day. So I'm just concerned that we're relying on IT numbers that might have no relation to reality.
Well, again, it is reality. I mean, again, we've looked at it, and when you look at what it's generating today per room versus ITE, per room today is actually less trips per room than what we use. So it's an overestimation. And then what we did look at Saturday. You were correct that the resort hotel ITE does not have that, but what we used for that purpose is we used a standard hotel to look at the relationship between the daily and peak hour to see what that would generate on a Saturday. So we did look at both the Saturday volumes, projections, and also the weekday projections.
Wouldn't a quote-unquote standard hotel have lower trips than a resort hotel?
Not necessarily for the weekday peak hour. Typically they have, and I don't have it in front of me here, but typically you would think it'd be a little bit higher because, again, for a standard hotel, typically you've got more business people type things that are, get there and they're leaving in the morning to go to work, or they're coming back after a day's of work. So you have more of that peak hour traffic, whereas a resort hotel, it's a little bit different peaky characteristics.
Okay, and so that being the case, with 330 Resort Hotel not including convention and meeting space, we've got 130,000 square feet of conference and retail restaurant. That's quite a bit to not include. So I'm just curious how that's incorporated into the forecast.
Well, again, part of it is we are only asking for phase one right now. That's all right, 154 rooms. So to give you an example, if we were only going to do that analysis, that would only generate 74 PM peak hour trips. What we studied was the total for that, the increase, which is 328. So again, we studied more. In addition to that, when we come in for phase two, we're going to have to restudy it. So we're not only going to look at new traffic counts, we're going to look at, if now, 5 years from now, it's IT 13th edition or 14th edition, we'll be using that data. We'll also have the data from this hotel, the new expansion that is already opened. So really, today you're looking at phase one, which is, again, 74 trips. It's a minor increase in the traffic. Again, we looked at the worst case, but
you're not approving a 20-year project and saying, okay, we know it's going to happen in 20 years. We're going to come back to you with the next phase, and we're going to look at that impact, and we're going to do new counts. We're going to look at the latest ITE. We're going to look at what other projects have been approved in the city. We're going to add that traffic to it. At that point, the Serrata may already have been open, so we'll be able to do those counts. So from that standpoint, that's the protection that the city has, is that what we're asking for today is a small part of the overall project.
So is Serrata not calculated into this?
No, I'm saying Serrata is, we added it as project traffic, again, based on ITE, based on their study. What I'm saying is, when we come back in phase 2, it may be open. So instead of using ITE rates, we're going to use the actual traffic that's on the road. So that's the thing. So, because when we looked at Miramar, we looked at Corey Lakes, looked at all those, or Corey Landing, all those are based on ITE rates. But when we come back in for phase 2, they may be built. So we'll have actual numbers to look at what that is, and then what other projects get built in the meantime.
Okay. There was language in here that said Serrata had not yet been approved, so that's why I was asking about whether their numbers had been incorporated into
Yes, they were incorporated. Although they had not been approved when we did the study, they were in the process, so we went ahead and included them in the study. So they are included, yes.
Okay. What happens if Gulf Boulevard is pushed below level of service D?
If we come in for the next phase, then we'll have to look at what mitigation may be required. Whether that is, whatever that might be. It could be signal timings, it could be improvements. We don't know at this point in time. We'd have to explore that at that time if in fact there is an acceptable level of service.
Okay.
But again,
can I clarify something there too? And don't go away, so one of the things, Kevin Reale for the record, one of the things that we didn't go into a lot of detail with the development agreement, and what Steve's talking about is, we're looking at phase 1. The development agreement doesn't reserve concurrency, and that's a common thing that would happen with the development agreement. So a developer would come in with a big project, and they would say, okay, we're going to agree to do X, Y, and Z, and city, you're going to agree to let us build it. The development agreement in this case is actually working more to assure the city certain benefits that are coming. We didn't reserve concurrency for sewer or water. We didn't reserve concurrency for transportation. So when the study comes back, right, the parameters of that study are already set, and it's just numeric at that point, and Steve can discuss that. But so that's what we're talking about with the future, the future phases and what might happen. And we don't know if a roadway fails, an intersection fails, there'll be mitigation required, and that's there's a chapter in the statutes that the comp plan refers to and says in accordance with chapter 163, 3180, that's a concurrency statute, and we've incorporated that into the development agreement. So, everything he's saying, of course, but also I just wanted to point out, because we didn't mention with the development agreement, that those concurrency requirements are still a burden of the developer.
And can I clarify something with what you just said? So when you're saying you didn't reserve concurrency, you're talking about future phases.
Future phase. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Phase 1, this approval would real concurrency happens at site planning, right? But the traffic study here would last for that, and the will serve letter for water and for sewer. That's a placeholder, but we have to do the actual calculations and get concurrency for those items as well.
Can you tell me what mitigation would typically look like if that scenario occurred?
Again, you're speculating on what that might be. Again, it could be signal timing, it could be lane improvements, it could be any number of potential mitigation. Don't know. It depends on what the failure might be.
If mitigation cannot be achieved, does that halt the project?
That becomes a question for the attorneys, but we'd have to cross that bridge at that point in time.
Observation here. Sure. I don't know where David is in his discussion. I don't want to break him up. But
oh no, go ahead.
I think that, and I'm listening to all this discussion, and I completely understand and I concur totally with where David's going and the numbers that we're talking about. But at the end of the day, we're talking about 620 rooms and the associated parking that come with those 620 rooms. We live in the most densely populated county in the state of Florida. And there's only about, and don't quote me on this, but I'm guessing 10 miles of accessible beachfront between Pasagrille and Madeira Beach. You've got some beach accesses going up, a few beach accesses, and then you got Clearwater Beach. And that's the extent of our beaches. Central Florida goes to the beach. They're either going to go to Cocoa and Daytona, or they're going to come to the Gulf Coast, depending on where they're going. We live in a resort community. At the end of the day, this is a resort community, and I've lived here since '85. I've seen this change. I can remember when Upham Beach, you could walk down on Upham Beach and you wouldn't see a person on Upham Beach. I worked in downtown St. Pete, and I can remember when you could shoot a cannon off down Central Avenue. Not only would nobody hear it, nobody would care. So our beach has changed. We live on an island that's waterlocked. There's no more land that's going to be developed. There's nothing. We've got developments that come in here wanting to enhance our beach that is going to do a number of different things, include increased property values and everything else. To belabor 600 rooms and over a 20-year period, or even when we add in the rest of the developments that may or may not occur, because quite frankly, as you state, if we meet that point where you can't get more people onto Gulf Boulevard, they're not going to be able to do their developments, correct? So by access, just getting people on and off the beach, the developments alone are going to be the ones that limit the number of developments that are built and the number of rooms that go up. And whether you guys can do as many rooms as you say you can do, this beach isn't changing, but I can tell you what, the population of Pinellas County and this SMSA is going through the roof at over 15% a year, and there's nothing that we can do to stop it until those people decide maybe they don't want to come to this area anymore. So I understand I understand transportation. I understand Gulf Boulevard. Gulf Boulevard is an FDOT road. There's not a thing we can do. We can't put another elevated road above it. I've argued with FDOT for 30 years about different things, and all I've got is heartburn. So I guess I understand transportation, totally understand. I've been involved with it for my whole life almost. But the numbers that we're talking about are inconsequential over the next 20 years based on the growth of Pinellas County. That's the truth. We can discuss that all day long. Maybe people hate me now for saying that, but that's reality.
Well, and the other thing that I would just want to comment real quick, kind of where Tom is too, is, Gulf Boulevard is a thoroughfare. It's not just for people coming to St. Pete Beach. It's people going up to Treasure Island. It's people going out to Tierra Verde. Thank you. So when we're talking about the traffic, it's not just about the traffic that is being generated by our beach itself. And I don't know what those numbers are. I don't know if that's something that is easy to determine. But I remember back in the early 2000s when there was conversations around the comprehensive plan at that point in time. And I remember there being a specific number as far as how many of those cars are actually just going through us as a thoroughfare, as opposed to them even, starting or stopping here.
Right.
And that's part of what we live with, and I don't see that there's any way that, we can put, tolls or anything else at both ends in order to collect or to do, and I don't know that even collecting money would help that situation at all. But that is the reality of it, is that we are a thoroughfare. It's not just what's starting and stopping here. It's
Right.
Okay, can I put this in perspective just a little bit? So if you look at the traffic study, and let's look at just phase one. It's 154 hotel rooms. That's 74 peak hour trips. That is less than 2 cars per minute. That's what you're talking about. Even if you're talking about 629, that's 8 cars per minute. So the scope of this compared to what you're talking about, because you talk about those peak hour trips, and when you break it down to what does it mean for you, like in real time, what you're saying is absolutely accurate. This is a drop in the bucket. It sounds like, oh my gosh, 629 units. But again, one of the reasons we want to phase the development is so that you don't have this whole impact at once. And we were really thoughtful about this. The other thing that I think is important about the development agreement and about getting certainty for the developer is they can't afford to do these community benefits and make those commitments if they're not sure they can build the units to pay for these. $20 million is a lot of money, and I did the calculation. He's forgetting things in that calculation because we did it back at the napkin. These are really great community benefits that this project is going to bring in return for giving us the time, and I think there's an advantage to that time for you. Do you want me to be quiet?
I just want to chime in one thing. I'm sorry. I sneak up on people like that. You raise a good question. Why now? Why all the phases? And there's actually a very logical question or answer. The code requires us to be integrated. We've talked about it a lot tonight, right? The code does not want separate hotels, separate entrances to be separate. That's very clear in the code. The problem is if I go get a CUP for one phase, how am I going to build the infrastructure to carry to the second phase if I don't know I'm going to get the second phase?
And that occurred to me.
And so like phase 2, for example, I'm building like a laundry room the size of servicing all the units but I haven't built all the units yet. Sure. So for some reason I didn't get the next phase, the next CUP. Not only would it be economically very damaging to me, but now I'm in a position making judgment calls of whether I get the next CUP, whether I build this size infrastructure, that. I don't want pathways to nowhere or roads to nowhere. And everyone comes and says, why is this pathway just stop into this middle of the grass? Things like that would happen if we don't put a roadmap in place. What we try to do is be very transparent. We try to come out and say, I'm not going to be sneaky and apply for one CUP in phase 1 and I'll come back later for more. We wanted the whole community to understand everything. We wanted them to understand that we're building 16% less than density allows. I mean, this is our best foot forward of like, hey, relax. We're with you. We're not going to jam as much. I don't think the point was made, but actually if you look at the FAR and you look at the square footage that we're not building, do you know how much that is? 1.2 million square feet that we're not building that we have the right to. That's International Mall. So we could have built an International Mall on that site, but we're not. If that's not a good faith sign to the community, to the city, to all of you, that we're doing a quality job that's lower density by self-limiting, by self-control, I hope you all see that, and I also hope you see our need to plan in the future over multiple phases, because I can't start unless I know what the whole plan is. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And there's one more point that I think is important too, is these are long-term developers, right? They are strapping their property with a lot of financial obligations that require them to front load all of this. But again, it's making sure that they can economically build those units to pay for it. So Joe joked the other day that he's never going to be able to sell this property because he has to build so much up front that nobody's ever going to take it with all these obligations. But truly, it sounds like, oh, this is 26 acres. But if you dissect down what the community is getting so early in the process and how the impact, you're getting all of these community benefits up front, but then the impact can really slowly be spread over time. I would leave you with this comment, and then we can finish with questions. If it's not this project, what? Because really, If we came in piecemeal, you would not get nearly as quality a project that's as thoughtful, that provides as many community benefits. And I've been doing this for a really long time, and Kevin and I sat here and we go, oh my gosh, what does this feel like? People are actually getting up saying we want this project. That when you have a project of this size, what we haven't said is there aren't people out the door. There aren't thousands of people writing letters and here opposing this project, because people see real good in this project. And I think they really recognize the effort that the developer has made to put their best foot forward. And this really is the best foot forward I've seen in a really, really long time.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could, They're real quiet. Historically, this Nunzio DeSantis, historically, if you go all over, whether it's Florida, up the East Coast, the West Coast, go to Miami, look at how developments on sliver properties were developed. They're they're perpendicular to the water, they block each other's views, and they live independent of each other. What I've got to tell you about this developer and this owner that I really want also y'all to recognize, their development that they're offering brings the density to the center of the site and not by the water. If you look at the towers, they're in the center of the site, so that along Gulf Boulevard, there's this visual line to the density vertically. It's away from Gulf Boulevard. Same thing from the ocean. The new towers are pulled way back to the middle of the site. That is unprecedented. The other thing is that they're single-loaded buildings. They purposefully have brought the building parallel to the water rather than next to Seamark and do a vertical, long, linear building that would block the views, give them double-loaded, and be a lot less costly. There is a fundamental beauty as it builds to the center of the site rather than just a series of towers along the water.
Can you just clarify what you're saying with single-loaded and double-loaded? So that
single-loaded is where there's a corridor, and as you walk down the corridor, you have the benefit of serving one room to one side and one to the other, and both have views out. Well, the buildings that we're looking at are single-loaded. There's only a room on one side of every corridor. That's a much more costly building. It's in the center of the site, and also by ridding themselves of these little slivers of land, they're able to take that infrastructure and cross over all those setbacks. It makes for a building a larger, it brings the density into a way that you're not redundant, and not every project is a standalone, that there's this consistency to them. So with that, there actually is less development that way. It actually means we don't have to build 5 laundromats or have carts running around crossing the pedestrian aspect. So there is a great benefit to the overall development to be able to have those boundaries go away so you can cross those boundaries and make it far more efficient. Just something to think about. Just look at how developments all over the country have been, where there are these slivers and they live independently. Each one has setbacks. Everything gets very much compromised. And the density tends to be right on the water. That's how they always are. This one pulls it back and actually brings the beach inward. Allows those buildings to be further back, so our neighbors, Seamark, that tower is all the way back, so Seamark has a complete view. That's incredible. And typically we don't have developers that do that. And I just wanted to give you that. I hope that was a little bit clear. It was a little schizophrenic, but I was trying to.
If I may, I'll give you one last tidbit because I think it's really relevant for comparison. The last time a CUP was approved at Tradewinds by Tim Bogott, who unfortunately had to leave early, he built, or he had permitted for a CUP on about 1.5 acres of land, 217 units with over 500 bedrooms. on that acre and a half. We're putting 650 units on 26 acres. So it's an interesting precedent in the past of what's been approved for CUPs. This is such a small fraction in density of what was previously approved. Just a data point for you.
Thank you. You got anything else for us, David? Or any other questions for the applicant?
Could you opine on if Gulf Boulevard reaches level of service E, what happens? Unmitigated.
So I believe that you have a system in your land development code that has a prop share mitigation payment as a method of mitigation. So if some developer comes in down the road, many years down the road, because we don't think, I mean, we think there's still a lot of capacity left, you have a prop share mitigation payment that would go to the city, and the city would have that money, and Brandon can, or Andrew can confirm, because I'm telling you this from memory, I looked at this about a year ago, that money would go to the city to make improvements within the city of the transportation network.
Okay.
So, yes, I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think I have anything else.
Think, right?
You ready for somebody to make a
Thank you
motion?
so much.
or-
Well, I just want to, before we make the motion to proceed, I just want to thank everybody, especially the staff, for the incredible amount of work you guys put into this. Mr. Smith, you and your team went backwards, bend over backwards to make this St. Pete Beach, and we're going to be partners here for the next 20 years and beyond. So we appreciate your work. Staff, we appreciate your work. So if we want to bring this up to a motion,
I'll make the motion to recommend approval of Resolution 2023-27 to the City Commission with staff conditions contingent upon recommendation of approval for the companion development agreement.
Member Sick, before you do that, it's the amended conditions with the amended
With the
conditions.
amended conditions. Do I need to start from the beginning?
No, I think the motion's clear, so it's including the amended conditions.
Including the amended conditions.
And I'll second it with the amended conditions.
roll call, please.
Member Hubbard?
Yes.
Member Consall?
Yes, with conditions.
Member Secca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Diempert?
Yes.
Chair Premer?
Yes,
Motion carries.
congratulations.
The meeting's not adjourned, guys. Hold on. Hey, the meeting is not adjourned, so
Yes.
we need to have decorum until the meeting is adjourned, and
Thank
even
you.
after.
Thank you for that.
Get him, Tiffany.
Is there any other thing from our city attorney?
Development agreement?
You have to do the development agreement. So there's two votes,
Yep.
Oh, that's right.
CUP and the development agreement.
So, yes. So there's no changes to the development agreement, right? Okay.
No.
So I make a
One
motion.
second, at least there were no, you guys negotiated no changes to the DA, right? It was just to the
No
CUP?
changes to the development agreement,
so
just the
as is.
CUP conditions. Wait,
I don't know if we put on the record what Brandon was talking about. Sorry, Kevin Reale for the record. When Brandon was talking about
One second, hold on, I can't hear.
using traffic counts for the study, Brandon, is that going to require different language for the future studies?
oh, that's a good point.
So that was a concession that we discussed. One of Brandon's points was figuring out how to deal with the future study, how to count, and we said we would volunteer to do new counts. But I think the development agreement says use the level of service from the MPO.
Correct. The concern was that the use of the existing data from the Fort Pinellas would result in projects that had been moved from the committed status. They brought up Corey Landings and Serrata, and those possibly not being calculated in existing. When we spoke earlier, we had discussed potentially having them just perform new traffic counts for each subsequent concurrency certificate. I think that would be appropriate. It's, the city manager isn't present. This is more his document, but I feel that would be appropriate to resolve what I had concerns. So
Is that so H, item H and the DA says titled Transportation Mass Transit, would it go under that?
Correct. It would be under that, and specifically sub-item 2, update existing volumes based on the latest level of service report prepared by Ford Pinellas. Or actual counts is what we would recommend.
What page, what are we looking at?
I'm sorry, this is on
No.
page 8, item H2.
Or actual data?
Or actual data counts as determined by the city manager.
All right.
So it's existing volumes based on Forward Pinellas or actual data counts as determined by the city manager. Whew, gotta breathe.
Those counts should probably match the counts that were done with this study, Steve. Okay, never mind. Our consultant's saying it's fine like that.
Okay. So we're going to make a slight amendment. It looks like somewhere in the document, the development agreement, probably under item H, you'll have to give me a little bit of artistic license here, but it's essentially going to be the update existing volumes based on Forward Pinellas or data or data counts as determined by the city manager.
Do you want to say that slower so I can write it down if I have to say it during the motion?
Okay. So it would be a motion to approve the development agreement with the amendment
To H.
to item H in the agreement, which will indicate that the traffic studies will use updated existing volumes based on Forward Pinellas data or data counts as determined by the city manager.
Jenny, you got that?
Not sure if I do.
Existing volumes based on Forward Pinellas counts or actual data counts based on city manager.
Is it
Determined by the city manager.
Is that right, Brandon? Okay.
Given the duration of this agreement, does it need to specify then current Ford Pinellas counts? Not, because it could be today's.
Existing volumes at the...
Yeah, that's already addressed in the current language.
Okay.
It's basically, it'll be redone every phase, so it'll be the current data.
Okay.
That was actually the concern, that data it lags. So to your point, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to call this the current data amendment. I know where it goes. I know what it's supposed to say.
So I make a motion to recommend approval of the subject development agreement to the city commission with the amendment of item H to update the existing volumes based on Forward Pinellas or actual data counts determined by the city manager.
Right, with some a city attorney modification if I need to, because I wasn't aware of that, so I may need to tweak that language a little bit.
With corrective language to come from the city manager.
Well, essentially, all of you know, basically this is to make sure that we're using current data and that there's an agreement that it would be from either the Forward Pinellas counts or from current data counts as determined by the city manager. Or actual counts, comma, as determined by the city manager. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what we're doing, but I'm just still trying to figure out how I'm supposed to
I don't think you
verbalize
need
it
to have
with
the
motion.
actual language. I think you need to just understand what it
Yeah.
is that we're going to be
Make
making.
sure that we're using actual counts at the time that
Right.
those are
All right,
done.
So the motion she made is fine?
Or do you want me to start over?
Please say no.
Wait, well, just let's get it right though. So Jenny, so this is what sorry, Madam Deputy Clerk. The motion will be for, if you're approving it, approval of the the development agreement with the amendment to the development agreement to ensure that current data is used. And current data will be from Forward Pinellas or counts as determined by the city manager. And that language will be refined by the city attorney and staff.
As you said.
Right.
I just don't want to give you exact language, right?
No,
because
no,
it
that's
hasn't
fine. I'm
been-
just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be putting in for the motion. So if I just say, motion to recommend approval of the subject development agreement to the city commission with the amendment to item H for transportation,
I would just say with the understanding that staff and the city attorney will amend that to ensure that current data is used from Forward Pinellas or other current data as determined by the city manager.
Okay.
And you could just say what he just said.
Okay. I'm going to say what he just said. I make a motion to recommend approval of the subject development agreement to the city commission with the language, amended language.
From the city attorney.
I'm sorry?
As stated by the city
Stated by the
attorney.
city attorney.
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Consol?
Yes.
Member Secca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Diempert?
Yes?
Member Hubbard?
Yes.
Chair Premer?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Can I make one statement before we close?
Sure.
I would like to thank our citizens that showed up, the developers that showed up. This is one of the most cohesive meetings that we've had in a major decision for this city. We've had people here talk in opposition, people talk in support, in a very civilized manner, and that's the way city government is meant to run. I would like to commend everybody that was here, and thank you very much.
Amen.
So we need to adjourn as the LPA and then.
Oh, yeah. Procedurally, we now adjourn as the local planning agency.
And for the public, this will be at the city commission on
April 15th.
April 15th.
And April 15th will be the decision in front of the city commission.
Correct.
So for now, meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.